Yeah, got you.
Oh.
Introducing Next Gen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
Oh, the great tackle! It's not good enough.
1-2, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and a regular update of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick?
Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15.
A very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to these fields, the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens playing fields. We're down in South Wimbledon, as we'll be here for the next 4 days of action, but you know that already. You joined us yesterday, and it's great to have your company back today, and what a beginning we have to proceedings to begin with. We're sticking with the under-18 Vars, and if you're tuning in to watch St Paul's against Nelson College from New Zealand for the first game of the day, you're in exactly the right place. The situation for both these schools this morning, just a reminder, St Paul's and Nelson College need to top this pool today if they want to go into the plate competition. If they finish second in the pool, then they'll go into the bowl competition, and there is a third place, which if you're the top loser in your pool across all these pools, you may keep your hopes alive, but they know they have to win and win well if they want to compete for the top available silverware today. So St Paul's kick us off after a very impressive day yesterday, and Nelson College, they were the talk of the town at Rosslyn Park. Such are their skills from the top of the South Island in New Zealand. So a very good morning or good evening if you're watching on from Nelson and supporting your boys over here in Wimbledon today. And here they go, day two begins, and it's a nice pass from Nelson, and they'll look to keep that alive. Finn Kilworthy, the man choosing to go back to that right-hand wing before now opening up. There's Kilworthy, and now there's space here for Nelson, and opening run of the morning where that body has to bear the scars of yesterday as well. Dane Lapine in the 15 jersey. Now Ollie Gibbons. Elusive feet on that right flank. St Paul's defence being tested early on, as it was against Sevenoaks at times, but they were so impressive yesterday. This is a different level, however, from Nelson, and they are challenging St Paul's here. Big tackle from the sweeper.
And that's 3 great sets there, side-to-side sevens. You know, it's real classical style rugby from the guys at Nelson. Really stretching the width and finding gaps around the pitch now.
Yeah, Liam McKenzie now keeping the pace high. Kilworthy, and the domination of possession from Nelson early on is of the highest order. But so too the discipline from St Paul's in defence, Gareth.
Yeah, and you can see the Nelson guys though regenerating with loads of energy. So when they get to the edge, they've got the opportunity to spread to the other side. But a mistake there, you know, rewards St Paul's for that great defensive effort. And you know, sevens, it is about possession. These conditions may mean that we get a bit more direct sevens than yesterday, but a cracking opening set from the attacking guys of Nelson, but also the defensive work of St Paul's.
We're joined in commentary today by Gareth from Ealing Trailfinders and Brunel University. Ealing have got a big tent here. Any players coming down can come and have chats with you about their careers as well, can't they, and what you offer?
Yes, we're here just promoting the pathway for male and female players, giving them the understanding of how it works. We go from 16s all the way through to university, and it's giving guys a platform to excel towards the best version of themselves in rugby.
Well, St Paul's did that yesterday in their 4 victories. Alex Palmer, their captain, with a little run on that right wing. He was instrumental against Sevenoaks. Henry Harrison. Good take from Zach Newsholm. He has a canny ability to pop up at the right time, Newsholm.
It's an excellent cover tackle there by one of the Nelson players. That's Alex Palmer. Oh no, Alex Palmer was the man on the break. Dane Lima.
Yeah, Dane Lepine, I believe it's pronounced, Gareth. It's my handwriting, so I'll take the blame for that one. There's Andreas Hadjilozu, top try scorer yesterday for St Paul's in their knockout game against Sevenoaks. Just as good defence from Nelson as we saw from St Paul's. This is a tight first half.
It's going to be who blinks first in this first attacking salvo. Both teams have had possession, both teams have had defensive sets, and they've got through high numbers. And I think now it's we're seeing the weather come into play with both ball handling mistakes after both attacking sets. But Nelson with a midfield scrum splitting the field, the playmaker in the middle of the pitch. We'll see where he goes. And we're here now. Could he go and switch on the inside? Excellent work, great tackle, and powerful on the breakdown.
Zion Ford with that carry, switching things up. Here's Taylor Thompson. Again, McKenzie linking with Kilworthy.
Advantage over.
That's excellent support play from Nelson, but also St Paul's just staying alive on the inside shoulder, showing a lot of energy and drive to stay in the game.
Ford with a one-on-one on his opposite number, gets the ball to Kilworthy, who has the first chance this morning. And it's Nelson College with the first points after a mighty set of work from both teams. But it is those from New Zealand South Island who make the breakthrough.
But you know, in these type of games, these pinch moment games, keeping guys to the edge, making the kick as hard as possible is important, because in these moments, in these matches, these 2 points, they can be a big difference when it comes to the end of the game. And it's obviously pressure on the kicker. I watched him on RE1 yesterday and he nailed a couple of beauties.
Zion Ford with his first shot at goal. Gareth, what a talent.
Yeah, this guy was quality yesterday. Great playmaker, powerful in the tackle, as effective in the middle of the pitch as he is on the edge, and then showing his footballing skills there to gain the extra 2 points.
Well, Ollie Gibbons actually it was who scored the try. We thought it was Finn Kilworthy, but Ollie Gibbons in the 9 jersey.
You know, it's the response here from St Paul's. You know, they're going to need to keep hold of this ball, big set, put Nelson under pressure and get a bit of territory, build a score for opportunity for themselves.
Ford's kickoff taken by Jacob Bethel,
Backwards.
under 16, who's playing in this under 18 tournament and
Tackle release.
introduced to the team overnight.
Must release. I call tackle.
St Paul's have been given a break there. Nelson looking
Must release.
ominous again in their territory, but they'll have the ball here.
You know, what's impressed me with this Nelson side, though, is individual talent is massively important. But as a group, they're a real low-error team. You know, they nail their tackles, they look after the ball, they complete their sets. And I think that's why they're going to be a real tough nut to crack in this tournament.
Certainly impressed on day one and beginning day two in a similar vein. But here comes St Paul's. It's good feet to escape. And the chase is on. Excellent carry forward from Jacob Bethel, bringing that extra energy to day two. The under-16 player, brilliant from St Paul's is number 2, and they're on the ball again with Harrison.
High tackle, get it lower.
That's just what you need, Gareth. At the start of day 2, bring in a youngster to give some kind of something extra for the defence to think about. And how come St Paul's again with Alex Palmer, their captain?
You know, as coaches in these two-day events, we tend to try and hold a couple of guys back to bring energy. But, you know, it's those execution rates there. We see St Paul's, they're getting an opportunity. They're starting to get a bit of territory there. They're just got to make sure they execute in those scenarios and just build pressure on the Nelson side, because it doesn't matter how good you are. You know, pressure does funny things to all players. And we need to see St Paul's put that pressure on Nelson here.
Winners in the scrum, Henry. Winners, Henry. Crouch.
The last moments of the first half. Kilworthy, that's scrum half. And they'll set things up calmly, Nelson, but that's gone forward. Great chance for St Paul's now to level up this match.
Backwards.
And there's numbers away if they can work it. Instead, the press defence sucks St Paul's in.
What's been nice to see from the St Paul's side is that work off the ball, away from the ruck, give them width and opportunities to exploit the space on these pitches.
Newsholm lays it back well. Bethel, Harrison.
Over TD. All back. Away.
And there's Thomas Dark.
All away, lad. All away.
Nelson pouring through.
It could be space here. They've committed players to that ruck.
Palmer goes himself, and then heavy contact to pull Nelson down. Now they might fancy a little go from here. The last time before the half-time hooter. Mikey Morrison involved now.
It's energy sapping stuff as well. 8 minutes on the half. A try here could be a real big swing.
Here is Salmaki.
And then Nelson obviously looking to play and keep the ball in and put as much pressure onto St Paul's, back in their fitness.
Zion Ford with the ball in hand now.
This guy's got a bit of pace.
Mikey Morrison. Good tackle from Newsom, watched him well. Ford now, just sauntering forward, waiting for the right pass, and there it is. Caelan Grafton goes in, and that's a sucker punch for St Paul's. Nelson College patient in defence, and then with some perfect skills to tic-tac their way up the field.
The support play again showed there, and that's a unbelievable energy from this Nelson side, and you're right, that is a big sucker punch. That was a pretty tight half, but for Nelson to go in 14-0 is going to be a big ask to come back for the St Paul's guys.
It's the first match of 3 today in the group stages again for these two schools, so whatever happens in this match doesn't mean anything yet in terms of knockout stages, but it will go a long way to helping Nelson, if they are to win, or St Paul's to come back to go top of the group. This is nice, isn't it? There's such an intelligence between the players, knowing where the pass is going to be next, especially from Grafton, just to drift off Zion Ford and knowing that the pass was come, and then he had some pace to go in.
You know, you see guys in these scenarios at times panic a little bit. A nice control play from 10 and of 9 of the Nelson guys to execute that try to put them into a real powerful position at half-time.
So second half here on RE2, the Next Gen 15 stream. It's great to have your company early morning, and we'll have so much action today. So do stay with us throughout. Under 18s bars action, and under 14s girls competition begins today as well. So the rain started to come down about halfway through that first half. Might not be coming across on your screens, but it is in the faces of Nelson College as they attack in this second half. Not so much a wind to speak of this morning, but that rain will make things a little trickier out on the park.
So the next, next few minutes of this match are huge for St Paul's. Need a big claim on the kick-off and put an execution for attacking.
And Newsham does well. So too to Dark and then Bethel. And that was really good work from St Paul's to secure that kick-off. Newsham plays first receiver. Palmer looks to power forward and he's got his hands free. Back to Newsham. Bethel. Dark. Heavy contact. Salmaki in defence, and that's dislodged the ball. And here come Nelson with Mackenzie, but forward pass. And the physical side of Sevens isn't one which we often get to discuss, the premium on skills and speed, but it is so difficult when you're faced with an aggressive defence and some big boys as well.
Yeah, then Nelson are really putting pressure on almost all the facets of the game, getting after the opposition at the breakdown and making it a real tough contest for them. You see there, even at the scrum now, just putting a little pressure, and that pays across the board, and it puts you under pressure as a team and on the back foot, and skills get executed and under pressure. And as you see there, from the scrum through from the defensive press, Nelson applying pressure and getting the reward of possession in the red zone or just outside of it.
When you see a good defensive team in Sevens, it's amazing how they make the field look small, and you don't see spaces all of a sudden, whereas normally there are acres of space on a Sevens field.
Yeah, 100%, and it's working in groups of three. Making sure you're connected to the guys inside and outside of you, and you're putting the ball handler under pressure to make that decision. But here we're on an attack, breaking down the blind side, and there's a bit of space here, and on the shoulder, that's great support play. And this guy has scored a number of tries.
Mikey Morrison.
Yeah, he's a dangerous finisher, and he runs that support line so well.
Finn Kilworthy setting that try up. And the second day of a Sevens tournament is so unpredictable because of how the body feels and how that can affect a team's physical state, but more their enthusiasm and their mental state.
Yeah, I think day two of a tournament with the teams I've worked with in the past, it's about having that mental energy when you go behind or you're in those tough moments. And St Paul's definitely find themselves in this scenario, and they've got to find just an opportunity, just a moment to get themselves back in the game, or this could run away from them.
Good chase from Nelson. A good take from Bethel again. He's been brilliant at the start of day two, Jacob Bethel.
Just that energy to get back on the feet and defend from the number 15 at Nelson, Dane Lapima.
Not now, Blue!
He's found some space around the fringes. He needs to get support and play through that area. Oh, but he's back on his feet. Could this be the moment they're looking for to get up the field and feel some pressure?
Still going, Andres Hadjalozu. They need more time on the ball for Hadjalozu. He's a dangerous runner, so to Newsham, and there's a clean pair of heels from Newsham. He's looking to take on the sweeper. Zach Newsham. Tracking back was brilliant from Kilworthy. Can St Paul's arrive in time? Salmaki just knocking on as he tried to pinch the ball, but that was a fine attack, the best of the game from St Paul's.
And this is definitely their moment to get themselves back in this game, and we see now some changes from Nelson to bring the energy up in this defensive set. But this is the opportunity for St Paul's to take. And it's going to be interesting what they're going to play here. I think it's quite clear they've narrowed up and attacked around the breakdown a bit more in the second half. I think Nelson are looking to fill the pitch defensively and apply that pressure in the wider channels. And I think they're going, look, it's pretty bad conditions. Let's use it to our strength and be very direct. And they've got a reward there. And let's hope they can execute something to keep this game interesting.
Time back on, knocked on after counter work. Back ball. Crouch. Bind. Set. Leaving Blue.
Bethel under pressure. Salmaki, well, just picking that up out of the scrum. It's going to be a penalty to St Paul's, and maybe a first score for them here as Palmer, the captain, drives hard.
No blue,
Two players needed to pull him down. The pass and give should do it for St Paul's.
And that's what they needed to get back in this game.
Charlie White with the try.
Great execution there, just on that 2v1. It's an underrated skill, but in those red zone areas, sometimes you get that player one in, just holds the ball a little bit too long or gets a bit greedy, and it's nice to see him put his teammate in the corner. I was unlucky on that kick. It was a great effort.
Yeah, no problem with the distance for Alex Palmer.
So these are one of them kickoffs now where you've got to go and get it. You've got to go and back yourself, count your steps, take off, and real put pressure. And one thing I have seen with the Nelson guys, which not many do, is that one-man lift. So I think it's going to be pinpoint accuracy for this kick, but then also for the player chasing to get off the air and put pressure, making sure someone works beyond the ball as well and try and regather.
Palmer goes long. Forward. With space to size up the St Paul's defence, switches on the edge.
Straight off the eastern touch of the ball.
Penalty to the Londoners. Tackle on Palmer.
He's led by example the second half, the captain Palmer. That's the third or fourth big carry.
Billy Davis, Bethel, Ned Beaumont and Hajalozu. Again, he's a real tricky customer. He's on the books or being scouted by Cyprus at the moment for their national side. You can see why. Beaumont, back to Hajalozu.
Get out of the way, Blue. Advantage.
I think it might be a tough decision for the referee there in the red zone. It's the third penalty in a row. Good press from Nelson.
There's Palmer, jinking, big frame of a boy, but he's swift with his feet. Beaumont, and Bethel gets on the outside here. If he can draw Hajalozu.
No advantage, that's on ball.
Salmaki.
Not rolling.
Lined up Jacob Bethel from a long way off here, and that is going to take a little bit of extra time to come back from.
Thundering hit there from Salmaki. Thundering hit, and he does definitely take a moment there. But, you know, St Paul's are in this game now. They've changed their tactics. They're up in the red zone, and they're putting, you know, disciplined pressure on the referee. That's 3 red zone penalties, and I think Salmaki, he's probably 2 of them there. And this set is going to be a big moment in the game. If St Paul's can score here and convert, it's going to be an interesting last few minutes.
Lost picture here, guys. Lost picture here. Lost picture. Well, Jacob Bethel is just being helped off the pitch by his coaches, and looks to be clutching his rib cage. It was a big old hit on him. His team carry on with the penalty.
Advantage,
Palmer.
no arms, blue 10.
A great powerful carry by Palmer again. And that's a big defensive moment, but that's a great offload.
Leave it, release.
These are the moments that St Paul's need in order to get right back into this contest. Score has to come now. And here is the try scorer.
Don't pull him over.
Charlie White does well again. Little juggle in the midfield, but Fitzpatrick held on. Salmaki again is
No advantage, we'll have the pen here.
causing problems on that edge.
Yeah, and this is the card.
In that tackle.
So this is that moment. 7v6 is huge in sevens when you lose a player. It's a real lung-busting 2 minutes. Real lung-busting 2 minutes for the defensive side here. And if St Paul's can put this one in, there's going to be a minute and a half where this game's in the balance.
So with St Paul's,
Tackle, release, Blue.
Quick ball.
7 on 6. Yeah, it's going to come back here, isn't it? Try score again, White, but he knows he's not got the legs there. Nelson College come pouring through. And White
blue and black.
kicks it away from Nelson College. Yeah. St Paul's left it a little late to come back into things, but the way they did shows what they're made of. And in this group, it may be a little trickier than it might have seemed this morning, because Nelson College were pushed there by St Paul's, and they'll be pushed in their other groups, but they really are a team to watch, Gareth.
100% Nelson. They've got a lot of components that are strong. The energy's still high, and I think there's 2 or 3 players there that would be high on any club's scouting plan. So yeah, well done to Nelson, but also well done to St Paul's for sticking in that fight.
So our next match on, we're into Hymers College against St Peter's York, and that'll be coming up in a matter of seconds in the under-18 Vars.
Sorry.
St Peter's against Hymers College, and St Peter's kicking us off. Hymers fielding the ball well and then moving the ball swiftly in these tricky conditions this morning. Break from Jack Walker. And there's Jeremy Obo. And boots a ball really for the first time today. We didn't see much of this in the first game on, but Hymers looking to pressure the sweeper. Well read by St Peter's. That's a good fend to warm up the shoulders early on the next gen pitch. Today RE2. Oh, it's just out of the clutches, and this is a chance for Hymers and Obo.
Please make sure we got the ball, all right? Red, make sure he's got the ball. He's going to go for him, all right? Knock on by Brown, scrum down. Red ball. Burn, stable gentlemen, and keep your balance. Crouch! Bind!
Alex Edward, the Hymers scrum half.
If you're unsure, try the back of his shirt.
Waiting
Right,
for
his shorts isn't part of it, right? Crouch!
waiting for a clean scrummage.
Bind! Set! Out!
Good pass away from Edward, and little switch on the end, and here come Hymers into the 22, onto the sweeper. Good defence from St Peter's.
Whoa! Ball's out, that's fine. Good job, 10.
Jack Walker again, holding the ball up, sucking a few players onto him and slipping the pass nicely to Rizvi. Back to Walker. Decides he doesn't have what it takes down that side, so gives it to his teammates on the left, and they are waiting to unleash themselves here.
Roll! Advantage. Not rolling.
Down the blind side. Hymers is Harry
Not rolling. That's good.
Merla. And there's Obo. Flicks it out the back. It's good possession play at the moment until, of course, that point for Jack Walker. It's a shame for Hymers. Promising beginning.
10, fair enough. By the way, sir's fine, don't panic, all right? There is fine. First knock on by red. Come down. Great rugby, gentlemen. Keep up.
St. Peter's scrum.
Bind. Set.
It's still 0-0 between these two. First group game of the day.
Back.
And the top qualifier from this group will go through to the plate competition. And everyone wants to be in that. Obo jinking and then looping it over. Rizvi.
Advantage high.
Support from Parker.
No advantage, come and gentlemen. High tackle by Brown. Line, fellas.
And it is all Hymers early on against St. Peter's. They've steadily worked their way forward. Charlie Cook goes back to the left-hand side. Little slip pass, that was nicely done.
Release.
Alex Edward on the ball there. Walker gets involved again.
Keep the
Onto
ball.
Obo.
Don't panic. Step 12. Thank you.
St. Peter's cramming that left-hand side to blockade Hymers. And Cook just dicing with the defence and then unleashing those outside him. St. Peter's have watched them well. Really good defence. Not committing to the options Hymers were trying to create, waiting for them to make their move before committing themselves in defence.
Right. Come down. It was knocked on first by red. Come down. Bramble. Crouch! Bind! Set! Yes!
Hymers steal it. And here's Jeremy Obo. Drifting off defenders and then looking for the gap.
Bro! No! No! Let go!
Good run from the number 12. And Hymers set themselves deep because they know they have some hefty carriers this way. One of them Walker, but he doesn't want to take contact. Now he's there to ensure it's still their ball. Cook. Over to Rizvi. Gets away from the first. Rif Rizvi powering towards the line. And Hymers are there. And that brings cheers from their bench. Working so hard to find the smallest of opportunities.
Get back, please. Thank you.
But in Riv Rizvi, they had the man to dive into the mud and get the first points.
That's fine, don't worry. 1 minute to go. Yeah, just let the lads know, sirs. Fine, 9.
5 points to 0, conversion missed, but a brilliant start from Hymers. Ultra competitive group which these two teams find themselves in this morning in the second qualification group for the knockout stages. They had to win their group and an elimination round yesterday in order to book a day 2, which both schools did, and now they find themselves up against RGS Newcastle and St Edward's Oxford. So starting well on day 1 with a win is even more important than it was on day 1. Because at this level, the schools are unforgiving as they look to book a knockout place. Jeremy Obo keeps it in 2 hands, and that just stalls the defence. And it comes back to Walker, who cuts a hard line. Now he looks to go in on the defence with his weight on the game. Parker. Now Walker keeps it alive. Flips it back on the inside. Hymers go again for number 2.
Keep it going, chaps. It's great rugby.
Well, it took them all of 4 minutes, most of that first half, to get the first try, but then they had a second in quick fire succession. And half time, Hymers in control against St Peter's York.
Play the Premiership. If I bang out everything.
Hymers get us back underway. But the first mistake from Hymers College, and it's given St Peter's a great chance, and they have time after time proved what good ball players they are and how the school produces excellent individuals in this game, and every so often a team which can go all the way to national finals and lift silverware. We've seen that from St Peter's York in previous seasons. Not just in sevens, but 15s as well.
Right, you keep it out of the channel, you stay by the mark, all right?
But here, for the big one, it is always so hard, and no team will get to the final and lift silverware today without a hefty slice of luck or rub of the green.
versus Symonds on 3, Bromsgrove versus Sherborne on 4, Malvern versus Reading Bluecoat on 5, Cheltenham versus Bryanston on 6, and Radley versus Ipswich on 7. Those matches in the Vars tournament.
Hymers really had to fight through yesterday, and those watching on will know all about that, I'm sure. 3 victories which weren't exactly convincing. They had to fight so hard. It was a draw first off against King Edward's for Hymers, then they beat Lancaster Royal Grammar School and Glenallan's College as well. So they were toughened up from day one. And they've taken their chances here, and they're looking to shut out St Peter's, but there's space here for St Peter's, and they're away. Brilliant speed on this left wing. The support on the inside as well. Ridsby won't get there. St Peter's on the board. Just what they needed. Well, set move, really the first opportunity they've created, and they execute well here. Big fend and great support on the inside here. Try being scored.
Good morning, an announcement now.
So right back in the ball game. Walker, that's a speculative punch that's gone forward and will only work for St Peter's here. And now they're looking for a second score, maybe here. St Peter's into the corner. A quick fire double.
RE2, Wellington College versus Whitby's Mount School on 3.
And we have to apologise because the number 11 for St Peter's, the only player who we don't have on our team sheet to name him. At home, you'll all be screaming his name, I'm sure. Excellent wheels from number 11. Reigate waits for the ball here. 12 points all now. And with the teams in this group getting off to that winning start so important, Hymers have just let that impetus slip, and St Peter's storming into this now. Elias Smith taking it, but Hymers have it back. Great take in the air from Smith. Soaring from the restart.
That's the point. If you bang everything out, you're late. I'm just mindful of that, and I don't have to scrum.
Manchester! Manchester! Manchester!
Thank you for squaring up. It's funny what happens if you do, isn't it? Right, pick up. All fine, you stay there. You move the foot back. You haven't yet, you. Right, stay there. Lovely. Crouch! Bind! Set!
Hymers straight to Rizzi, and he's away. The speedster has the sweeper to beat here, sizes up his options, takes him on himself and is dashed into touch. Great tackle. Reigate, the sweeper for St Peter's, saves his team against this lightning speed winger.
No, but it was out of a tackle. All right. Okay, thank you. Got the line out. Time on. 2 minutes. He's all right there. He's all right. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah.
12 points apiece. It may be early morning, but these are the moments that may well decide who tops this group. Whoever keeps their focus the most over the next minute and 15 seconds. It may get paid back to them in spades later on in this competition.
It was after you, don't worry. You were fine.
Hymers have knocked it on.
There's a knock on in the tackle, okay? You wouldn't see it from over there. It was fair contest. Yeah. So scrum down.
So St Peter's with about 90 metres or so to go from this position.
Crouch!
They've shown how quickly they can strike.
Set! No, leave it.
Solid
Good,
scrum,
good.
but not
Thank you.
quite the clean ball that St Peter's would have wanted. They have it anyway. And they go to the line with Reigate. And they go back to that blind side where there are 5 Hymers players, so no options at all to get round them. Have to just take the ball. Hymers have launched an excellent counter there. Brilliant defence, isn't it? Enough pressure on the left-hand side of the pitch to force St Peter's to go back to the right. And they had a trap waiting. So here come Hymers. Can they have the final say in this match? Over to this right wing, there's Obo, who's waiting and looking and lurking.
High tackle by Brown. Last play, my watch is gone. Last play. You caught, right, post gold.
So what do Hymers here do?
No, right, play.
Discussion about the posts. They say no. Welton
Come on, please, 9.
is waiting for the ball here. Henry Welton goes into contact. Can he present it? St Peter's players diving all over the ball. Then the next wave right through the middle. Nothing fancy about this from Hymers. A metre away. Alex Edward goes to the right. It's pinched off him, but penalty coming. And Hymers here are so close to a win which may define their day. And therefore, whether they go through from this second day group. And we are gathering fans across RE2 here to see how this one will end. Little jink on the outside, back to the inside, it's still alive. Claimed well by Welton. Edward Looks to the right wing. Little slip back here to Obo. And his support there, enough support if they can get it back, or whether the referee decides it's held up. St Peter's with some sterling defence.
Wait. You are over the lightest part of the in goal. It is held up. So that is full time. Thank you.
There we go. It's another draw for Hymers College. They started yesterday with a draw. They got through that and progressed to the group. And it's, on reflection, a fair result. They met each other head on, these two. And Hymers College and St Peter's York starting things with a 12 points all draw.
This is a call for Whitecliff in the girls under 14s tournament. If you're on site, you should be playing a match on RE2 now. This is a call for Whitecliff. Apologies, that's RE1. Match on RE1. Whitecliff should be playing now if you're on site.
Reigate Grammar School now on our screens against Salesian School from Chertsey. Reigate will get us underway, and we're switching to the under-14 girls competition, and we also have a very young referee as well today, who was playing yesterday. Joe Skinner is in the centre today. He was a player himself just on these fields 24 hours ago, and now donning the referee shirt. So it's great to have you with us, Joe Skinner. And it's great to have under-14 girls action on our screens too, as Salesian gets straight into the action here, and Reigate putting in an aggressive tackle right on the gain line. But Salesian with the ball in two hands, getting off to a very composed beginning. And players lining up in support here. And there's a great width being held on the ball by the winger, but Salesian's players decide to just engage that defence and then look to the blind side. Now it gets to the wing, and this is good speed here. Reigate tracking back nicely. Still with Salesian. Great beginning from Salesian. Oh, good speed to then stay in. Excellent feet on the touchline, dancing all the way through. Salesian with their first try of the day at Rosslyn Park. And they went through the phases. They went through the hands, and then they found the fast feet of their number 7. Try scored by number 7, Katie De Gregorio. And it was a really fine effort. So attempt on goal here to try and convert it. Difficult angle to play with. This was it from De Gregorio. Great speed, and then she stayed in on the edge. That was the important part. And hitting the gas to go through the middle. But De Gregorio kicks us off, and Reigate now with their chance to run with the ball for the first time here on these amazingly historic Sevens pitches, and off we go. Reigate Grammar School have come to Rosslyn Park to play, and that's a lovely riposte. Speeding away from the defence and going in from 50 metres. So 5 points each. And Reigate showing the alternative route to the try line, the direct one. So simple here. First contact, out of the tackle twice, and hitting the gas through the middle. It's a textbook 7 score. On the way up here today, I drove past Reigate Grammar School in their bus on the A3. And here they are. And they're making their time on RE2 counts, but so too Salesian. Have a lot of power in this team. Just can't risk the pass there. Now she can, and that's a sensible play. One on the floor by Jasmine Hettican. And here goes De Gregorio again, rounding those blue shirts and eating up the yards. Katie De Gregorio gets a second.
Stand front or behind, quicker. Stand here, drop it, kick it, yeah, from here or from like this line, drop it. Drop it as it backs back up.
Well, Joe Skinner, the referee, just offering a bit of advice because, of course, in sevens, it is all about the drop goal to convert, and it's not something you necessarily practice all that much unless it's your day job as a player. De Gregorio's speed is so good, and the sprinting arms coming out to ease her way to the try line. Salesian College 2 tries up, but Reigate now with the ball, although that's knocked on, and it's a tough one because she could have gone left or right from that position, and Reigate might have been off and running again.
Approach. Bind. Set. Back up, back up. Back up.
And just a reminder for those of you tuning in to follow our coverage for some of the games that are coming up soon. The next game on this pitch is under-14 girls competition, Pool D, Bryn Calenog, comprehensive against Robert Clack. And then after that, it's St Paul's against Stowe in the under-18 Vars. So if you're joining for that, then do stay with us. That'll be coming up shortly. Here is Amelie Baker going left and right, finding friends nearby.
That's fine, rocker not formed.
Reigate working it to the edge. Not safely enough through the hands. Our stream today, by the way, sponsored by the Irish Qualified IRFU system for sourcing players to come through Irish pathways. If you're down at Rosslyn Park today, make sure you stop by their tent if you've got any Irish ancestry or anything you can think of through your family tree. Give them a visit.
Who's in? Who's out?
Salesian and Amelie Baker with good ball here and good power from Baker through a couple of tackles, and then she looks for the offload. De Gregorio can't take it, so knocking on. Reigate with a reprieve, and we are edging on half-time here. So last chance for Reigate, but in the hands of their speedster. She has one try today, gets the offload. That's nicely done. Two players sucked into contact, and Reigate do keep it alive. Really good chance here for Reigate Grammar School. Super pass out to the wing.
Went back again.
Salesian though, they've knocked it on, so that'll be half-time.
There's a knock on. Gone down. No.
Well, maybe it won't be half-time.
Okay. Here's the last bit, okay? Last bit. Thank you on this side.
Gives Reigate another chance. That's a chance they might be able to take with some strong field position and scrummaging.
Who's out?
Looping round the scrum half and looking for space, getting past the first tackler and offloading. Oh no, that was unfortunate for Reigate Grammar School, but they have shown what they're about. Both teams have today. Salesian in the lead by 2 tries to 1. Another 7 minutes of play coming up here on RE2. Can Reigate turn it around?
Pitch 1, Orleans Park versus Clifton. On RE2, Bryn Calenog versus Robert Clack. On RE3, Seaford College versus St David's College. On RE4, Wellington School versus Oakham School. On RE5, Haverfordwest versus Garth. And on RE6, Langley School versus Trinity Sevenoaks. Those games should get underway at 11 o'clock. Please meet your referees at the pitch side ahead of kick-off.
Salesian kicking it short. Reigate dealing with that well, and then just chipping it over. Interesting tactic, and then hacking it through. And Salesian's De Gregorio's gone back, and now she has the ball, and there's speed going to be put on things again here, and rounding the last player, and De Gregorio is away, and it's a hat-trick at Rosslyn Park for Katie De Gregorio. And it's a hat-trick of real class and swerving, slaloming ability. Such a dangerous player on a sevens field. So 15 points to 5 now. Reigate changing the tactic and just chipping over the top initially, but once De Gregorio had it in her hands, there was only going to be one outcome, wasn't there? Great speed. Not a lot you can do as Reigate Grammar School in that situation, when it has gone to your opponent's best player and she's got space and speed like that. It is very, very difficult. Reigate will go through the hands here, and now to their speedster. Looks for the supporting line inside. And we'll have a Reigate Grammar School line out here.
Very closer, one step closer. Yeah.
So Reigate keep their ball, but then Salesian have got it back on their side, and they're driving hard through the 5-metre channel. And now looking to be a bit more expansive here. There are supporting numbers to the right, and that's where they go. Along the line to Lucy Wood. And De Gregorio again, and she immediately looks to the green space outside, and here's why. In the sun, Salesian College enjoying themselves, and De Gregorio adding a 4th try.
Stand anywhere on this line. Stand at the edge of this line.
Lucy Wood's drive initially punctured the defence, and then there was good quick ball over to Gregorio. And she just leans in like a high-speed train, tilting her way through the numbers. And with 4 minutes to play, Salesian may be looking to add a little gloss to the scoreline. But Reigate looking to play, and that's great to see. Keeping their width, pass doesn't go to hand. Back with the Chertsey school. That's a good fend, isn't it? Just keeping some space between her and her opponent. Good steal on the floor, almost. And Salesian's Baker goes off and keeping it in 2 hands, and that's wonderful to see, and the way she's going to keep that alive for Wood. Interlinking play from Salesian. They know where the speed is here, don't they? As we all do. De Gregorio tracking back, then looking to go round Reigate, through Reigate, and all the way through. Katie De Gregorio with a masterclass in cutting through numbers and opening up a team. A 5th try for De Gregorio today. And this one really special, actually, because she had to use all manner of her talents here. Firstly, the vision to see where the space was, and then the speed to go rounded, and a swerve, a bit of physical ability to beat the tackle, and then the dodge at the end. That's a good kickoff and a good take from Reigate. Immediately looking to spread the play, but Wood is now with her hands on the ball. And Salesian have a nice setup now. They're really well spaced in their back line. Back and then forward. That's Evie Highlands in the number 18 jersey. So 30 seconds remaining, maybe a chance for Salesian to score another. All points coming from Katie Di Gregorio so far. And surely her mates are looking to get it on the action. That's good hands as well, isn't it? Now they'll look for a bit of space here, and Amelie Baker pins her ears back and goes in. Baker, after all her running in the tighter spaces in this match, looks for the green grass on the outside. One of the best tries. It's certainly one of the best handling tries we've seen, because each time they're keeping it alive out of contact until it reaches Baker, and then she thinks there's enough speed in her legs to get her round. Perfectly judged to just go 10 metres, allowing the chase to get on to Reigate, who have kept at it in this second half, and that's a good drive forward to halfway. Juggling with it to keep it alive, and making sure that whatever happens, they keep it alive, because you never know in sevens, if you just keep the ball, the opposition can run out of numbers, and perhaps Reigate can come here. Brilliant pass under pressure. Now there's space up to the halfway, looking for support. And the player's not held here, and escaping down the touchline go Reigate, stepping in the inside. Good tackle from Wood. There's the support. Needs to stay with her teammates. Instead, Baker has looked for the intercept, and that has done just enough to settle things down. But my goodness, Reigate Grammar School stuck to their task against Salesian School from Chertsey, who with 5 tries from Katie Di Gregorio were, in the end, and well, from the start actually, they were simply too hot to handle. And Reigate Grammar did well just to play their game, make sure that they enjoyed themselves on RE2. And it's ended 30 points to 5 to Salesian School. Our next match on this main pitch here, Bryn Calenog Comprehensive School from just outside Cardiff against Robert Clack in the girls under 14 competition. And after that, St Paul's against Stowe in the under 18 Vars competition. Bryn Calenog, comprehensive, in the blue. And Robert Clack School are in the pink and blue. So the light blues against the rouge tinted darker blues. And as is traditional at Rosslyn Park, rock, paper, scissors to see who starts and kicks off. Bryn Calenog, comprehensive. We saw them on our screens yesterday in the under-16 girls competition. They got to the quarterfinals, the under-16s, and the under-14s begin their campaign. That's a good kickoff, isn't it? Into the sun. So difficult to take for Robert Clack, who are from North London. It's a really good beginning for the Welsh school. Because the sun, although it's just dipped in the last seconds, at kickoff was right in the eyes of Robert Clack.
Crouch, bind, set.
So we have been given team sheets here by by Bryn Calenog, but only the first names of these players. So this is Sienna, and Sienna swerving and scoring. Bryn Calenog with a brilliant score, work to the wing, and the cutting, jagging angles of their number 10, Sienna. Superb. Let's take another look at this. Put in by Bella. Good scrum from her pack, and then Sienna sweeping from right to left on the outside initially, and just knowing that life will be so much easier for her kicker if she can go under the posts.
Don't worry about it. Ball to kick off. Need the ball to kick off. Guys, it's your kick off. Scorer kicks. Okay.
Bryn Calenog will get us back underway. Another difficult kick because it's going to bounce a few times before it reaches Robert Clack hands.
Don't tackle her without the ball, please.
A penalty to Robert Clack,
The other way.
because Bryn Calenog
Blue tackling.
tackling before the ball had been picked up by their opponents. So here come Robert Clack. First chance to see how they do today. High tackle.
High tackle.
So penalty. That's another good drive from Robert Clack. Good off the floor as well. Now they're building nicely. Engaging the defence with numbers outside, but still looking to physically challenge the Welsh school. It's offloading off the floor, intercepted however. Bryn Calenog looking to go to the right wing and then chipping it up
forward.
To keep it alive.
Blue, scrum, red. 5 metres, please, if you're not in. Crouch, bind, set.
So on halfway, perhaps Robert Clack here can launch a similar set-piece move as Bryn Calenog did. But they're under pressure, aren't they, having to go back, and it's so difficult from this position to work your way forward, but Robert Clack have done that well.
Release it. Tackle there.
Good hands here, spun along, and then on the inside goes Roxy.
Play it, it's when you're ready.
Roxy supported by Sienna. To Bella, and now it's a little bit further along the line and in the hands of CJ, and CJ is back on the inside again, fending and sauntering forward. Bryn Calenog with a great score. Not easy, is it, to kick from the other side of the rope cordoning off the pitch. Great hands here, and every player knowing where the space is, and CJ backing herself to initially go outside, dusting off the first defender and then just swerving through. So a really good start by Bryn Calenog. In this group stage game this morning in the under-14 girls competition, but this is also such good experience for both sets of players to be playing at Rosslyn Park in competition against players they won't have played against before,
In touch. Line blue.
against styles of play that they might not have encountered before. Each school operating a little differently in that regard. One of those schools we were most impressed with in the last game, Salesian, just watching on here.
Go 10, please. Another one.
Just having a look at what other rivals are like in groups. We're in Group Pool D here.
Fly half. Oh, one more for me. One back. And one of you needs to come in here, please. Come closer. That's fine. Down the middle when you're ready. Okay, here we go. Uncontested.
Good lift in the line out, and then back to Bella. Sienna's dropped it, but it's gone backwards. Robert Clack looking to spoil and doing really well, coming through well. CJ still somehow in possession of Bryn Calenog, not now.
Play on.
Good carry here. Excellent fend.
Talk it.
Staying upright as well. Real handful, and Robert Clack might
Tackle here again.
have spaces here if they can connect.
She wasn't tackled.
Still on their side, and this is another good chance for a rumble here, but it's going to be kept alive this time. Excellent offload. Good handoff too, and Robert Clack here showing what they're about. They're muscling their way through, Bryn Calenog numbers, but being drawn into a really tight game when there's a few spaces out wide. If they can get the ball to their players out wide, back over the halfway, that might give an opportunity. It's more tackling though coming in from Bryn Calenog. Almost escaping.
It's fine.
But searching for support after contact is excellent from Robert Clack.
20 go.
And that's why they're just enjoying so much possession at the moment. And there's space here. Now this is a great chance for Robert Clack. And they're into and up to the 22. There's support. Good tackle from Bryn Calenog. But now there's another chance. Robert Clack unable to power through those covering defenders, but a great piece of play for Robert Clack. The North Londoners matching their Welsh counterparts for the way they kept it alive, and then for putting speed on the ball.
Behind. That's good. And get those two with you. That's fine. You don't mind throwing it down where they are, please. Good there. Okay, down the middle where they are, please. Okay, thank you.
Good line out. Taken though by Robert Clack. Half-time knocking. Can Robert Clack get on the board? The North Londoners are coming. Off the floor. Now there's a chance. Defensive effort is huge from Bryn Calenog. But Robert Clack working hard in attack as well. Then off the floor. What a boost it would be if they could get on the score sheet here. Changes the face of this game. Big power run, but the rip is good from Bella.
No advantage to red. Come back to the scrum. No advantage to red. Scrum back. We've lost forward in the line. Scrum in 15.
Still going to
Here's the mark, red
have
ball.
time here. We're 9 minutes into the half.
Half time.
Well, actually, it will be called there. So Robert Clack unable to get on the score sheet, but a really good showing towards the end of that first half. This encounter is really hotting up. Bryn Calenog, the early pace setters, but the way Robert Clack came back into it in the first half, even though they didn't score, might be indicative of how this second half will play out. Got into the game now. They've got themselves used to Rosslyn Park and they are hunting down Bryn Calenog in defence. Tap to CJ, and CJ can move. Another line out to face, and there is a wind now coming across RE2, which won't make this easy. Seen lifting in this game earlier. Now just a two-person line out, as you see in sevens. Quite, so Robert Clacker here with advantage, and good off the floor again. And if they can go through the phases as they did in the first half, they'll be dangerous here. Good spin out of the contact. There's support on the left. Pull back. Desperate tackle from Faith.
The ball's gone forward in the tackle. It's a scrum, please. The ball went forward in the tackle. Scrum, please. Blue ball. Here's your mark. Only 5 metres away there this time. Okay. Crouch. Oh, you want to go on that side? Normally you would. Bind. So that side.
Well, just whilst we've got a break in proceedings, a shout out to our sponsors today. Limitless are the Next Gen 15 kit supplier, and what a great job they do of making sure that everyone here is warm enough pitch side.
Crouch.
As we bring coverage of the day.
Bind.
We'll have limitless ambassadors in the commentary booth later on as well. Kevin Maggs, I'm sure, will speak to Alex Good yesterday. But Bryn Calenog here have ruined the scrum and are now looking to storm the Robert Clack castle again. Good hands under pressure, that was really nice. On to Faith. She's hit hard.
Tackle!
Robert Clack getting better and better as this game goes on.
You were on the wrong side, you had to come round. I'll tell you afterwards. Release it! Good.
Sienna. CJ. Dive down on the ball. Robert Clack with the ball here. Now can they score? They've threatened so many times. But Bryn Calenog again swarming over it, kept alive. There were numbers away to the right, but Robert Clack goes straight. Now looking for the offload. The offload game is excellent from Robert Clack. And still they come, every player making yards. And now they're going to spread it along the line. This is excellent distribution.
Fine.
And offloading ability. And you have to say the tackling too from Bryn Calenog, maybe now for Robert Clack. They're being shut down again, but it's still there, the knock-on, inches away. Bryn Calenog's defence has been excellent. Locking out Robert Clack for 12.5 minutes of this game when they've done more than enough work to cross the line. Still haven't been able to, but they're getting closer. And there's still time in this game if they can cross here, if they can hook the ball at the scrum, overpower Bryn Calenog and score. There's time in this match.
Crouch. Bind on the shirt. Grip it. Set. Yeah, it's going to take it. Yeah.
Bella feeds the scrum. Kicked away by Sienna and kicked long. And Robert Clack going back and doing really well. Excellent balance to then spot the space. That's brilliant from Robert Clack's number 10. And pinched on the floor by Bryn Calenog now. 30 seconds remaining in the second half. Robert Clack fighting for every moment.
It's your teammate.
And Bryn Calenog here have space. And they're going to exploit that space with Sienna, who's away. A chase on here from halfway. Sienna looking for the second try for herself, her third for her team, and that puts the cap on the victory.
Last kick. Kick it infield, please. Last kick. Last.
Bryn Calenog brilliance to round out the match. Well, if you're just tuning in and you're expecting to see Stowe against St Paul's now, we're running a little behind, but Stowe against St Paul's is the next match on here. So that is coming up in a matter of minutes. But in the under-14 girls competition, a great match. One of the most enjoyable over the first day and a morning now. That was excellent from both teams. Robert Clack against Bryn Calenog Comprehensive School. 15 points to 0 to Bryn Calenog. And their day continues now, but on other pitches, but well played to both teams.
Well, good late morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens tournament. We're back in action for the second phase of the Vars competition. This is where things get a little bit tasty on Tuesday. And it's Stowe for you.
Knock forward, guys, okay.
Up against St Paul's, two sides who are face to feet already in this second group stage. We, of course, saw St Paul's falling to Nelson College. Now they take it to the line. Mayo. Physical play from here. Mayo loses his shirt completely. Great work to keep the ball alive.
There, guys, playing advantage.
Counter ruck is good, and there's a knock-on in there as well.
Good.
So back comes St Paul's in their famous black.
Tackle release. Good. Advantage is over.
No advantage anymore for St Paul's, but there's a bit of space in the wide channels. Instead, they go to the boot. Don Fitzpatrick goes herring after it. It's still loose. Swept up by Burdett once more. St Paul's just swarming all over that ruck. There's a hand there in the ruck, straight off the floor. So it's a penalty for the black of St Paul's. Well, that was clever by the number 4 Harvey Poole, just making some space for himself. But back comes St Paul's once more into the wide channels. Excellent fend and step by Andres Hadjalodzu. Bit of space perhaps in the wide channel once more, but there's a switch inside by Thomas Dark. And now back to the far side they go. Bit of space in the line now. Excellent offload. Hadjalodzu once more. Just short. Dark at the base. Excellent ball. Must be a try now here. Just 5 metres out. Great cat tackle on Fitzpatrick. Switch around the back to Dark again into the wide channels. Oh, fantastic tackle that is by Poole. What an intervention by Harvey Poole in that wide channel. A huge tackle and a great turnover. And Stowe School are wasting no time. They've already forged a 2-on-1 out there if they can use it. Backwards is the call by the referee. And lovely footwork once more. That time by Noah Cowan. Knock on. So unfortunate. St Paul's might be away. Palmer, the captain, is in the corner and scoring. But the disarray of Stowe. A shout of keep the ball from the players at the Stowe side, and that was their problem there. Almost an excellent breakaway by Noah Cowan, but St Paul's forced a turnover and the captain's intervention by Alex Palmer.
Timing's not too bad for you, okay?
Get St Paul's their second try of the day here
Lads, just put something behind the post.
at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. A windy morning here in southwest London. No extras added, but excellent turn by Cowan to break away. Little hitch kick, beats one man inside, but just one pass too many. Scrappy from these two very impressive rugby institutions, but a great finish. First bit of green space that Stowe have had in that wide channel. Sorry, St Paul's will get us underway once more. Taken really well off the kickoff. That was a great take by Mayo. Simple penalty though, however. Will leave an easy exit for Stowe. They look to inject some pace into the line off the boot of Poole once more. And the chase is on now. Will Plessis tearing after it. Well gathered by Harrison. But it's loose once again. Lost forward. Stowe have it in a great position here. This is really the first time they've been in St Paul's half with any sort of attacking intervention. Lovely footwork, great pace, and Thomas Mayo will equalise. Well, that's a wonderful score. They've barely had a sniff so far, Stowe School, but the first time in this first half that they make their way into St Paul's red zone. They've scored so clinically. Great pressure in the defensive line to force that turnover. Great footwork from Mayo. And unlucky, no extras out of the conversion. It was a great effort this time. Just trying to break away. A little too excited to get the offloads in at this format. And then it was really simple hands, cut out 2 or 3 players. Lovely footwork. Andres Hajlodsu is no slouch, so great work from Mayo to get away from him. Young Cypriot. Well, Stowe will get us underway with a minute to go in this first half. This will be a huge win for either one of these sides. And that ball is just bounced 10. Played in the end by Ned Beaumont. And straight away, St Paul's will take it to an edge. Ooh, a hint of a high tackle there. Seatbelt from Jacob Wells. Quick tap by St Paul's. The captain gets us underway. Palmer swung wide, dark. Little show and go in the wide channels. But not releasing is the call. And the discipline of both these sides letting them down so far. Lovely hands. A wonderful take by Plessis. And he'll go all the way. Will Plessis with a wonderful finish. It was a really testing ball, cutting out 2 defenders.
That'll be half time, guys.
Plessis took it behind him. Composed himself. Gathered his speed. What a lovely finish. And Stowe School have turned this game around. With the added extras, Stowe will go in at half-time with a 12-5 lead over St Paul's. Great work in the breakdown. Wonderful work from Cohen, and then it was Cohen's lovely flash pass over the top of Dark, and great work. Plessis, he gathered it so well, and a lovely score. Well, half-time break gives us a little bit of a chance to talk about the sponsors of today. IQ Rugby. Now they work with the IRFU, the Irish Rugby Football Union, to identify IQ rugby players. That's Irish qualified players who might be looking to take part in not just representing Ireland, but also the Irish Exiles. They've got great connections to the great counties of Ireland, and as well as pathways to the Irish national team. But they're here today, having a little snoop around at who may be qualified for the great nation of Ireland following their Grand Slam victory in the Six Nations. We'll be returning very shortly for the second half here, where St Paul's trail by 12-5 against Stowe School. Well, it will be St Paul's to get us back underway here. A really testing kickoff spilled by Stowe. Exactly what St Paul's needed. It's a really tough kick to gather, and they'll come away with it. Back down the short side they'll go. Charlie White takes contact.
That's great, gone backwards, play on.
Oh, great pressure on the 9 there, but Dark does really well as White comes in to play away, but Stowe have turned it over. Backwards is the call, and Cowan has some work to do. Great shot by White. St Paul's have turned over in the breakdown. With a scrappy start to this second half, both sides just so desperate to turn that ball over, and now St Paul's will come away with it. Great contact by Paul, but Harvey Paul is not released in the tackle. Oh, lovely step once more from the captain, Palmer. Oh, spilled in contact. Play on is the call after being stripped in contact once more. Neither side being able to string together any phases. Now Stowe will look for some width. Oh, that's an excellent run on the wide channel. That's beautiful work. It's that man again, Will Placise. Really fantastic work in the wide channels. So patient, so calm. And a lovely offload once more. And that's another try for Stowe. Wonderful stuff from Will Placise. He's really turned the game around himself. Harvey Poole, I believe, the final try scorer, and Noah Cowan adds the extras. Will Placise just testing, teasing, a big fend there. And Billy Davis, and away he goes. Eventually caught by, that is Thomas Dark in number 2, and then tipped off to Harvey Poole. 2 number 2s on the pitch. Jacob Bethel, I apologise for misidentificating you with your number 2 shirt on as well. So Pools will get us underway. Great pressure off the kickoff once more on Dark. Bit of afters in the wide channel that the referee was not happy with. Pack it in the area, calls the referee. That's exactly the kind of officiating we like to see. Scrum to St Paul's as they were in possession. Well, there's plenty of time still for St Paul's. Jacob Bethel, the under-16, will feed this scrum. And amazingly well to get into this Stowe side. This St Paul's side, sorry. Stowe will be happy with how the game's gone so far. That's a huge counter scrum. Well, excellent work from Bethel to get his hand in there and disrupt. That'll be another scrum. Well, you could possibly go anywhere if you're watching our Next Gen live stream of our RE2, because up next is a huge game. Marlborough College against Monkton Combe, 2 sides who are also yet to win their first game of day 2. That'll be a massive fixture. And 2 very impressive rugby institutions. A testament to the quality of this vase. Great work from Bethel to flick it between his legs. Puts St Paul's under a little bit of pressure, but Palmer's broken the first tackle, the captain, on the loop around. Teasing, really great stuff for St Paul's. Just can't put him down, it's taken 3 men on him. Good work in the ruck perhaps. And in fact he's been done for no releasing. Well, if you get 3 players on 1 in the game of 7s, you're unlikely to keep possession for long. Mayo comes away with it, Stowe's first try scorer, offload to Wellis. Jacob Wells, penalised for not releasing, and great work in the breakdown by both sides. It's most certainly on the short side now for St Paul's, who've got numbers there. White flicks it back inside. Great ball by Palmer. Here's Bethel, gets the ball on quickly. They've got numbers up on this short side. Great offload once more. Hint of a high tackle, and that's what the referee has called it. Josh Thomas will play from the tap. Bethel takes it. Paul's are keen to get the game underway. White, no advantage, a late tackle is the call. So once again Palmer will look to inject some pace into the St Paul's attack. Dips onto Fitzpatrick. Dragged down just short of the 22. Bethel to the toe. Fumbled in the wide channels, but eventually well gathered, and Stowe have a chance now to exit. Just flat across the face of the fence, Stowe ran, and a lovely out the back offload. And White's the last defender, but Mayo may be around him, and Thomas Mayo might cap off this Stowe performance. The first scorer and the last, with just over a minute and a half to go. A lovely finish by Thomas Mayo. Lovely round narrative of Stowe's performance, really. Thomas Mayo to get that 4th try. Points are good. Added the extras. This is just textbook 7s really from Stowe. Just being patient, running it across the face of the defence. A lovely offload. And some great pace from Mayo. Well, Stowe have certainly kept their hopes of competing in the latter stages of the Vase alive with this win here. Their first win of the morning session here at the Rosslyn Park National School 7s. That's a tantalising kick-off, really, from Stowe. They've got a hand in there. Referee says play on. Lovely offload. Away goes Cowan once more. Cowan, Cunningham, dragged down by the captain, Palmer. Hartigan. Once again, St Paul's get involved in the right side of the fields. Hartigan with a tap. Beats the first man. Beats the only man, Ollie Hartigan.
That'll be it, guys.
And as the referee calls time on this fixture, Stowe have really run away with it in this second half. A heavy defeat for St Paul's, who had such a promising day yesterday. Very impressive in their initial group stage, but they've got a mountain to climb now if they wish to take part in the latter stage of this vast competition. Stowe, however, have put themselves in a great position going into their final pool game, which will be broadcast later afternoon, that final round of fixtures. Well, we've got more action from the under-18 Vars next this second pool round. Marlborough College up against Monkton Combe. We'll be live here on RE2 with Next Gen very shortly. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, everybody else, to the exciting fixture we have for you here. Marlborough College up against Monkton Combe in the Vars competition. Both these sides coming off the back of a loss in their first game. Rugby School defeating Monkton Combe by 36 points to 7. Marlborough College went down by just 1 point to Haberdashers Monmouth. Joining me is Chris Roberts from Limitless on co-commentary. Limitless, of course, keeping all of us here at Next Gen very warm in the tumultuous weather here at the Rosslyn Park Sevens. Thank you so much for being with me today, Chris.
Hi, Will. Thanks so much for having me. Amazing occasion. Amazing day one yesterday. The weather is certainly not dampening the spirits. Anyone who's never been to Rosslyn Park, please do get here. Everyone who is here, please enjoy themselves. It's amazing.
Well, some lovely offloads to see at the beginning from Monkton Combe. Another out the back there from Arthur Jones. Little line break by the men in red. And a good KBA once more. Finally stripped in the contact by Marlborough College, who'll come away with it. Brooke. Wilson. Right away they've got a man over, but Wilson takes contact. Lovely offload to Brooke. What a fast start to this game. Brooke shrugs off one man. Betts. Little basketball offload into the wide channels. Hemmelthwaite. Seb Hemmelthwaite will open the scoring for Marlborough College, and that was a little bit too easy for Marlborough, perhaps, considering how impressive Monkton Combe looked in their first attacking set.
No, absolutely, and you can see how the conditions are affecting players having to work really hard. It's really soft underfoot, and sometimes that when you have got that attack time and time again, all it takes is somebody falling off a tackle there. So yeah, they had to work hard for it, but got their just reward for sure.
Max Robinson will add the extras. Well, you can see on the edge of the field on your screen, and I certainly walked through it this morning, where the pitch is looking lovely and green, but the surrounding area has been thoroughly torn up. I think the ground staff have done excellently well to keep the pitches in this condition. But that will be a consistent theme as we go later into the week.
And I think you'll see changes of tactics happening as well. You know, everyone imagines this is wide, beautiful game of sevens, but actually it is a game for all shapes and sizes and different tactics depending on the conditions. You know, you might send some of the bigger boys up the middle to initiate that contact and then look to get the ball wide.
It's a hanging kickoff from Charlie Brook, high and wide, puts Monkton Combe back in their 22 where they failed to break out of earlier.
Release now, tackle!
Still Monkton Combe in possession. Little switch against the grain, looking for the wide channels. It's a great run. It's a great break from Kingsbury. Kingsbury looks to take on the last man. A lovely tackle by Brook. And then knocked on. Well, great defensive set from Marlborough. Now their hands is the call from all sidelines. Josh Uma with the wheels on the outside. One man to beat. Great fend. And lovely support from Woody Wilson, who will score Marlborough's second try. Well, that seems to be Marlborough's tactic so far, is put Monkton Combe in deep into their 22, trust that they can force an error and then counter.
And in sevens, of course, we talk about various tactics, but there's no substitute for pace there, and getting that ball wide. Took the outside, and we talk about the soft conditions, but the winger there made it look really easy, and just rewards, you know, the player being supporting on the inside, worked really hard to get there, and it was really crucial to finishing that off.
Well, the other game going on in this pool at the moment, Haberdashers Monmouth against Rugby School. Rugby School, of course, gearing up for their own big competition on the weekend, so they're a very dangerous side in this Vars competition. We've seen already for their massive 36-7 win over Monkton Combe. Change of tactic, however, from Marlborough College from this kickoff. They've gone short, just grubbering it along the muddy turf. Good physicality from Monkton Combe, however, up to the 15. Patient play from Monkton Combe. And now they take it to the line. Great running from Martindale. What beautiful tap tackle. Martindale's done so well to get the ball away from that defender who's so keen to turn it over. But a great counter ruck. Well, not releasing, I think, will be the final call there. And Brook will get us underway straight away, but just off the mark. What a huge tap tackle that was on Martindale as he was running through.
Well, it was a try saver, wasn't it? You know, amazing effort to bring him down there. And I think what's really interesting, if you look at the breakdown, Marlborough are being very selective at what they do at the breakdown. Sometimes it's not competing, keeping players on the feet, and other times they're being an example. They're selecting to go for the ball and getting the turnover. Really clever play from the Marlborough players there.
Bit of a let-off for Monkton Combe there, however, as the tap penalty didn't leave the hands of Brook. I think we've all been there. Goodman. Little switch play from Kingsbury. Patient stuff from Monkton Combe once more, but when they spot the gap, they will go for it. Lovely offload inside. It's Martindale once more. Two men to bring him down, just in short of Marlborough's 22. Patient play from Goodman once again. Kingsbury with the fend, breaks the first tackle, flung over the top but forward, unfortunately.
And Marlborough being very patient and very considered in defence, but what you'll actually see, you know, Monkton have got to engage that defence. It's very easy for Marlborough just to sit back and just go left to right. They're not going to end up breaking that Marlborough defence down. Monkton are going to have to engage, and actually when they do, particularly with their big man and their rangy players, is when they are breaking down with support on either the inside or the outside.
Well, it's all going Marlborough's way so far. Monkton Combe have spotted the gap on a few occasions as both sides ring in the changes. Off goes the try scorer, Seb Hepplethwaite, of the first try for Marlborough. Straight out the side there. Harlan Hines will have another opportunity to feed this scrum.
Go! Bind! Set!
Hines takes it to the short side himself. Great pace from Harlan Hines, who's got Martindale at his heels, but Hines will beat him. Hines could go all the way here. And that's a lovely finish. You spoke earlier about there being no substitute for pace in the game of sevens. Been executed quite brilliantly in front of us here.
Absolutely, and the Monkton player gave all he had. Unfortunately, it was just that little bit of extra pace at the end to take him all the way from that scrum. Lovely individual try.
Well, Brook will look to add the extras, but Marlborough College could be going in 21 points to 0 here over Monkton Combe.
And of course, we talk about tries being so important, but actually its conversions are absolutely vital. You know, more often than not, we talk about this magic 21-point mark in sevens that it's very, very difficult to come back from. And that try under the sticks made that conversion very easy. It's taken Marlborough up to that 21-0.
Marlborough College know all about that following their 21-20 defeat to Haberdashers Monmouth in the last game, where they scored one more try and still managed to end up losing that fixture. So I think that's definitely a question that's been asked of them. Well, that'll bring us to half-time here at Marlborough College, 21-0 up against Monkton Combe. Monkton Combe with a mountain to climb if they want to get their VAR's second phase ambitions back on track. But this is exactly the kind of performance that Marlborough College needed going into their huge game against Rugby School at 1 o'clock. While we're here, we'll talk a little bit more about Limitless. And well, I've been wearing Limitless clothing for as long as I've been with Next Gen, which has been great stuff. But how excited are Limitless to be here at the Rosslyn Park Sevens, which is a great...
I think to say we're excited is an understatement. We had obviously day one yesterday. We had day one yesterday, and I was losing my voice last night. It was non-stop talking, and the rugby community is amazing. So it was coaches, it was friends, but of course, you know, we're here to talk about Stash and talk about limitless kit, something we're very, very passionate about. It's amazing to be associated with a partnership with Next Gen, a company that is doing amazing things for schools rugby and school sport. We operate exclusively within schools at the moment, and it's amazing to see so much of the kit here. And again, it was just extending our partnership with an amazing brand like the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens, and we hope to speak to a lot more people and show what we're doing. You know, on a personal level, we've put a lot of effort into our top rugby shirt over the last few months, and we're getting some amazing feedback, and it's amazing for people to come and actually see it in the flesh on the corner of RE1.
Well, that's absolutely the case. I remember being at Rosslyn Park myself and spent half my day running around staring at everyone else's stash and thinking, oh, when am my school going to bring them in? Lovely to have Limitless here. Thank you so much for being with us, Chris. As Monkton Combe might be in trouble right in the early stages. It was great work from Marlborough College. Went steaming down that far side. But it's that man again, Joe Martindale, with a huge covering tackle.
Yeah, absolutely crucial. You felt if Marlborough had scored then that it would have been a real cliff to climb up for Monkton Combe. You do feel they're going to have to be the first one to score in the second half if they're going to stay in this match.
Goodman will have this line-out throw. Just short, so unfortunate that it hasn't reached the 5-metre mark, I believe, so free kick.
Free kick, never went 5 metres.
Such a tough penalty to concede. Ebblethwaite. Lovely step once more from Marlborough College. Betts. Ebblethwaite once more. A little bit too simple for Marlborough. And you said the next score was crucial. This is quite a comeback that Monkton Combe would have to stage at this point in the game.
Absolutely, and of course, you know, it only takes 30 seconds to score a try, so technically there is time, but it's much harder when you've got a side like Marlborough in front of you. They've got the bit between their teeth. That score is going to make it very, very difficult for Monkton Combe, and yet it's an element now in terms of, you know, character and resilience, and Monkton Combe taking those opportunities when they've got the ball, and from Marlborough's perspective, they'll want to hit home and keep adding points here, because of course as they keep on going, it'll actually be easier from an attacking perspective rather than constantly defending. So yeah, a really, really tough challenge ahead for Monkton Combe.
Well, Seb Ebblethwaite picked a good line through a couple of dummies, and now Monkton Combe have to rebuild from inside their own half, and when you're under this much pressure, perhaps those mistakes just become slightly too easy to make.
No, of course, and I think from the player's perspective, there is an element of feeling that it's going to take a massive effort. It looked like the player then just took their eye off the ball, thinking where are they going to move the ball into space before contact, and of course it being heavy and slippy makes it more difficult to catch.
That's a great scrum by Monkton Combe, who have turned it over. Good direct running from them, lovely turn. Martindale, it's gone backwards, but swept up by Hymers, and Marlborough come away with it once more. Plenty of time still left in this game. Monkton Combe need to pull something special out of the bag. Instead, it's Marlborough College taking it down the wing once more. A lovely offload inside. Beautiful score. Howell will profit from that wonderful offload inside. And Marlborough College are running away with it.
Yeah, and this will be a time where coaches are looking to make various replacements. It's a long day one, and it's cumulative as these players are coming into day two. It's absolutely vital that they are using their maximum squad size of 12 and keeping those players rotating as fresh as they possibly can as they play a number of matches on their second day.
Well, Monkton Combe are coming off the back of a very early 10 o'clock heavy defeat, whereas Marlborough College scored more tries than Monmouth and ended up losing by 1. I think the manner of those defeats may have affected their mindset coming into the fixture.
And it can be, very difficult. You've got the highs of coming through a day one, which in itself is a magnificent achievement for any side coming back for a day two at Rosslyn Park is absolutely amazing. But of course, it makes it absolutely a massive effort where it's so competitive on day two, and the reality is losing match one makes it very, very difficult to qualify, and it is perhaps very natural that when you start to go down in that second game, you can be a little bit deflated.
Well, Monkton Combe is still pushing here. That offload out the back hasn't gone to hand. Good work in the breakdown. Monkton Combe still with some wind in their sails. Flung back towards the short side. Lovely little switch inside to West. Well gathered by Monkton Combe again, still retaining possession. Just inside their own half. Back down the short side they come. Big physical contact by Jones. And now there might be a little bit of space. It's advantage for Monkton Combe. Martindale takes it to the line. And Martindale has gone down slightly uncomfortably there. He's a very important player to Monkton Combe. But he looks like he'll soldier on.
Marlborough is flying up a bit quick then. They're definitely looking to put pressure on Monkton from a defensive perspective. It was a little bit offside, but it also showed that when Monkton Combe are engaging with their big men, that's when they're getting the most reward.
In centre field. Little switch into Jones once more, takes on featherweight and beats him. That's an excellent take by Goodman. Owen Goodman just a little bit short of options. And look how Marlborough College just filled the field. So they'll take it to the line instead, Monkton Combe. A good offload. Imani. Jones once more. That's always backwards. A lovely pickup. Really great work from Wallace. Wallace looks to fend off the last man. Now it's Wallace against Uma. Wallace puts 2 to the deck. Well, what a wonderful finish that is from Peter Wallace. A great pickup to start it from inside his own half. And that is a lovely finish.
Peter Wallace felt a bit like William Wallace, staying in the battle and taking it there. Could have easily have fallen off then and ran it in for the try. Really, really pleasing to see that from Monkton Combe. That will give that a little bit of a lift going into the final couple of minutes. They'll know they're not going to win this match, but if they can finish on a high, that gives them the momentum for their final game of the day later.
It's a really classy pickup from Wallace. Fends off Brooke, who's had a very good game, and you think Uma might just have him there, but mix up between the two Marlborough College players. And Monkton Combe will get us back and away with just over a minute to go here. It's taken well by Uma in the wide channels, who looks to beat the first offenders. The basket will pass inside. And now Marlborough College will go steaming away to the corner. Back comes Martindale, who makes the tackle. And a penalty there for rolling. The player was held, so this is one last chance for Monkton Combe to leave a marker on this game. Just a assessing their options here. There's some proper sevens we've had in front of us for this fixture.
I think the thing that's been amazing is just the effort levels from all players across all the minutes, across all the squad, and certainly exemplified by that defensive set there.
Well, Monkton Combe have had to come out from deep and they've just nudged it clear, but only as far as the dangerous Charlie Brook, who's looked very creative for Marlborough College. He'll take it to the lines, he'll find Harlan Hines, who beats one man. Harlan Hines with clever footwork and a great offload. Brook once more. They've got numbers up on this left-hand side. If they can use them, lovely flick back inside to keep it in play. But the ball will just trickle dead. And a rather anticlimactic finish to what has been a wonderful game of sevens. Marlborough have come away 33 points the better of Monkton Combe School, whose solitary try from Peter Wallace will give them some solace. But it's a very similar scoreline from their first fixture. Marlborough College, on the other hand, have got themselves back on track in this Vars competition. Don't go anywhere, of course, because there's more Vars rugby. It's Peter Symonds College up against Sherborne up next on RE2. Thank you so much for being with us, Chris Roberts of Limitless. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Absolute pleasure. Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy the rest of the week.
Thanks very much. So there's more rugby to come very soon on RE2 here with Next Gen at the National Schools. Rugby Sevens. It's more under 18 Vars. This time it's Sherborne up against Peter Symonds College. Well, we're back for another round of Vars action here. It's Sherborne up against the very impressive Peter Symonds College. Peter Symonds College have won their first game. It was a big 14-10 victory, hard fought against the Grammar School of Leeds, whereas Sherborne School have gone down to Bromsgrove.
Advantage. Release for me, okay? You ready to?
Well, it was a good start for Peter Symonds, and they'll be getting us underway. Joining me is Kevin from IQ Rugby, who will be in co-coms. Thank you so much for coming with us, joining us today.
Yeah, no problem, Will. Thanks for inviting me.
And Kevin will be talking to us in a bit about IQ Rugby and what they have to offer all the players here at Rosslyn Park's National School Sevens. But first, it's a knock-on advantage for Sherborne, who have weathered the storm. So Sherborne, of course, desperate need of a win here to get their Vars progression back on track. Bromsgrove looking very strong in the early hours of this morning. Peter Symonds College with a big win over the Grammar School at Leeds. We've travelled down from the north of England for this tournament. They'll be looking to continue their success in this competition. Sherborne with the feed. Little switch play, but Sherborne come away with it through their number 12, Ollie Gorey. And away he goes still. The little orange, that's what they're calling Ollie Orange, and he's still going. He could go all the way here for Sherborne. What a great individual try.
Oh, fantastic. You know, the gap just opened for him there, and he was gone. And fair play to him. That takes some effort to go the full length of the pitch there.
Well, it was an excellently executed move from Sherborne. The first time they've had ball in hands all day so far on RE2. And a lovely finish from Ollie Gorringe. Looking down the extras, but no luck there. Love to have another look at this wonderful try. So really clean scrum ball, that's a great start. And then a switch play, sold the dummy and got the legs pumping, and Peter Symonds College had no answer. Sherborne have opened the scoring. Well, Sherborne will get us back underway here. That kick has not gone 10, so free kick for Peter Symonds College. Just looking at the two sides initially, Sherborne certainly seemed to have the size advantage on Peter Symonds, but how much will that matter in this short format game?
Well, it's all about possession, Will, and I think if you know, if Sherborne can keep hold of possession and get some continuity, same for Peter Symonds as well. They just need to keep the ball, try and move the ball to the edge, and hopefully open up some space for their dangerous wingers like this now to go in. That's Rhys Thomas, I believe, that's just scored that great try there.
Oh, that's excellent work from Peter Symonds College. What a response that is. So quick to score. And yeah, Rhys Thomas, number 22, has gone all the way and finished off for Peter Symonds. Well, what an excellent start to this game we have so far.
It'll be interesting now, Will. You know, in sevens, the conversions are so crucial to the outcome of the game. It really does make a big difference if you can slot them like he's just done there.
Great finish from Ollie Kavanagh, who was involved in the try as well. Well, this was simple enough, really, for Peter Symonds. Just drew the first few defenders. Lovely offload and a great step.
Yeah, defend as well, just straight into the chest to push a defender off, and then run round to get as close as he can for the post, and then to back it up with his own conversion. Fantastic play.
Well, Sherborne's lead certainly didn't last long, and it will be the man who've slotted that conversion, Ollie Kavanagh, to get us underway. Well taken in the wide channels by Sherborne. It's their try scorer, Ollie Gorringe. Oh, lovely work once more from Sherborne to break the line. Great covering tackle on Kaz McLaughlin. And McLaughlin, unfortunately, there, just forced a knock on. Well, a lovely tackle that was, because Sherborne are off to the races once more. Well, every attack has looked so dangerous so far for both sides.
Yeah, they certainly have. Both teams are trying to play. They're trying to move it to the edges and hopefully get on the outside of their opposition to hopefully score some tries. But fantastic effort from both teams so far.
Nick Moore with the feed, and Moore goes to the short side himself. Draws in two defenders and gets the offload away for Peter Symonds College. They pick from the base. Good friend from Luigi Falcone. And now hands might do it for Peter Symonds. They've got space on the outside. Thomas once more, might go himself. And that's Thomas's second try. A great finish by Rhys Thomas, and well, Peter Symonds are making these attacking sets look very simple, aren't they?
Yeah, he did really well there. If you just look at Rhys there, he's gone on the inside. He saw the defender turn out, and he's just accelerated through the gap and powered over that line there for a great finish.
Well, the side from Winchester are certainly having a day of it going forward. 14 points was enough to see off the grammar school at Leeds in their last fixture, but it was great work from Falcone, sucking in defenders. Lovely offload. Moore had come back round the corner, and then Symonds, Rhys Thomas had a man outside him and didn't need to be used in the end. A great score, and once again it will be Peter Symonds with the kick-off. It's a really testing ball for Sherborne, but well taken in the end. dragged down on their 22.
No, leave him, Seven.
Sherborne looked to spread it wide. Perhaps go to the boot, but that kick was a dummy. Wraps up once again just inside their 22. That's a very difficult lofted ball. Well taken. And it could put Sherborne in the ascendancy as they look to break once again. Peter Symonds go fishing in the ruck there, but it's been swept up by Sherborne, who might have a little space in these wide channels. Oh, but it's been turned over at ruck time. And after a good initial attacking set, Sherborne is just struggling to break their way into the half of Peter Symonds College.
Yeah, they're just a bit slow in support there, and you know, that was great work from Peter Symonds there to challenge for the ball at the breakdown and then get the turnover, and that was crucial.
Well, Peter Symonds College have called an end to that first half. 14 points to 5. They currently lead Sherborne School. A great performance by Peter Symonds, who have made try scoring look really easy so far, with some great, excellent team tries. Sherborne School are certainly in the fight as we head into the second half. Here at RE2, live with Next Gen. But we're going to talk a little bit about IQ Rugby before we have a bit of time at the half-time period. So I'll hand over to you, Kevin, to tell us all about IQ Rugby and what they have to offer.
Yeah, thanks, Will. So my name's Kevin Maggs. I work for the Irish Rugby Union, and my job is to identify, monitor, mentor players to look that are Irish qualified, to look to give them opportunities to play for Ireland under 18s, Ireland under 19s and Ireland 20s. And you know, the way to get into the Irish pathway, firstly you have to be Irish qualified by either birth, your parents, or your grandparent. Like most sports, is the grandparent rule. So providing that, anybody who is Irish qualified or have got Irish parents or grandparents, they can register at www.iqrugby.com and register their details as a player on there, and then we'll email them hopefully then to invite them to some of our regional days and our assessment days, and hopefully get them to play in the green jersey.
With 11,000 students taking part at Rosslyn Park, you'll be hoping that a couple of them have recognised some Irish heritage along the week.
Yeah, we've got a lot of players actually playing throughout the teams, both from the 18s Vars over the last 2 days and the under 16s, and then obviously in the under 18s Cup competition on the Thursday and Friday. So we're here, myself and Steve McGuinness, who work for the Irish Rugby Union, are here all week. And please make yourself known and come up to us if you are Irish qualified, and we can explain the pathway from there.
Excellent stuff. Well, Peter Symonds College have retained possession very well so far at the beginning of this second half, where they lead 14 points to 5 over Sherborne. Oh, there was a hand in there from Sherborne. Accidental only is the referee. So it'll just be a scrum for Peter Symonds, who kept the ball alive very well in that opening exchange, especially looking at Luigi Falcone, whose offload game at the number 6 shirt has been very impressive.
Are we all changed?
Well, Sherborne ring in the changes. Perhaps a testament to how the amount of rugby these players have already had to play across the day one.
Yeah, definitely. Another key factor in sevens is using your substitutions well, and giving boys that have made big runs and bringing on fresh legs to try and change the impetus in this game. You know, as they're 14-5 behind, so they need fresh legs now to hopefully try and make a big impact.
Well, a triple switch is what Symonds College just pulled off in the wide channels, but it hasn't gotten them anywhere, because some great work in the breakdown has turned it over. That was a lovely planned move, but didn't fool Sherborne, who are now away from that breakdown position. It's Ollie Gorridge once more, offloading into the wide channels. A huge hit there from Peter Symonds, really important. Heaver, back inside they go now. Through Beaumont, double fend from Bedford. Bit of pace to take it up to the line.
Ball's out, no ruck!
Ball is out and no ruck was formed, but that player decided to leave it. It's all right because Sherborne will play away from that congested position through their try scorer, Ollie Gorridge. To the boots now goes Sherborne with it. And unfortunately just roll off into the touchline, but a good bit of territory. Sherborne, who weren't making the yards they wanted.
Yeah, they just need to try and put Peter Symonds under a bit of pressure now. I think it's probably the right idea. They would have liked it to have stayed in field probably, but they really need to put pressure now on the line out of Peter Symonds for Sherborne to put some pressure on them.
This is a big moment in the tie. Only one try separating the two sides, but Sherborne know they'll need 2 scores to overturn the 9-point deficit that currently faces them. And depending on other results elsewhere, Peter Symonds College could well go top of this group, and the line-out's been won as Moore plays away. Oh, Moore might break the line himself. Nick Moore, great running from him. Good momentum for Peter Symonds College as they go into the wide channels. Lovely footwork and fend, and a offload knock goes to hand there from Reece Thomas. So knock on is the call. It will be Sherborne possession. Great exit from Nick Moore, really. Didn't go all the way as I'm sure he wanted to, but Peter Symonds College have played themselves out of trouble.
Sherborne now are really going to have to make this possession pay off for them now. They really need a good attacking set from this scrum to give them some go forward to hopefully build some pressure.
Beaumont, little flick round the corner for him once more. Lovely step into the outside channel. And away goes Toby Beaumont. Puts it to the toe. Unfortunately can't regather. Peter Symonds College, lovely out the back offload. They might feel the momentum. Great ball from Moore. Falcone is dragged down, but the offload, his offload's been intercepted. And surely from here, Sherborne must score. They have the penalty advantage to play with, and they've got numbers up on this left-hand side. It's a great line, run short. But that offload has not gone where it wanted to, so they'll go back for the penalty advantage. 2 minutes left, Sherborne have for this 2 scores. Beaumont gets us underway. Simple hands into the wide channel. Just short of the 5 metre. Must surely be a try. Gorridge. Cable. They go all the way wide here to Reeve, who will saunter in. It's a good finish, but a very difficult conversion.
Yeah, they're not going to have much time now, Will. They really need to try and slot this if they can, just to give them a chance in this last minute and a half of this match.
Well, even when they had a penalty on the 5 metre, Peter Symonds College did not make it easy for Sherborne. It's a great effort from the drop kick, but just wide of that left-hand post.
Just missed it there.
Well, even when they had a penalty on the 5 metre, this try was certainly not easy. They had to work really hard to carve out even a little bit of space. Peter Symonds College defended excellently well.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely crucial, Will. In all these guys, if you're hunting on the inside and you're working hard to keep Sherborne out into that wide channel, it makes the conversion so difficult. And they really are key at this level. Conversions are key, because that is the difference between winning and losing.
Well, it's been knocked on from the kickoff. Great news for Sherborne, who have just 20 seconds left to make a difference in this fixture. This surely is their last chance.
Yeah, that's it. Last play now, so they've really got to make this and keep the ball and hopefully score the winner.
What a moment this will be for Sherborne, who've battled from 14-5 down in this second half. Beaumont, they'll look to go to the wide channel off first phase. Great fend from West McCarth, and still going into the corner.
Oh, unbelievable.
Charlie West McCarth has won the game.
Incredible. Last play. What a way to finish that match. Fantastic.
Well, it looked like a simple enough move off the breakdown, but just real power, real strength. Number 11, Charlie West McCaughan, they've gone all the way and scored. And what a win that is for Sherborne. Great effort from the conversion, but no luck. So 15-14 the final score, and this is the try that won the game.
Yeah, so it was a good pass. Good pass from Cassie McLaughlin, who gave it to the centre on a wraparound, and he just saw the defender turn his shoulder just slightly and then went straight through the gap. And what a finish to win the game. Final play.
Well, a huge win for Sherborne, who have blown this group wide open. We await on results elsewhere, but Peter Symonds College, after winning their first game, have fallen at the last, 15-14 to Peter Symonds College. What a great moment for Sherborne. A huge win for them. And we will wait on bated breath, excitedly seeing how these second phase Vars groups will turn up. Thank you so much for joining me, Kevin, and talking all about IQ Ireland. You'll be here across the 5 days, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, myself and Steve McGuinness, as I said earlier. Yeah, come and make yourself known if you are Irish qualified. If not, please log on to www.iqrugby.com and register your details as a player. That will be fantastic.
Thank you very much for being with us on co-commentary as well.
Cheers, Will. Thank you.
Well, there's plenty more rugby to play, of course. We return to the Under-14 Girls' Cup next. It's Wycliffe Mount School against Hill House for some more pool action, that from Group B, which we'll be back for the Under-14 Cup. A great competition to have. We've seen plenty of quality rugby already. And then after those two Under-14 girls fixtures, where East School Garth Olg will be playing Trinity School Sevenoaks, we return to the Under-18 Vars pool stage to see Monmouth against Monkton Combe. That could be a group decider there, as Bryanston take on Malvern College. All of those fixtures to come later on as we head into the afternoon. So we'll be back very shortly with more action of the Under-14 Girls' Cup. Wycliffe Mount School against Hill House School.
representatives, please return to their cabin. Thank you.
Start with a good attitude then, let's go.
Half time of this. Well, full time. Big opportunity.
Train him in a warm-up.
Big opportunity. Show what you can do.
representative from SOC, please come to RE control. That's a representative from SOC to RE control. Thank you.
Good afternoon, this is a call for Kingsbridge Community College. A call for Kingsbridge Community College. Your 12:40 fixture on RE3 against that Lauer will be taking place if Kingsbridge College are on site. Please today make yourself known. That's a call for Kingsbridge Community College. afternoon. This is a call for Kingsbridge Community College. Kingsbridge Community College, if you're on the RE side, could you report to control, please?
I only went on. I wouldn't have played. I wouldn't have played the game.
Control. This is a representative from Bryn, Calenog. On site, can you please come to the RE Control cabin? Thank you.
Action about to begin on RE2 between Monmouth School and Monkton Combe School. We're in the Group Vase C, and the context here is interesting, particularly for Monmouth School. For Monkton School, firstly, undressing in their red jerseys. They're on their second day at Rosslyn Park ever, so already a great achievement for them. They've lost their first 2 games today, but they get a chance to try and influence how this group unfolds by playing against Haberdasher's Monmouth School. Monmouth, they are 1 from 2 in terms of victories today, narrowly beating Marlborough College in their first match this morning, 21 points to 20, and then almost as narrowly losing to Rugby School in their second match, 24 points to 22. So if they are to go through from this group as the pool toppers, and that will put them into the plate, then they're going to have to rely on Marlborough to do them a favour against Rugby and also come out on top against Monkton now. However, if they finish second in the pool, they still go through to knockout rounds, but it's in the bowl competition. And that will be meaning knockout games to come for Monmouth School. But to do it as top of the pool and to beat Rugby School, what an achievement that would be. It's a really, really tight pool, this one. So it'll be fascinating to see how it plays out. Kickoff coming up in a matter of minutes. Still a few more final preparations for Monmouth and for Monkton. We'll be getting underway shortly. Monkton take their place. 2 defeats so far today. 36 points to 7 to Rugby School, and then 33 points to 7 against Marlborough. It's been a tough group. And with the way results have played out for Monmouth in their games, this may be a tough one again, but can they finish on a high? Monmouth needing the points from this win for qualification to the plate competition. So up we go between Monmouth, who are playing in the brown and yellow, and Monkton in the red and the blue, but you'll know that already. And Monkton starting well. Nice break up field, taking on the sweeper, and this is Owen Goodman, and Goodman is storming away. Monkton upsetting the apple cart against Monmouth with an individual score from Owen Goodman that says everything about how this team have taken to Rosslyn Park this year. And they're not done yet. How about this? Simple wraparound ball, and there's no tracking across on the inside from Monmouth. Sweeper beaten. And then you felt here that the cover was going to get there in the shape of George Tuckley. But there was good speed from Goodman. Our referee today, by the way, Rhys Cleary, and he said to say hello to his wife Jessica, watching along the live streams. But here we go again with Monkton, and keeping it alive off the floor. Hacked through. Still in Monkton hands though. And this is Goodman, the try scorer. And that's Joe Martindale on the ball. Hands from Kingsbury, and Monkton causing all the problems early on. Good tracking back from Monmouth, but the support is there. And Monkton Combe, it's Callum Kingsbury with a second try. Well, this is against how results have gone so far today. But aren't these just the games where surprises can be sprung? And those who keep their level of play in this final group game as the day does wear on.
Live.
Long kick downfield, but with this wind that has just started to gust around RE2 and almost taken our tent off its tent poles, it's gone way too long from Monkton. So Monmouth looking to get back into things, and they do so, breaking through. Lovely bust through the midfield. Shay Lewis. Fine try from Monmouth's number 9, Shay Lewis. beginning. Let's take a look at this. As simple as it comes sometimes. Shay Lewis spotting the gap. And the sweeper tracking back, but not with enough. And the deception from Lewis.
Ball's live.
Monmouth kicking long. Monkton spreading the play nicely. Good breakthrough from Martindale. Playing with the advantage. Martindale gets up, beats the sweeper. Gets the offload too. Yellow card shown, and it's George Tuckley who will spend 2 minutes now in the sin bin. And Monkton with a great chance here to hammer home their advantage in this first half with 2.5 minutes before half-time. Peter Wallace now. Wallace spotting a gap, and they are opening up Monmouth at will, Monkton. Wallace with the swerve on the outside and the speed to round it off. Hasn't hit the conversion though.
The yellow card.
17-7. Full credit for this gas here. The 7 of Monkton exploiting Monmouth.
Live.
Martindale's kick, and that has bounced just before the touchline. So a gain of ground, but conceding possession. Hugely important for Monmouth to come through this match if they're to make it through to the next stage.
You need 3 in the line.
Rugby School playing Marlborough currently on the main pitch. If you want to keep across the action there is coverage of that pitch too.
You need to match. What have you opted
Potential for some double screening if you get both of those up on your laptop. Stay across the results. Monkton though, everything going their way as they look for their first victory on day 2. And they've done everything to put themselves in a good position. Kingsbury putting the gas on. Callum Kingsbury all the way. Just can't stop these boys in red.
Restart. For the restart. Need to go that way. Need to be restart. Can't go beyond touch.
Martindale sets this off in the right direction. Doesn't quite hit it.
Sorry? 20 seconds.
Great skills, wasn't it, to identify where the space was, and Kingsbury with all the speed
11 seconds.
he needed for that run.
Getting the restart, whatever happens. So left or right.
So they're backed up to 7 now, Monmouth. And again, what a kick that is. It'll be half-time, but it just shows how on point Monmouth have been today in this first half. And it might be the best 7 minutes of the competition so far. 22 points to 7 against Monmouth, who have their eyes on topping the group, no less. But it's Monkton who have them under the thumb. halfway through the half, and we were interrupted by the rate of Monkton's scoring. Such was their pace in racking up points, but we didn't manage to get a shout out to our referee Reese Cleary's children, Leo and Aria, watching on at home. So hello to you, and hello to wife Jessica as well. Reese has been refereeing on the main pitch here today, and now guiding this match and his expertise from the middle. What a great kickoff from Monkton. Wallace. And they're on the attack again. There's no let up. Freddie Billing on the field in the black scrum hats. Jig through the middle, here come Monkton again. A swerve to the left from Martindale.
Give off the mark, mate. That's the middle. Crouch! Bye! Set!
Shea Lewis, the sole try scorer for Monmouth so far. Carry from Finn Robertson. Playing with the advantage here, and the wind is having an effect on these looping passes from both teams. Monmouth come all the way back, unable to profit.
To the face. Bent arm to the face.
15 points behind Monmouth. So they need to get moving themselves. Working to the edge, keeping their feet. Lovely flip back inside. Lewis on the ball. Monkton come out of the line. That's a switch down this blind side. And the hard running of Monmouth's Tom Stenterford.
Nothing going, don't knock. Hold the gap until I call the set. Engage early. Come up. And in guards. Hold the gap.
Good scrum from Monkton. Scragged by Monmouth. The hack through, and this will ricochet around and go out, but penalty coming as well. And there's a difference, isn't there, in sometimes the decisiveness of the refereeing here. Reese Cleary making sure that any misdemeanor is punished, and that's allowing the side with the most precision, and that's Monkton, to keep possession and dominate possession. And not getting anything wrong on the right side of the referee, and executing well too. But Monmouth have that capability of striking, and they get it right this time. Fernandez Ford in the 7 shirt goes, carries hard. Fernandez Ford. Chance to go back to the blind side. Monkton have got their hands on it. Monmouth with the penalty. Now down to 6 go Monkton, and this is the chance for Monmouth to rack up 2 scores over the next 10 minutes and throw themselves back into contention. Has to come now. That is Sam White with the corner score. In actual fact, may have been Tom Stenterford. Apologise. But Monmouth with some good hands here from Robertson. And then Stenterford looping round and looking to go in. Bounce over. Monkton collect.
Playing the man without the ball. Back.
Game on our hands now. 10 points the difference with just over 2 minutes to play. Monkton's Owen Goodman, who got this performance going with that fine individual effort early on. He switches back. Space in the midfield, and the step out of the tackle is good. And now the speed being brought on as he trudges through this pitch at RE2 that is beginning to cut up. Goodman goes himself, leading his side forward, rounds the outside man, dusts off the sweeper, and Goodman is going to score. 6-man Monkton, simply too good. And to do that against 7 takes some doing, but is exactly the type of lung-busting work which Monkton have put in all game. They've got everything right, and after 2 heavy defeats, in their first ever appearance on day 2 at Rosslyn Park, they have got this victory to go home with, and what a one it is to cherish as well.
1 minute.
Owen Goodman. He can do it all by himself, this man.
Left or right. Left or right. Thank you. Ball's alive.
Taken down by Monmouth. Stenterford. Good offload onto Robertson, and they'll spread the play here. Cutting back goes Judd. This is Fernandez forward. Hard runner. Gets the offload in well. Monmouth racing away, but not to score. Tracking back. Callum Kingsbury. Another telling impact on this game from Kingsbury, and Monkton Combe School end their time at Rosslyn Park with a famous victory. Monmouth School looking for points and a victory to top the pool, but they came up against a school that just wanted that maiden victory on day 2. They end their time here. Monkton at Rosslyn Park on a high, and we'll have to wait to see what happens to Monmouth School. And the result over on the main pitch will be telling in that regard. They might be able to go through, possibly in 2nd position, possibly in 3rd position as well, as one of the lucky losers in the competition. So a little wait on for Monmouth to see how they do and whether they can continue their time. But Monkton have something to pack their bags with as they head back home. So coming up next on pitch number 2, we'll be bringing you Bryanston against Malvern College in the under-18 Vars, and then girls under-14 action takes place after that with Bow Hunt Wokingham against Kings of Wessex Academy. Bryanston against Malvern College now, a battle to top this pool. Two sides who have won their first 2 games on day 2. And Bryanston will kick us off. Malvern College receiving. It's going to bounce nicely for Bryanston. Nice work down the edge. And then the big fend is put on, offloading out of contact. Great start for Bryanston. So many numbers away to the right, and that's going to make the extra pass. Great tackle and great take on the floor. Malvern College on red alert early on. Bryanston cutting back. To set defence they're up against, so the straight is needed, the offload is there too. And Bryanston begin in perfect form. Off she goes from Bryanston. Backwards. And Malvern have possession for the first time.
Thank you.
Fling pass along from Jeffries. Nice switch on the end from Butwell. And back into green and blue colours, and it's nicely set. Their backs a little flat, but they have space to work it along. Bryanston standing off Malvern, waiting for the move to be made. Cam Smith chips in behind. Regathers nicely, Smith.
He's not on the ball! He's not on the ball!
Jeffries over to Skerritt. And now this is Ollie Minter. Tackling is excellent from Bryanston, and that's Dom Heffer. Jeffries again in the middle, trying to pull a few strings, working on unpicking this lock in the Bryanston defence. Here he is, slowing the ball down, seeing space in behind, but the kick isn't good. And Heffer carries it away. He's isolated, back in Malvern hands. Just pushed that offload a little too far, no one on his wavelength. Jeffries, Skerritt, hitches and then places the fend. There's support on the outside, and it's a good pass too. Malvern will level things up. Ollie Minter scores it. And the battle for the top of this pool, the winner goes through to the plate competition, and the loser will finish second and go through to the bowl. This was nice, though, wasn't it? Jeffries with some composed skills, and then this was a good engagement of the defence, and the offload from Skerritt, exceptional.
You need to stay high, I can't reward you.
Malvern just about get this 10, and they claim it. No, says the referee.
Not gone 10.
Well, that did go 10 metres, but maybe the referee just saw that it was reclaimed before the line. And Bryanston weren't given the chance to play it, so it is Bryanston ball. And chipped over from Goodchild, taken by Minter. Skerritt now.
No hands now.
Finlay Kennedy is trying to organise this Bryanston defensive line. Jeffries works an offload, and Malvern again racing clear. Now this is a race across Wimbledon Common as Malvern kick up mud and have to reset. Bryanston have all got back well. The 7 working hard.
Advantage.
On the edge, a Malvern, and then the inside step to the outside is good from Smith. He's scragged. Minter. Butwell. Jeffries. Lovely flick as he didn't want to die with the ball. And he's created a small chance here, but Bryanston so good at shutting up shop. Henry Ward that time with a great tackle. Rarely get a chance to put a big shot in sevens, and that was taken by Ward. Now the break from Butwell, right on the 22. And lining up ominously here. The skill's so good from Malvern College. And how about the pass on to Cam Smith, who cuts in? And Malvern College's skill set so high.
You're pulling them through.
Jeffries converts with less than a minute to play in the first half. And they've come back into this nicely after Bryanston's word perfect beginning. That pass is a beauty.
30.
And that was Luca Janssen van Vuren
Yes,
to release
fine.
Cam Smith.
Time is off, balls away. Time is off, balls away.
It's living up to the billing, this one. Both schools with excellent days yesterday. And Bryanston this morning beating Cheltenham College. Malvern beating Reading Bluecoat School, 14 points to 0. And Bryanston then beating Reading Bluecoat by a slender margin of 4 points before Malvern College got a big one over Cheltenham College, 26 points to 19, meaning they can top this pool.
Time back on.
Jeffries kicks long, good child. Carrying from close, chipped in behind, but the sweeper is there, and it's Jeffries who spots space around the outside.
Scrum. It's a scrum. He didn't prevent your tackle, he just ran into his own player. That's fine. Gent, on that, it is actually time from the half, so we'll call it there, we won't take the scrum, okay?
Bryanston with the ball there, unfortunately not allowed to play it. So 12 points to 5, Malvern College ahead in the group decider. Who goes to the plate and who goes to the bowl at stake here. Just to recap the context here, just been looking over the programme notes and speaking to those well-versed in the intricacies of qualifying out of this group. And if you do top the group as the group winner, Malvern College in a good position to do that, then you go through automatically. But one extra team who finishes in second can go through to the Vase knockout stages. But you have to be the best second place finisher in the groups in order to do that. And if you finish in second place, then it will be the bowl competition for you. So knockout stage is beckoning for both these teams. It's just what type of knockout stages, and that is a similar context throughout the day. So good child.
No one.
Again, on the ball and close. A nice pass from Vincent. Vincent again. Good child. Looking to exploit the space. And Malvern College can't lay a finger on Bryanston there. And this will level up the match now. Stanley Vincent did well here, didn't he? Firstly, not to give away a penalty for crossing, and then to place that pass over to the left-hand side. Nothing to separate these two teams after 2.5 matches this morning. This is why they've made it through to day number 2 in the Vars, because they can compete and have a hugely high level. And they'll keep coming. Malvern College now breaking out from their half, from the restart, and taking on the sweeper. Good support lines too, but can't take it cleanly. And Bryanston have done well to get back. Henry Ward again.
He's not in the way.
Numbers here for Bryanston. The ball goes to the floor.
Knock first.
What a break from Ollie Minter.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Pick from the scrum half. Jeffries. Cam Smith. Jeffries again. And Jeffries charging forward with support on the outside from Smith. And Smith in no more room than a phone box. Does his opposite man. And gets in under the sticks. Malvern College with a third. And they do crucially convert, so more than a score in front now. So simple from Malvern, but that switch was executed perfectly. A wonderful set play, but they didn't really create much of an opportunity. Bryanston still tracked across nicely. Cam Smith needed to finish that in a one-on-one scenario. It's just how good the teams are at this level. Despite the trickery of the midfield, there was still a one-on-one. And here's a one-on-one which Vincent's going to win with his power. Seb Allies on the park, gets the ball back. Loops it over. Ward keeps it alive. Bryanston needing to score twice now. Kennedy. And Bryanston again, lovely pass over to the wing. This is precise play, and close is a big man. Jeffries has taken the ball back. Malvern College might be able to top the group with the next 30 seconds of play. Minter goes, has support, chip in behind. There's enough players in the backfield. It's brilliant from Malvern College. The tracking back is excellent though from Bryanston. They've stolen it now. some of the best quality rugby sevens that we could find today on day 2. Tired bodies, but committed hearts. And that kick and chase ahead was excellent from Malvern College. And it was their number 8, Luca Janssen van Vuren. And he's injured himself in the process. He's going to be taking some time on the sidelines after that. But thankfully taking himself off, and hopefully nothing more than a twist of the ankle that he can walk off.
Crouch!
On comes Butwell to replace him.
Bind! Set! Stay.
Jeffries takes it to the line, looks for the whitewash.
Out now!
Good counter from Bryanston. Butwell, though, has it in his hands.
Tackle, release!
Just over a minute of play to go. Bryanston needing to score 2.
One on the floor. Sorry. I said tackle, release. He released your players and knocked it on the floor when he hit the ground. Crouch! Bind! Stand up, gents. We need heads underneath first before we can go in. But you are too close, yes. Hadn't got to up here. Crouch!
We've had a wallet handed into RE control.
Much better, thank you, gents.
Will Courage feeds the scrum. It's under pressure from Malvern College. Courage does well. And from behind their lines, they clear downfield. Looking for a foot race, but the 2 closest are both wearing green and blue. And Finn and Cam Smith has got back there, and Smith breaks the first line and steps on the sweeper. And Swift could be in for a beautiful hat-trick, the winger. Good skills to keep that at the feet, but just knocked on. Bryanston, however, have run out of time, and Malvern College take the victory, and they'll top this Vars pool. They have booked their tickets for the knockout stages of what they came here for yesterday, and they're undefeated on day 2. Malvern College win this group decider 19 points to 10. Bryanston may well be in one of the knockouts. Well, they'll definitely be in the bowl knockout, and if they are lucky, they just might sneak into the Vars knockout, but they'll have to wait and see. The next match coming up here on RE2, Bowhunt Woking against the Kings of Wessex Academy. Bohunt Wokingham will kick us off in our next encounter. Kings of Wessex are the pool toppers, however. They've got 2 good wins under their belts already, and look, they're off and running right from kickoff, and good support and good skills after contact so far. Excellent interlinking play. The first try coming for Kings of Wessex, scored by number 19, Izzy Wood. And what a try that is. Izzy Wood's pass to her teammate Iona Grimstow was excellent. And then back to Wood, and well, let's just have a look here, because just keeping her feet, and gosh, there is a possibility that she put her foot on the whitewash, but no one there to say otherwise. So the try will stand. Lucy Taylor kicks us off. And Bohunt Wokingham hard into contact, but good tackling from Kings. And now they're on the charge again. Neve sparring. Sparring is striding. And she's going to reach the line. And diving over for a quick-fire second score. Neve Sparling. You can see why they've won their first 2 games today. Wins against Loughborough Grammar School, over 50 points put on them. And then Uskol Guffenguia, 26 points to 0. What a hit that is. Perfect technique as well into the midriff. And then Sparling. Little dash on the inside. Picked up by Bohunt Wokingham. And still those heavy contacts coming in. Iona Grimstow. Here come Bohunt Wokingham. Good speed put on this. Nicely done by Molly Lindsay. And she'll try and work it back to her teammates. A couple of ruckers required to secure the ball. Back to those players waiting. Scarlett Chambers, one of them. But look at the turnover again. Sparling slips it along nicely into the hands of Macy Golding. Sparling can't take it, so a knock on awarded. Bohunt Wokingham now with a chance to just slow things down a bit, stop this rampaging purple and black machine at the moment. Try and get themselves into the game.
You've got the ball. Are you feeding in that side or this side? This side. Crouch. Bind. Get back up. Your head needs to go in between those 2 shoulders. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Kings Wessex again with a nice scrum. Grace Johnson gets it away nicely. Lucy Taylor slips it along again. Izzy Wood is on the outside. Grimston, oh, can't keep it to Maisie Golding.
Scrum again. This line. Oh, sorry. Take a step back. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Wessex turning this ball over at the scrum. Fast feet, and there's such a purposeful intent to the way Izzy Wood runs with the ball.
You came in from the side here. Right, penalty. Girls back on the 5 metre line.
Bohunt Woking penalised.
Girls, it's your penalty.
Neve Sparling taps and goes, makes a few good yards. She's high tackled, so they're playing with the advantage here, Kings Wessex. Nice pass on, and just lurking, waiting for the ball. Kings Wessex go through. Lucy Taylor dots it down, and she'll try and convert her own, and she's got that, has she? Three tries up as they try and secure victory in their third group game here, and that will qualify them for the quarterfinals. Grace Johnson with the charge here, and then Lucy Wood. Changes being made. Now Bohunt Wokingham, can they show what they're about here? Popped back inside. Jess Booth took that initial carry to the wing. That's unfortunate. Just gives Kings of Wessex Academy even more possession and field position, and that'll be half-time between these two schools. Great beginning for Kings of Wessex Academy, and they lead 3-0. Second half about to begin between Bohunt Wokingham School and Kings of Wessex Academy. And a reminder that if you're tuning in for St David's College against Wellington School, that's the next match on here. You're in the right place, so stay with us in this second half, and that match will be brought to you shortly. And after that, we have more under-18s boys action, semi-final stages in that competition. But this is the fight to finish top of the pool and qualify for the quarterfinals.
Take a step back. Where's your scrum half? You have to stand around here. You can't go past the tunnel, and if the ball comes out your side, you pick it up. Crouch! Bind! Set!
So new scrum half on is Izzy Peters. That's a lovely show and go through the middle. Excellent skills to deceive the defence. That was done by Verity Clark. But knocking on after that, Kings of Wessex Academy. Seen some really good schools in action on this pitch today. And perhaps this performance by Kings of Wessex Academy the most complete, but we've seen the likes of Bryn Calenog Comprehensive School. They were in excellent form earlier today. Salesian School as well from Chertsey. Will be an interesting one to see how the knockouts play out between the under-14 girls competition. On from Clark to Wood and back to Clark. Nice wraparounds from the winger. Keeps it alive and away. Kings of Wessex Academy in again. Super score. Evie Williams has got it. Clark with the conversion attempt doesn't go over the posts, so scores stay as they are, but 20 points to 0. How about this from Verity Clark? Ball in one hand, slipping the pass on, and that was such a good pass from Izzy Wood to get it onto the speed of Evie Williams, and she rounds things off nicely. High hanging kickoff, but doesn't go 10 metres. Oh, excellent aerial ability to get that up high. Has given Beau Hunt Wokingham easy ball, and can they do something with it here? Emma Dean cutting back. Then the support from Bella Egby.
High tackle.
And the high tackle. Good intent from Egby. Trying to get on the outside.
Going back to the advantage, offside.
Kings of Wessex Academy offside, so
Mark's here.
need to take 3 for Beau Hunt Wokingham.
Mark there. There we go.
Emma Dean will tap and go this.
Yeah.
And she'll pass it on. But back in Kings of Wessex Academy hands. And charging forward comes Ella Roberts. Goes on the inside, looks for support, and finds it nicely. Izzy Peters. Then the pass on. Sofia Baradas Morales is involved. And here's Clark now. Verity Clark on the park at half-time and over the line, finding her way through a thicket of black shirts. And scooping that over nicely. Excellent skills to get the extra 2 from Verity Clark. 27 points to 0 now. Well, this top spot being well and truly booked and sealed in wax. It's a super display, this. And speaking to some of the Kings of Wessex Academy boys who are supporting their teammates here, they're saying they reckon that their girls have got it in the bag to go all the way. Beau Hunt Wokingham having to go deep to run this back. It's good evasion. Very nicely done from number 9, Jess Harrison. That was superb. Here's Egby playing with the advantage. And a little one-on-one here, but Kings of Wessex Academy hunting down Zara Patterson. But she knew she was playing with an advantage.
Mark's here.
Beau Hunt Wokingham drifting on Kings of Wessex. Eva Kania in contact there in the 7 jersey. And here again is Harrison. Ripped off her by Clark, but good run from Harrison. Kings of Wessex Academy work it quickly to the edge. Look at the transition to the speedsters, and Izzy Wood looks to get support on the outside again from Barades Morales, and inside Izzy Wood is there. Big fend just to say, stay away. I'm going in under the sticks. It's a total performance from Kings of Wessex Academy. They have been excellent today, and they're going to see more of them in quarterfinals action, and we will see them in action later on in the quarterfinal on this pitch at 3 p.m. So if you're tuning in for Kings of Wessex Academy today, they'll be back in action. Quarterfinals time at 3 p.m, just over an hour's time. So do join us then, and we'll see how they fare in the knockout stages. What a performance from Kings of Wessex Academy. Bow Hunt Wokingham School unable to stay with the purple shirts in flying form. But a great day and a great occasion as well. Bow Hunt Wokingham making life hard for Kings of Wessex Academy. Every try, they weren't giving them away. They were having to play through and around their opponents, and that's to their credit, very much so. So next match on, St David's College against Wellington School. And that is coming up in the under-14 girls right away.
Well, the rugby never stops, does it, on RE2? Not Monday through Friday here on Next Gen at the Rosslyn Park National. School Sevens, we continue with our coverage of the Under-14 Women's Cup with a really fantastic tie. It's Wellington School, that famous old rugbying name, up against St David's College. Now, a fantastic stat about St David's College, a small school of only 260 students. They're in the grey and red. They're a school of 260 playing Wellington, a school with 1,200, something they were excited to point out beforehand. They've had a lovely tournament so far. They've beaten Oakham following a very tough 12-10 loss to Seaford, just the conversion putting them down. So they're well within chance of qualifying for the next round of this cup competition. So this has all the chances of being a wonderful fixture. Wellington in their light blue and white. And obviously Wellington School to get us underway. Fired from Somerset, unfortunate there, just a knock on from St David's College, coached by JESS Kavanagh, who started the rugby programme. So this current crop of students were in year 7 when they began playing. They're very excited to be at the tournament. This the only side that St David's College have brought. They'll of course be back at under 16, back at under 18, you'd imagine, which is a really lovely story of Rosslyn Park and how the women's game has expanded via its inclusion. Turnover at the scrum goes St David's College way, and they look to shoot down that far touchline. Lovely offload off the base and to the boot in the early stages. Well, there's a chase on now. It's been picked up by a Wellington College player.
Has he got the ball and release it, let it come?
Another turnover. This time it's St David's College's way.
That's backwards.
Just backwards is the call from the official. Laid back well. picked up by Parry. Parry with a great run. Draws in 2 defenders and gets the offload away. Lovely running from Bartwicki. Great offload once more. Through the hands, just one too many from Amelia Andrew. But what a lovely attacking set for St David's College.
On site that have not progressed.
It was good work from Gwen Fisher to cover in the backfield for Wellington School. As I was saying before the game got away from us slightly, Wellington School are currently bottom of this group with no wins. A close loss to Oakham. As St David's College, break from the scrum really well. There's a reach out there from Parry, but the ball's been recycled and a lovely opening score. Great work to turn it over at the scrum. And that's Agatha Faville, I believe, who scored. Number 12 for St David's College. Lovely celebration from the side as well. They're really happy to be here. And that was a lovely opening score.
Now you got to go get the ball.
Well, no luck from the conversion, but a 5-0 scoreline that St David's College will be very happy with. St David's College from Llandudno currently sit on 3 points, so a win here would see them progress through. Wellington need a big win here and results elsewhere to go their way. But what a fantastic achievement it would be for St David's College to get through to the next round of the Cup. A big win and results going their way would see them jump above Seaford to first place. As Wellington College will collect this kick-off. Lovely pass off of the base to get us started. Great tackle in there from St David's. They're really putting in the pressure. Only backwards calls the referee, so Wellington will play on. Lovely offered from Rousseau, back down to the short side. Rousseau again. Good tackle in the wing. Great work to keep it off the base, but a knock-on, unfortunately. Ella Woolley just couldn't gather from that Rousseau offload. And David's College will have another crack at the whip on halfway. Seaford, of course, playing elsewhere in this group. They're playing Oakham. They themselves have the solitary win. Scrum, though, for St David's. Collected well by them. Just backwards in the midfield. And this winding run from Bartwicki. There's a great tackle in there from Wellington. So they'll turn it over themselves. Woolley. Williams taking it laterally. Rousseau. All backwards calls the referee, so Ava Rousseau can play on, although she's been wrapped up by the St David's players. And what a break this is. A lovely run once again by Agatha Faville. Could go all the way here. No last-ditch defending. And that's Faville's second score for the side from North Wales. What a wonderful finish. Wellington College built really well in attack, but then David's just got the wrap in, that 2-player tackle that's so important in the game of sevens to shut down the attack, the rip and the turn, and a lovely finish. A very talented St David's College side. Just strips the ball right from under the nose of Wellington College, breaks the first tackle. Great effort from Miela Woolley, but she just can't make it back to stop Faville. And a great finish. No luck with the conversion once more. But with a minute and a half to go, St David's College lead by 10, a deserved lead in these opening stages. Wellington School yet really to break out of their own half. A testing kickoff, eventually well gathered by Jemima Mason. But the ball is out at the scrum, a great counter ruck before it was unfortunately knocked on. Parry was keen to pounce on the loose ball. Knock-on was the call, but St David's College have been so strong in this scrum.
Go! Bind! Set!
Parry Takes it to the short side. Lovely looping pass. And it one fend through the contact. Froggatt could be in here. Just pulled up short. Back to parry. And the try is given. A wonderful score as the sunlight creeps its way behind these dark clouds in Rosslyn Park. Sevens. A really fantastic score. Right out of the playbook from the set piece. St David's College, they'll be very happy with that. Parry's been involved all over the park. She did fantastically well. Great support running as well from everyone involved, but a deserved score. No luck once more from the conversion, but David's College will be tremendously happy going in at half-time with this 15-0 advantage, which is looking like it will see them progress onwards in the Under-16 Cup. That was a great run. Grace Froggatt got involved, and then a lovely pass back inside to keep the play alive, despite all of the best efforts of Wellington College. And Gwen Fisher, who did well to get back. A great start, a flying start for the self-proclaimed underdogs from St David's College, who've shown plenty of quality throughout the day so far. We'll be back very shortly for the second half of this thrilling pool encounter in the Under-14 Girls' Cup here at Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. Well, Wellington College ring in a couple of changes as we head into this second half. Well, a bit of a mountain to climb for the school from Somerset, but everything can change in the game of sevens. It'll be St David's College to get us underway here. Amelia Andrew with kicking duties. Let's kick deep beyond the last line of Wellington College players, so they'll have plenty of yards to come back into their own half, but stripped by Andrews in the contact. Lovely offload inside. There could be a hat-trick here for Agatha Favell as well. They've got the offload in there. We'll have one more look at it, but that's the perfect start for St David's College.
Just in line with me.
It was great work off the kickoff immediately from Amelia Andrew. Really deep kick. Great chase, great work in the tackle as well to strip the ball, and then Agatha Favell with her hat-trick. What a fantastic moment for her and for all of St David's College. Nothing wrong with this return from the kick, actually very well to evade the first defender, but under just loads of pressure, these two-man tackles. Rousseau just couldn't cling on to it. And this is a lovely offload. Great work to cut inside, great feet. There's a bright future in the game of rugby for plenty of the players we've seen today, and so much is true for Agatha Favell.
Everyone's on side.
Well, they've returned this kick, Wellington College, but they could be caught out in the wide channels. Could be Oliver Bartwicki going all alone. Could Olivia Bartwicki go all the way? A great score, a lovely finish. And no matter what Wellington College try, they just can't seem to clear their lines at the beginning of this second half. Well, the kick was a good option, but Bartwicki's return was fantastic, taking it all the way down to this near hand, right-hand side.
Anywhere in line with me.
And a great finish. Beating two defenders off on the way. Conversion short, but 27-0 is a commanding lead. Yeah, nothing wrong with the kick return, but the chase was just a little short in that far side. But Wiki just got beyond Maisie Eadie, beyond Izzy Williams. Right, her best efforts to... Andrew to get us underway once more. This time the kickoff might be collected right on the half from Roberts. It's a bit loose now on the floor, but patience to rebuild from the ruck. Here's Howson running a bit laterally, but skipping past 2. Howson past 3, finally brought down.
Backwards, everyone's on the side, so...
And then picked up by Wellington School. A lovely offload in there by Olivia Villis. And it comes back St David's way. A little bit scrappy in these closing stages. A lovely lofted pass by Andrew. Favo was looking to go again. Could be Howson this time. Howson will School. Well, Wellington School have just struggled to clear their lines in the second half, as discussed. And once again, St David's have done really well. That lovely looped pass from Andrew, really technical. And then lovely footwork from Howson just to skip through. Seen some wonderful rugby from a side to watch out for as we come into the afternoon session. We'll of course have the quarter-finals of the girls under 14 competition before the final at 5:20, which will be here on RE2. Very exciting for that, as Wellington School might look to get themselves started in this second half, which has been difficult for them, trying to break once more for inside their own 22. That's a lovely offload into the wide channel. Great footwork to get on the outside. Here is Jones, and Jones is a foot race to the line. And that's a lovely step to start it all off, and in the end, Neris Jones will saunter in for a great score.
Good afternoon.
Well, they finally made it into those wide channels to evade the pressure of David's College, and they have scored a try. Well-deserved score.
Stowe, RGS Newcastle and Marlborough in Group A, and in Group B, Bryanston, Sherborne and Blundell. The first fixtures in those pools are at 2:20 on RE1.
Well, it was great footwork. Just to step across Olivia Bartwicki, who's no slouch as we've seen already. That's great work from Neris Jones, a really lovely finish.
Bryanston versus Sherborne. So pick 1, 2:20.
Taken off the kickoff now by St David's, who look to finish this game with a flurry. This is a lovely running wind from Russell. Good work to get the offload away, but knocked on. The Wellington School will have another crack at the whip here in the closing stages of this second half. Well, it's the beginning of the bowl up next in this ruthless competition. The best second place sides from the Vars progressed groups that we had will now be fighting it out in the bowl in another 2 groups, the A bowl and the B bowl. We will have action from the group stages of the B bowl, which is the second of the 2 semi-final groups. That'll be Sherborne School up against Bryanston School, 2 sides we've already seen today on RE2, live on with Next Gen at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. So Sherborne School versus Bryanston School will take place here on RE2 up next.
Crouch! Bind!
As we enter the closing stages
That's it.
of this fixture. Good scrum from St David's College, but Wellington School come away with it, but that's a massive shot.
Backwards.
Wellington School can still play with possession, patient stuff, taking the ball laterally. Good hunting from David's College in the line, however. And now they come back onto the short side. It's Izzy Williams this time for Wellington School. Great offload to Neris Jones. Patient play from Wellington. This is the best rugby we've seen from them.
You just got to come over the top.
In at the side is the call from the referee.
It's the last play of the game.
Last play,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
last opportunity really for Wellington School. Oh, great pace to take it to the line. A lovely finish this would be by Neris Jones. A really lovely score. Wellington School have just got the wind back in their sails towards the end of this second half, and two well-deserved scores, both coming from Neris Jones.
Just you got to do a drop goal,
And that second try especially. The first one was all about pace. And that kick will not be given. 34-10, the final score. A really lovely game we've seen here. It's just a fantastic performance from St David's College in that start of the second half to run away with it. Wellington School with a good fight back towards the end of that game. This was certainly an excellent try they managed to put together. Really patient sevens. Neris Jones just lovely footwork to beat the first defender, and then cutting back on the inside. A really lovely score. Well deserved. So a result like that should see St David's College through to the next stage of the competition. It's remarkable. As Bryanston come down the short side, and Will Courage has broken the line. He's crashed his way through two defenders, and he's sucked in the numbers now, so surely Bryanston will look to go wide. Maverick Goodchild takes it to the line, but it's an advantage to Bryanston now. What an opportunity this is. Looking for that out the back, but there was a hand in there from Sherborne, who'll come back for the first offence. Seb Ali's looking to get away with it, but there's been time off as there's a Bryanston player down injured, I believe. Well, these players could certainly do a breather following that lightning fast start to the game. Sherborne were absolutely off their feet. They worked so hard to fashion out that first scoring opportunity. But Bryanston have looked very dangerous. They're a very physical side. International pedigree amongst them, of course, with the Kennedy brothers representing Canada, and the towering Ollie Close at number 5.
Good. Happy?
Looking back, of course, on phase 2, Blundell, who are also in this group, finished second behind the Jumeirah English-speaking school.
Just wait a second. Just wait a second. We still got a physio on the pitch.
For these two sides, Bromsgrove went to town on their group. They did amazingly well. Sherborne finished just behind them after beating Peter Symonds College in the last play, as we saw here on RE2. Bryanston fell to Malvern in that last game, that they were also on this pitch, so it's good to see them both back in action. Goodchild takes it to the line. Away goes Maverick Goodchild. Great score. Well, I was speaking to Bryanston's coach in the run-up to the fixtures. He said Goodchild has no shirt number, but he'll be the fastest. So whoever the fastest is, that's Maverick Goodchild. What a great finish from him. Well, it's Harry Ward who got us started for Bryanston. They were patient, took their time, assessed their options, and then when the gap was spotted, they went straight through. Finley Kennedy with a bit of sevens now, just to get in the way of the opposition player. A great score, no conversion, so they still trail by 2 points, but how quickly things can change when a bit of momentum on your side. A bit of miscomms in there, as whose ball it was, eventually swept up. Lovely footwork in there, and a Big collision once more, and that's a huge contact that's led to a turnover. And away
Tackle
come
all the way.
Bryanston now.
Advantage is over.
They're going to the short side once more. 2 men it takes to bring down Aaron Kennedy.
Off feet.
It's Kennedy once more. Off feet is the call. There was a penalty advantage. This is a great opportunity for Bryanston to really turn the tide on this game. Allies. They come back to the short side. Kennedy. To Kennedy once more. Allies just shrugging off his opposite man.
Hey. Walk away.
Try scored after the little bit of afters.
Walk away. Walk away.
But
16.
in fairness, Sherborne had nothing on Seb Allies, who scored a great try. Well, it was a really lovely score. Kennedy to Kennedy, the brothers linking up on the short side and then putting Allies in with a bit of space. Shrugged off the last man with ease, and a great score. Back to the short side. Good decision with numbers up. Kennedy draws in 2, finds Kennedy excellently well 2-on-1, just shrugs off the last man. Not enough commitment there really from Sherborne, but they'll go again as they look to exit from inside their own half, but it was a loose pass thrown back inside that's been turned over. And Bryanston are really capitalising off Sherborne's mistakes here. It's over the head of Allies. But back to the short side they go where the numbers are. A little show and go. Flicked up to Kennedy. And that's a loose ball. But playing with penalty advantage, the Canadian under-20 player. Well, Bryanston are quick to get us underway once more. Allies, good child. Looks to take them all on. Shrugs off 2. Great offload. Ollie close. Frees up the ball once more. Allies again. And it's Henry Ward who started the move, who will finally get to finish it. And what a turnaround we've seen from Bryanston.
That's half time, fellas.
Well, that's half time, calls the referee. So we will go in at the break with a scoreline of 15-7 in the favour of Bryanston. A great start to their bowl ambitions, which were newly realised after their defeat to Malvern, but they'll be very keen to keep the rugby flowing and to keep the silverware in sight, and that's what they are doing with a 15-7 lead they currently have over Sherborne. Sherborne, who started the half brightly, but Bryanston have piled on all the pressure since then. We'll be back very shortly for the second half of this bowl semi-final group stage game. Well, we're back here for some second half action in this bowl pool phase. Only the top side from these two groups of three will go through to the final. And at the moment, Bryanston are holding a commanding 15-7 lead over Sherborne, but perhaps not for long as Sherborne look to build from inside their own half, something they struggled to do in that second half in the latter stages. They look to go to an edge now. That's a difficult ball to take, and knock on from the try scorer, Harry Bedford.
Okay, gentlemen, crouch. Bind. Wait a second. Set.
Well, this is a great opportunity for Bryanston. They're all wrapped up there, is Henry Ward in that scrum, but Kennedy out the back door once more.
Got up.
Stanley Vincent shrugs off the first man, but the second time he's wrapped up. Good direct running. Here comes Allies. Heffer keeps the ball alive. Kennedy reaching out himself. And Finlay Kennedy has scored. He was searching for Seb Allies on that support line, but drove his way to the white line himself. And Bryanston are stamping their authority on this second half in its early stages. Sherborne ring in the changes, looking to make a difference in this match. Textbook sevens really from Bryanston. Keep the ball alive, spread the defence while still engaging them. That's what Allies did there. Kennedy took another two out of the game and then just went all himself in the end. Great power from the Canadian under-20 international. Taken cleanly off the kickoff by Sherborne. Aggressive running from their try scorer, Harry Bedford, and now a bit more patience from them. Wrapped up by Bryanston, however. To the boot perhaps, but it's just a little show and go to beat close, but wrapped up again by Bryanston on the floor. No luck at the breakdown this time. Sherborne still looking to break. That's lovely work through two defenders. And an excellent offload as well. Swan got the ball away to Heaver. And Sherborne are in the ascendancy, but a penalty conceded at the breakdown puts an end to that attack. Well, that was great interchange by Swan and Heaver, but Bryanston have put an end to it. Interesting choice to go to the boot. But you see, it's very easy to look good defensively when you are not being asked to defend at regular intervals, and that's the case for Bryanston. They've looked really solid as Sherborne look to break from their half, but very passive defending, and then as soon as they need to snuff out an attack, that's what they can do. And now they have set piece to play from. Henry Ward will throw it in once more. They've got the towering Ollie Close in there.
Good afternoon. A reminder of the Bars quarter-final matches due to get
Claimed
underway
well.
at 2:40.
Ward looks to play away.
On pitch RE1.
Stanley Vincent back to the short side, shrugs off the first man and the second. A huge tackle by Swan, but still Close comes away with it again. Running laterally now, but who can bring down Ollie Close?
It's gone backwards, player.
Backwards is the call.
Went backwards.
So away comes Ford, teasing the defenders. Kennedy. Offload to Ward. Takes it to the line himself. There's two defenders in there for Sherborne.
Off your feet, let him go.
Slow ball for Bryanston, which they won't mind at all in these closing stages. Bryanston hit the line. Great speed. And that isn't Maverick Goodchild, I do believe. It's another player with no number. A great finish nonetheless. Lovely speed to hit the line. And Bryanston have put this game to bed. Perhaps it's time for them to start looking ahead to their huge game against Blundell School at 3:20. That, given this result, is the straight shootout to top the group. If Blundell School can get a victory there, then a big win over Sherborne will see them top it. But it's all in Bryanston's hands right now. A deep, deep kick to really mark their intentions. Returned by Sherborne. The chase is lacking slightly, and Bryanston will be able to get back cleanly and under little pressure.
Hold in place, keep going, keep retreating.
Great return, but claimed well by Swan.
All onside.
And now they use the width. They've got numbers out there, loose pass, and it's forward as well. And perhaps in games like this, when it just doesn't go right for you, there's no swinging the momentum your way. It will be a scrum for Bryanston, whose tactic of keeping Sherborne locked deep has worked very efficiently in this fixture.
Gentlemen, crouch. Bind.
So we look ahead, perhaps, where we will return to the Vars. The Vars, no more group stages finally, as Bryanston looked to kick ahead and put some real pressure on. There was perhaps a hand in there, but it's actually been claimed by Vincent Stanley, who kicked it off field. Perhaps thinking it was the end of the game, which it most certainly is not. One more phase to play. But yes, we look ahead. No more pool stages, no more groups, just straight out knockout rugby. We start at the quarter final stages of the Vars. They all take place at the same time. Malvern College take on the King's School Macclesfield. St Edward's College of Oxford take on Bromsgrove. Tonbridge School have the Drumeria English Speaking School, JESS of Arabian Ranches. And up next we've got Rugby School against Solihull, School for Boys. A huge game up next on RE2. But here in the bowl, it's finished 27-7 in favour of Bryanston, who have started their bowl ambitions excellently well. They've really laid a marker for Blundell's, who they'll play later on as they go striving towards silverware. Sherborne have a lot to do in their final game against Blundell's and will rely on results elsewhere. But up next on RE2 Live with Next Gen at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. It's perhaps the biggest game we've had so far in the tournament. It's Rugby School up against Solihull. What was that you asked for? Was it more Sevens rugby? Well, that's exactly what you're getting here on RE2 with Next Gen at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. We're into the Vars quarter-finals, which is the biggest men's competition on offer at this age group so far. And it's Rugby School up against Solihull School. I'm joined by Will from Rugby School, who will join me on co-commentary. Thank you so much for being here, Will.
Pleasure to be here.
Now, what have you made of Rugby's run to the this stage of the competition so far?
Well, it's been pretty close. We had a tight match against Marlborough last game, but in the opening pools we were pretty confident.
Well, it'll be Solihull to get us underway with the kick-off, with a great take on Rugby number 2 as they look to come around the edges, and that will just run outfield, but the ball's just run into our commentary box for the first time. That was a really great run from Robert Gaffan. Allows some good intensity there from Rugby.
Yeah, no, strong from Gaffan.
Lovely. Wait.
Well, then it will be a Solihull lineup. Harry Pemberton to throw. Claimed well in the air. And away comes Solihull. Little looping move that we so often see in Sevens. It's Burnett on the turn for the 12, and now they look to go to the outside, and the afterburners have been turned on well and truly by Blackhurst. Blackhurst hunted down by Harry Tonnet. Still Solihull possession. Here is Brennan. Pemberton. The wind is in the sails of Solihull well and truly as they take it to the line once more. Just short of the 5. What a turnover that is. Oh, what a huge intervention. And Rugby School have turned it over. That is fantastic work from Smith. Must be very happy with that intervention, Will.
He will be, but it's business as usual for him. Player of the season in the 15 season. He's one of our stronger players.
Top work from Doug Smith. And perhaps now Rugby for a great pass from Gaffan, and into the outside channels they go. Wada finally dragged down, just in between the 15 and 22 of Solihull. This is the best attacking set so far for Rugby. They play with penalty advantage now. Tonnet. Gaffan. Smith offloads inside. Now here's Gaffan. Lovely turn to free the hands. Fizz pass out wide. There could be numbers over here. Pearce inside. Gets the offload away.
Hand down, Rock!
Patience from Rugby now as they once again look to spread the Solihull defence. Lovely fend on the inside. A great run. One offload and a lovely score.
Ryan Sweeting.
Great work from Sweeting in the end. Nathaniel Kayada did all the hard work and then put Sweeting in at the last. Great work to begin with from Dahira Wada, and then just patient play. Spotted the overcommitment. Big friend from Kayada. And Sweeting with the easy finish in the end. A good start for Rugby so far.
Yeah, we'll be pleased with that. After going down pretty early in the last 2 games, it's good to get a good start.
And Rugby will get us underway once more, Sweeting the try scorer with the kickoff. Solihull will look to return from inside their own 22. Switch play on the outside channels, dragged down. Once again, it's Kayada looking to turn it over. Well taken in the first receiver position for Solihull. Lovely offload out the back as they look to build this attacking set. They're up to the 15, huge contact. Still here come Solihull for Brennan with a long lofted pass into the wide channels. There's a race on there between Kayada and Burnett. Burnett dragged down, but Brennan keeps the game alive. Lovely pass, really well taken. Penalty advantage now.
High tackle.
They'll play with high tackle is the call. Brennan picks it from the base. Jock Brennan trying to go all himself, unheld. Still Brennan. looking for options inside him. Gaffan's over the ball. Nothing given from the referee. Just a knock on there. Good disruption from Robert Gaffan. Nervous moments there for Rugby.
Indeed. We've talked a lot about linking up in defence, and I think that's a great example of when we really need to be doing that.
So it's very rare in Rosslyn Park that anyone actually reaches the straight knockout phase of the tournament, because you have to play so much rugby to get there. You must be happy with the progression so far.
Yeah, no, definitely really pleased. I think the boys will say they're getting a bit tired, but lots of rehab in between games, and we're looking forward.
Smith will feed the scrum. Oh, Severus Sunday actually fed that scrum, but they're all the way in the wide channels. Pierce. Lovely tackle by Burnett. Kayada under pressure from Burnett once more. Pemberton could have turned it. Away goes Pemberton. Solihull look to take it to the line. That last pass just goes behind its intended target of Ryan McCourt. Interception! Kayada's come all the way, storming out of the line to take it, spotted that no ruck had been formed. And despite the pressure of Brennan, Nathaniel Kayada is really leaving a marker on this game. Well, Kayada has been involved with everything that Rugby have done well so far in terms of scoring.
Yeah, he's been on flying form recently, especially in this tournament. Actually, his older brother used to captain our first 15, but at the moment he's unstoppable.
Kayada doing the his rugby name proud.
Indeed.
Slotting the conversion as well, which is so important in this short format of the game. Really clever stuff, because Solihull looked like they had the wind in their sails here. Bit of momentum. Nothing wrong with Pemberton's pass, but it just comes steaming out of the gates. A lovely finish.
30 seconds remaining.
And with one eye, of course, on the Rugby Sevens International Tournament this weekend, how were you expecting the side to do coming into this tournament?
Well, it's really important for us to start strong in this week, because it's a pretty intense week of sevens. But it's awesome to see the likes of Nelson College walking around Rosslyn Park earlier. There'll be tough competition.
Well, it's a lovely turnover from Solihull, and Pemberton did really well with his progressive carries, and now Solihull goes steaming down the short side. What a run this is. Oh, and a beautiful offload, and another. It's Blackhurst in the end who will score. But absolute textbook sevens from Solihull to get them back into this game right on half-time. You must say that was a beautiful score with a number of offloads from the floor they managed to fling together.
Fijian style rugby.
A great score. Harvey Blackhurst profited from his teammates' hard work, but it was a great supporting line from himself. And the 2 points so crucial at this stage. Well, it's half-time, it's 14-7. Let's have another look at this wonderful try. Flicked off the base. Burnett went screaming away. Another offload, another offload. Perfect support lines from Solihull. And that is half-time. So at half-time, while you're here, we'll have an opportunity to talk about what is coming ahead, not just with this fantastic Sevens tournament that Next Gen will, of course, be live reporting, also everything to do with rugby that you want to celebrate coming into the new season, Sevens season.
Yeah, well, I've got a big list in front of me. On the 7th of April, we have an Under-9s Club Festival. I'm not sure if Next Gen will be there, but that'll be very exciting. On the 16th of April, the House of Lords v House of Commons Rugby. And also on the same day, the England v Wales Deaf Rugby Union men's and women's games. But also, I'm seeing here we have the world's largest scrum. I think we're trying to get 3,000 people involved in that, so if you're around, please turn up.
Well, that's great to see all of the things that Rugby School are hosting as we look ahead to a lovely summer of sport, which is what we certainly hope to see here at Next Gen as well. Returning to the on-field activities of Rugby School, they currently lead Solihull by just the solitary 7 points. A single try So not at all an insurmountable total for Solihull School. And following that excellent score, they'll certainly feel the momentum flowing through them. Kick-off in just a moment. Well, Rugby will get us underway as they look to hook it into the wide channels, and Darren Falope did take it well, but unfortunately flicked wide, and Solihull will get us quickly underway from that line out. All the way into the wide channels they go. Blackhurst taken down one-on-one. Burnett, lovely ball into midfield. And there's a man over, excellent take by Solihull. Rugby go fishing in the scrum. Back to the short side they go once more. Solihull cut back inside here. They spotted the hole. And now once again they look for width. Lovely offload by Burnett. And through the hole. What a start. Jock Brennan scores for Solihull in the opening minute of this second half. Perhaps not the start Rugby were after, Will.
Not the start Rugby were after at all, I'm afraid. But as it was in the last games, I think it'll be a good test for their mentality and see if we can come back from that.
Well, it's knockout rugby here at Rosslyn Park in the under-18 Vars. And we said that this might be one of the best games of rugby we've seen. It's certainly been fantastic attacking rugby. This is a great offload to King. Steps inside well. That's a lovely pass. Jock Brennan picks a great line and scores a wonderful try. And Solihull are in the ascendancy with 14 unanswered points. Right at the tail of the first half and at the beginning of the second. And King looks to get under it. Penalty advantage though. Great take by Darren Falope. So Rugby will play with penalty advantage from inside their own half. Great line speed from Solihull. Falope gets the ball away. Juggled but eventually held by Wada.
Taking the man out in the air.
And Solihull go fishing in the scrum, but King's been penalised for taking the man out in the air. Big opportunity now for Rugby to build an attacking set.
Yeah, huge, especially with our pace men on the outside. Dara and Wada. They're seriously quick boys, so we can see what they can do.
Here's that man, Wada. Falope. Back inside.
There we go.
And away goes Darren Falope. So unfortunate just to knock the ball on there, though, under pressure from Solihull. Lovely pass inside, and you're right, Will, Rugby do look dangerous when they can string together a few phases.
Yeah, but that's the challenge.
On by black, and then by blue.
But that was a rare mistake from Sweeting as under-18's Midlands captain. He's one of our more handy players.
Well, Solihull ringing a few changes as the wind continues to blow in the next-gen tent.
No, it's all right. No, it's all right. I was standing there, so you're not going far quicker than I do, so. Grouch! Don't panic.
14 all. Tense moments in this quarter-final.
Great job, Jen.
Pemberton wins the scrum. And away comes Solihull once more. Switch back inside. Into the wide channels they go through Blackhurst, the try-scorer. Dragged down but not held. Falope gets over the ball. Turnover. Darren Falope. Great work. And Rugby look to swing the ball wide. Great work from McLaughlin. Back comes Sweeting. Can't free the offload. Solihull go fishing once more. There's no advantage for that first turnover from Falope.
Lucky, lucky.
Fellas, I'm here.
What a great turnover. You talked about his pace, but a great turnover as well from Falope.
Yeah, he's a strong player to have in a ruck.
Well, Rugby come back on the short side. There was a slip there from Pemberton. And Rugby could be away here now. It's Pearce. One-on-one. Pearce to the outside. An amazing tackle. But it's been finished off by Formelu. Well, it was Burnett who did so well to get back, but good finish from Alec Formelu, fresh onto the field.
11, come here. 12, come here. Captain's here.
Well, there could be afters, unfortunately, for Rugby. The referee's calling in some players.
You're warned. Unfortunately, you two have the next set of handbags. You both leave.
And that's 2 yellow cards given. I think it's to those involved in that try-saving tackle, Pearce and Burnett, who have both left the field.
2 minutes, right? Sorry, it's just unfortunate they were warned and you did it the second time.
And both these sides will play the rest of the fixture with 6 players. The referee spoke earlier about not wanting certain language on the field. That isn't a great look for either team, is it, Will?
No, far from, but better than one of us going off and the other staying on, because we learned earlier on in the tournament that playing 7v6 is a pretty tough gig.
110.
Well, that was a really lovely try-saving tackle and a great run by Pearce. I hate to see that one of their tournaments will have ended with that. But Rugby will get us underway. Both sides down to 6. Let's see what kind of space that can build up. And in this blowing wind, swirling weather, the kick has unfortunately gone straight out. So this is a huge opportunity with under a minute to go. Solihull have no opportunities left but this, with 6 on the field, taking on the 6 of Rugby. Pemberton to the line, lovely offload to Burnett. High tackle is the call, so Solihull will get the game underway straight away. Well, there's another slip there, as it was a slip that allowed Will Pearce through for that try. Ripped into contact. But Sweeting has just handed the ball back to Solihull through Brennan. Pemberton, well held by Burnett, into the wide channels they go. Stripped in contact once more, this time by McLaughlin. McLaughlin cuts on the inside of his first defender. Looks for space and options, finds Sweeting out the back. McLaughlin once more. Solihull go fishing for the ball at the breakdown, but lost is the call. The ball was out, so Solihull are back in possession. Pemberton flings it away, but there's no one there. Great tackle. Pemberton back to the short side. Well, it's all action here on RE2 in this Vars quarter-final. Bodies flying this and that way.
Injury there.
The referee has called a halt to proceedings as there's a player down right on the corner here. It's a Rugby player who stayed on the floor.
Then realised on 6 sides. It's a little bit mean. Take time.
And fair play for the referee to give that a call when you're already down to 6.
Just don't move if you've done more damage than...
But surely the game must continue.
I think it's Johnny McLaughlin down over there.
So, but we will play last play. Scrum, gentlemen. It'll be their ball, okay? No, they're not returning. They went, yeah, no. Yellow cards will not return to field of play. They went at 1:10 to go. All right? No, I'll call it over.
A lot of pressure on this last defensive set for the boys.
Hold on, we got another.
That's a huge moment because a score in a decent position could take the game beyond Rugby, but Solihull have a lot of work to do to get to that point.
No, yellow cards won't return. That's right. We've got Sam. Right. Yellow cards are finished. They're not returning.
Well, we know full well the yellow cards aren't coming onto the field, as much as Rugby are protesting, but...
we thought the yellow card was coming back on. I just want to make sure you both have 6 players.
There's 6 on 6, final play. What a tense moment, Will.
Yeah, indeed. I'm sure the boys will be feeling out there. But I have complete faith.
Complete faith, indeed. We're into overtime here.
And on RE3, Haverford versus Admauer.
What a huge moment. Pemberton defeat. Last play. Rugby lead by 5. Pemberton has possession from the scrum. And Solihull look to inject some pace into the attack. There's the switch inside. Blackhurst beats the first man.
Could do without that.
Great line from McCourt. McCourt's got under pressure at the breakdown.
Advantage.
And it's been turned over by Felipe. And that could be game over.
Correct.
And Rugby could be flying through to the semi-finals.
Kick it, game is done.
And that's game over.
Oh.
And Rugby, right at the last, have come through and secured a huge victory in the Vars against Solihull School. They'll be through to a semi-final. What a big moment for Rugby School.
Yeah, huge. I mean, it was getting a bit tense there at the end, but I'm no doubt that the boys will be seriously happy with that one.
Lovely stuff from both sides. A really thrilling game of rugby. Solihull really gave it their all. They've played so much rugby over these last 2 days, as have Rugby School. But great to have you with us as well, Will, to talk us through everything that's going on at Rugby.
No, well, thank you very much for having me.
And we're sure to hear from you again this weekend when Next Gen are at the Rugby International Sevens. I'll be there as well with all the commentary. So thanks very much, Will. Really appreciate you being there. And the rugby never stops, of course, on RE2, not for the next 4 days at least. There's plenty more to play for. We're back, I believe, with the Under-14 Girls' Cup. It's the quarter-final, the winner of Group C against the winner of Group D. Some top rugby up ahead. Well, there's more action for you now from the Under-14 Girls' Cup. It's Bryn Calenog up against the Kings of Wessex Academy.
Nice pick up, well done.
Bryn Calenog playing right from the start in the light blue and trim. Well, it was a lovely run to start from Bryn Calenog's number 15.
Thank you for that.
Livy Kurupatawa.
Mark is here.
Kurupatwa even.
Mark is here. Ladies, line out. Line out, ladies, line out. 3 in. Ladies, you need to go to the left of the mark. Stay where you are, that's the mark. The mark is there, the mark is this lady here. Play on, gone back.
So correction there, it is Bryn Calenog against Seaford. Bryn Calenog in the, both teams are very similar kit, in the light blue and navy with the blue shoulder, that is Bryn Calenog, and then
Nice, play on.
Seaford in the
Advantage.
striped colours. Well, Bryn Calenog have turned it over, there's been a knock on there. So here come Bryn Calenog now in the wide channels.
Advantage over.
Excellent driving run there.
Turn, turn, turn. Nice.
In the quarter-final stage, they look to go to the width now. Great covering tackle there on Caitlin.
Can't play the ball on the floor.
Playing the ball on the floor, a tough call, but a penalty that goes
10, leave.
Seaford's way. Not 10, so
You can't, you weren't 10.
Seaford keep hunting down this far side and almost intercepted. Bryn Calenog come flying through, great line speed.
And release.
Great hit by Stevens.
Let her have the ball.
And
Fair
Stevens
play.
has ripped off the base of the floor as well. Away goes Shanti. Doherty now. Bryn Calenog just 5 metres short of the line here.
You're on the wrong side, lass. You're on the wrong side.
And there's been a turnover once more from Seaford. Well played from Seaford, but that's another loose pass, and now it's been turned over once more in the 5 metre. There's real tussles in the contact, and just a bit of rush play.
Knock-on advantage not come in.
Well, it's very difficult to play out from your 5 metre.
It was a knock-on. Advantage not coming, so you're going to
just
scrub
testing
down,
the referee,
and it
I
will be
think.
your ball.
But it's going to be a scrum down.
Yeah, do your lace.
For the Welsh side now, with a bit of break for the laces. So to clarify this cup quarter-final between Seaford and Calenog, I'll get you all the other semi-finals when we have them.
Crouch!
Scrum down.
Bind!
For the Welsh side.
Set!
Just 5 metres out.
Hold it, girls, that's it, nice. Hold that, nice, well done.
Spread wide to McCormack. McCormack, unopposed, saunters in. Simple enough off the set piece.
If you kick it in front, you have to go and retrieve it.
Well, it was good play from McCormack,
that's fine, but you must
highlighted by my commentator,
understand?
Sabo, before the game as being one of their key players. She's proven herself worthy of that title with the opening score for Bryn Calenog, who have put loads of pressure onto this Seaford side. They've really piled it on. Seaford unable just to break out of their own half in the opening stages of this quarter-final. Clean enough scrum.
Yes, you scored, you restart. The ball's over there. Ladies, the ball is over there.
Sauntered in unopposed. Picked a good line, McCormack. Well, in this quarter-final stage, Iskol, Giffen, Plassenware girls are playing against Haverford West High School, and the JESS Arabian Marches School are playing Kings of Wessex Academy. Well, once again, Bryn Calenog comes storming forward off the kick-off. Just shrugging off players is Kurapatwa, and Kurapatwa could go all the way here. A great run by Livy Kurapatwa. A great score for Bryn Calenog.
Give her the ball. Thank you.
Well, a great finish.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't know why she was walking off with it.
Well, Bryn Calenog really are stamping their authority onto this game. That was a lovely finish from Kurapatwa, who's looked really dangerous in these early stages. Just a bit of confusion off the kick-off. Bryn Calenog just the quickest and most aggressive to get there. Barnstorming run from Doherty.
That's fine, it's fine. Time off, ladies, wait. We're just going to take this lady
A
off.
very physical side, Bryn Calenog.
Bring the ball back
A
up
great
to the
finish.
halfway line, though, please. Bring the ball back up.
Well, the Bryn Calenog Comprehensive School topped a group including Clifton College, Orleans Park School and Robert Clack, so impressive group there.
Yeah.
3 victories for them. And Seaford came out of the group with St David's College, Llandudno, and as well as Oakham School and Wellington School.
Ladies, come on.
Again with 3 wins. Very impressive from
Comment your restart. Right, when you're back in, I'm just going to do time on, so I'll
Seaford.
blow the whistle for time on and kick, all right?
just a bit of a break in play there to deal with various injuries and changes.
It's not half time yet. It was time off for an injury, so we're just going to restart.
Bit of confusion amongst the
I just got the time on a second.
Calenog ranks, but they maintain their 12-point advantage. They've looked very impressive so far. Looping kick once again by their key player, Sienna McCormack. Seaford have been pushed well back into their own 22, and that's a huge tackle as well to drive Seaford into touch. And Calenog have carved out a massive opportunity for themselves here.
Mark is here. Girls on the goal line, on the goal line. Ladies on the goal line.
Well, what a big moment for Bryn Calenog as they look to go down the short side once more from
No try.
McCormack,
No try.
but no try is
It
called.
was a no try. She scored it just there. You can see where the mark is. Okay, so let's bring it back. We're going to scrum down.
Well, knock on is unfortunately the call from that. No try was given
It's
from
not on the line. It stops.
McCormack as she's
Please,
placed the
Mark,
ball down short of the try line. Unfortunate really from McCormack who orchestrated that move.
Set!
And now Seaford have a chance to break.
Start this side.
Fantastic
Start that
counter
side.
scrum, however,
Space to play.
from Bryn Calenog, and they could go steaming away here for another score, and they will.
Well done. After this, it's half time. Yes.
It was Lacey Davis, I believe, number 16 of the score. And that may well have put the game beyond Seaford, who have struggled perhaps in this first half.
Oh, yes, by quite a bit. So
is there another game?
What a great counter drive here. And Calenog just have the size and the power on this Seaford side. Unfortunately, easy enough finish. Great footwork by Lacey Davis. Touchdown to score. Simple enough in the end. 17-0. Bryn Calenog Comprehensive School currently leads Seaford College. We know how quickly things can change in the game of sevens, but Seaford have got a bit of a mountain to climb if they want to make it through to a cup semi-final. But up next, here on RE2, live with Next Gen, we'll have the second half of this cup quarter-final between Bryn Calenog Comprehensive School and Seaford College, which Bryn Calenog lead 17-0.
Round of fixtures in the bowl semi-final balls on RE1. Bryanston will play Blundell, and on RE2 Stowe will play Marlborough. In the girls under 14 tournament on RE3, Hayes will play Ivybridge.
Well, Bryn Calenog will get us underway through Sienna McCormack once again. Another deep kick-off, which has unfortunately just been spilled by Seaford.
You knocked it on. Here.
And when things are going against you slightly in the game of sevens, it can be quite difficult to get things back on track. That seems to be the case for Seaford, who unfortunately just spilled that kick-off. This is a great attacking platform for Bryn Calenog right from the start of the second half.
Bind! Set! Hold it until ball's in. Nice.
Lacey Davis with the feed.
Ball's out.
Takes it down the short side and beats the first defender. Lacey Davis might go on unopposed here with options inside and out. Just goes herself. Scores a great try. And Calenog are starting off this second half as they ended the first.
You're going to have to kick it from behind the post back onto the pitch, because if you kick it over, it's likely to go over things, okay?
A great individual score, beating the first tackler with ease and then looking for options left and right to deceive the defence. And going in unopposed in the end. Good effort from the conversion, not given, however, from the referee. Another standard scrum.
It's theirs. They kick off, that's it.
And then goes to the short side. Skips past the first defender.
It's yours.
and
Sure, she's
looking
scored.
for options left and right, but a good finish in the end.
Half line, halfway's here, ladies.
Bryn Calenog will be putting the boot to ball, and having someone like Sienna McCormack who has such a great boot on her under 14 level is so useful. Another clean connection, sending Seaford back. A lovely take off the kickoff, and forward comes Seaford, skipping away. A lovely run by the number 4 Amber Woods. A really wonderful run. Scrappy at the breakdown, but still Seaford come away with it. Penalty, unfortunately, though, for offside.
Yeah, we're going to scrum down.
But just given us a scrum.
Ball, you okay? So it's a knock on. Mark is here.
Knock on was the first call. So best attacking set of the game so far for Seaford. They've just lacked possession, perhaps. That seems to be the difference between the two sides. Bryn Calenog, though, are so dominating in their contact. They look very impressive going into the latter stages of this competition.
Crouch! Bind! Set! Hold it until ball's in. Nice, ball's out.
Well, good scrum once more from Calenog. Davis to the boot goes McCormack, as she so often does. And it's very loose in there. Eventually picked up by Bryn Calenog.
You're on the wrong side again. It will be a penalty for being offside.
Offside at the breakdown. Bryn Calenog tapped early, but off the mark.
5 offside, penalty here. 5 offside. Now make sure you're back 10. Nice. Go.
Well, now it's been tapped by Davis once more. Kubo skipping away for another try. Lacey Davis has gone all the way and scored once again for Bryn Calenog.
Well done.
A lovely score. And they've really finished off this game in the early stage of this second half, just with very impressive, retentive attacking play. And their ability to break tackles is remarkable against a talented Seaford side that have been undefeated so far today. Set a little bit too wide from this tap and go. And they've got talented runners, as Bryn Calenog do, just a change of direction inside and out. Just a bit disconnected in the line, and a good score.
You're kicking.
And Bryn Calenog will restart our final 2.5 minutes here.
Stay on side, ladies.
Once again, it's a good deep kick from Sienna McCormack. So dangerous to deal with.
Perfect. It's gone back, play on!
Flung away by Seaford. Another big tackle there from this time from...
You cannot play the ball on the floor.
CJ Surren Seals.
Fine, so I'm just reffing, all right? Okay, so it's a penalty. Get back 10, girls, get back 10. It's a penalty.
Tapped quickly once again by Davis, and this time they used the hands. There's space on in the wide channel for Bryn Calenog. Chopped down excellently well.
No, leave, Devon. Pick it up. 4 off feet. Penalty.
And Amber Woods unfortunately penalised for being
you.
off the feet
You
there.
really
Great tackle
did well.
by
You came off
B.
feet and picked the
Homerstall.
ball up when you was on the floor. You have to be 10. So offside penalty here.
Offside for not being
On
10
the
this
line
time.
now.
The discipline just slipping a bit from Seaford in the latter stages. Andrew and Davis.
Knock on.
And just knocked on there.
Scrum down. It is your ball.
There will be a scrum for Seaford as we come into the final
Scrum
minutes of this
down.
game that is
You're doing
surely
really
beyond
well.
them.
Keep going,
But
okay?
they've got a great
Mark is
opportunity
here,
now to
ladies.
break
I'm here. Got to stop walking off with the ball. Okay.
inside their own 22. Plenty of
Doing the left
fatigue
shoulder.
visible from the conversations between referee and player. But it's great to see the match official
Crouch.
being so supportive of the players
Bind.
and giving them so much information.
Set. Hold.
I think another aspect of Rosslyn Park that
Balls
perhaps
out.
goes unreported is just how hard these referees are working.
Play on.
Hacked away by Woods. Swept up right for Calenog once more, who are 5 metres out and just spilled.
Knock on. You know you knocked on as well. Back here.
Just spilled by Lacey
Scrum
Davis.
down, and it's Seaford ball again for the knock on.
Another Seaford scrum. As this game slowly fades away from us, Seaford have another opportunity to run it out from defence. I think Calenog really are putting them under pressure.
Perfect. Right. Crouch. Okay. So you're going to go in here. Okay. Bind.
Great work from the match official, of course, to continue to support these players. It's a great competition and a great learning opportunity for both players as well. Just spilled, loads of pressure on the line, Woods, and Calenog come away with it, and they go darting for the corner.
It will be full time.
Sora Seals has scored, and that's the finish that Calenog were looking for. Sienna McCormack will have the last from this game.
It's going to be full time, that's fine. If you want to get a decent shot at it.
Well, 32 they currently lead by. Sienna McCormack not happy with that scoreline and would like to add 2 more. And we'll watch that final conversion attempt. But whatever takes place, Calenog goes steaming into the semi-finals. Deservedly so. Well, it was a really great performance from them, and we'll have the Girls Under 14 Cup final here on RE2 later on, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see more of Calenog Comprehensive School. They've looked very impressive in this game against a talented Seaford side who were just given no room to really express themselves. It was a great performance defensively and offensively. And the next time we'll return for the Under 14s will be the final at 5:20 here on RE2. But up next, some more action from the bowl. This time from the first Bowl A group. It's going to be Marlborough College up against Stowe School, following RGS Newcastle's 22-14 victory over Stowe in that first round. We'll be back very shortly here at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens live with Next Gen here on RE.
Get set, everybody. It is Bowl Finals group stage time. Marlborough College against Stowe School. Marlborough playing their first game of this third group that they've entered in order to try and reach the semi-finals. That's how tough Rosslyn Park is. We're at the third group stage, and it's only been a day and a half. There's still more rugby to come, and Stowe needing to win to ignite their chances in this Bowl group stage, because they lost their first game against RGS Newcastle about an hour or so ago, and Stowe having to win and then keep their fingers crossed that Marlborough do them a favour against RGS. Marlborough with their first game in this new group and with a match against RGS to come. Here come Stowe, and little hitch kick and dancing feet is nice from Joe Atkinson. And this is Ollie Hartingen Lovely shape on the
Tackle,
arcing run from Hartigan. Thomas Mayo now fights off the first defender and adds a few extra metres to that carry.
Well done.
Hartigan, big shape, and then loops it back, and Stowe spinning this down the line nicely. Press on the defence from Marlborough, that's why it's put him behind. Well read indeed from Marlborough's Jamie Cook. And that represents an excellent first set of defence for Marlborough, and off and running is Brooke. Well kept alive. Pass to Ed Betts was a nice one. Stowe looking to grab the ball on the floor. And they'll turn it over. And this meeting of two heavyweights in this competition, living up to expectation early on, they're equaling each other at the moment.
Watch your feet, okay, young man. Watch your feet.
Deep behind the line, and that's why, because there's speed that can be put on things by Hartigan. Slips it on, not carried. Just the awareness between teams at this level now. They know exactly where each other are running. Carrying it under the arm. Excellent from Marlborough. And the race for the line with Jamie Cook. And he'll win it. Stowe jerseys just eating dust as Marlborough go in for the first. Two minutes of first-class sevens from both these teams.
Breakfast. Good rugby. Good rugby, dude. Can you do me a favour, rugby kicks? Come back onto the pitch, rugby, okay? Cheers, dude. Just kick back on, love.
Well, so often we see players who score just converting happily from the other side. Instead, with the stakes as high as they are, Marlborough making sure that their first choice kicker on the field is going to take this one. Max Robinson has to jump over a blue rope, negotiate a sign saying this is RE2. That's what he's looking at right now. And that is being cut up, that pitch out there, with teams training on it, and it's no surprise that you're not going to hit it as sweetly as you'd hope, but that is a miss which will keep Stowe alive, because a converted try will put them in the lead. Lovely over the top pass. No look, over the back shoulder.
Okay, buddy,
Desperate attempt, and a really good one from Hartigan. But still the try for Cook. Big kick-off. It's going to bounce back for Marlborough. Cook was lurking, but here comes Stowe, cutting up through Marlborough defences. They were left ragged from the restart, and the speed from Mayo, Thomas Mayo, right from kick-off, replies.
Take your time, dude. Plenty off. Get your breath back. Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, no worries, dude.
Hartigan with a chance to put Stowe in the lead. Has he judged the winds?
No, just curved away. Curved away.
Not quite. Excellent effort from Hartigan. This is excellent from Mayo. Puts the hammer down to go through the gap, and just grabs a little bit of breath before going for top gear on the sweeper.
You on the kicker, lads? Yep, time it.
The wind is going to control this one, whipping it back on the side of Stowe. So Marlborough back in possession, and the ball is swaying around in the wind here. So difficult to rely on long passes in these conditions. Ed Betts with that ball. It's going to work out on this right wing for Cook Priest.
Tackle release! Good lad.
Picking and going and spotting the gap is Charlie Brooke. Stowe bodies get in front of him. Keeps it alive. Little juggle on the skills, but just about that's going to stay for Cook, who spots the gap and
tackle release
is now needing support.
Release. Good lad. No, there it is. Good lads. Well done.
Brooke. bets. Out to the wing and just a juggle there. That is forward.
No advantage there, lads.
It might not be coming across on screen, but the wind
Fellas, we're gonna
with
come
which
here, okay?
Marlborough are having to
Slightly
contend with in that last set is gusty.
Just lost forward, no advantage
And
there,
any
lads.
pass more
There we
than
are,
10
boys.
metres is a really difficult pass to make.
Last minute, fellas. Just rolling the sub, yeah. Just doing a sub here, boys.
Context here is that Stowe have to win, or they
Yeah, do that, boys. If you're happy there, it's not too bloody.
know that they'll be eliminated. In these groups of threes,
lads, right.
groups
Right.
of 3 teams at this stage, RGS Newcastle
Set.
beat
Hold.
Stowe in the first game of this new group. Marlborough have RGS Newcastle to face still, and that'll be taking place a little later on the main pitch here. Stowe's hopes rely on the outcome of this game, and then they rely on what happens against RGS Newcastle, piling into contact, but Marlborough whipping it away, keeping it from Stowe players. Hebblethwaite.
Let it go, Blue, let him go. Good lad. Advantage is over.
Stowe go back to the side. They have more numbers on and have worked a little opportunity down the blind side. Good pace on the ball. Back inside, little juggle to Wilf Chisnell.
I'm level.
But judged to be forward, so Stowe denied the go-ahead try. At the very end of the first half, this one hangs in the balance at half-time, 5 points apiece. Seven minutes to play between these two in the first rounds for Marlborough of this third group stage competition. The winners of this group progress through to compete in the final knockouts, in the semi-finals and beyond. Before the second half, we're joined by Steve McGuinness from the Irish Rugby IQ programme, spotting the next generation of talent that might not have gone through the usual routes and that can qualify for Irish Rugby. Steve, it's great to have you with us. It's a real tight one. You join us at a point where things couldn't be finer between these two teams, and they're excellent teams as well. I'm sure you've seen quite a lot of them already over the last 2 days.
Absolutely, and at this stage of the competition, it's sometimes down to a little bit of grit and fatigue. You know, can take its toll. So it's kind of last man standing, really.
Off you go. Off you go. Cue. Time off.
Well, one man down for Stowe for the next 2 minutes, knocking that ball on, and it was Henry Burdett who was just looking hopefully towards the referee, but sent off for 2 minutes. Yeah, it's such a physical game, and that ability to rewire your brain despite how your body's feeling, it's so hard to do, but a rare talent if you're a player that can do that.
Absolutely. Sometimes the gap between the games is significant, where boys are fired up, full of adrenaline, and then have to sit down for an hour and then suddenly get themselves back up for it. It's a real skill in itself, and for some of these players who've maybe had 4 or 5 tournaments ahead of them into this competition, it's they have a real advantage for some of the guys who may be only in for one tournament before this.
Yeah, the resilience, the physical resilience required to withstand a sevens tournament is so different to anything else. And the reason why we're having a pause here, Marlborough College just have a player down, and he's being seen to, and hopefully doing well, back and sitting up and just waiting for a little bit more of an assessment. Steve, have your remit here going around? Is it essentially a scouting role, looking for Irish qualified talent?
Yeah, absolutely. So I work full-time now for Irish Rugby, doing their qualified pathway called IQ Rugby. If you wish to register, if you're Irish qualified, either through being born in Ireland, through your parents or through your grandparents, it's www.iqrugby.com. That'll on there. But yeah, so we're here, obviously watch a lot of players who we've already kind of registered and seen throughout the season and getting second looks at it. And then, yeah, finding anyone who's late to the programme. We track players 16 to 20, simply because, rugby is a late development sport, and some guys will make it at 18, 19, but suddenly so the guys need a little bit more time.
Yeah, and if you do, IQ Rugby sponsoring our stream today, so without them we wouldn't be able to bring this coverage to you, and we're indebted to them, and it's great to have you with us, Steve. Here we go then with Marlborough looking to make this extra man pay for the next minute and 45. And Marlborough off and running again with the advantage. Interception for Stowe. Steaming away, it's Hartigan, and no one will catch Ollie Hartigan for Stowe. That is a game-breaking score, and they've done it with 6 men. And he'll need a breather after that, Steve.
Absolutely. 70, 80 metres is a long way at this stage of the game.
No, they didn't. They missed it. So it's 5-0 now, 10-5.
Took a massive gamble, Hartigan, and he made it pay. It's the kind of calculation that can be the difference at the very top level, making this count. Let's have a look again at how it played out.
Just that time of flight in the air sometimes does the attack. Those shorter passes, quicker passes can make such a difference.
And he's cashed his checks in at the casino to make this play, because if this goes, it's try for Marlborough without a doubt. So Stowe leading 12 points to 5. Their hopes of qualifying
20 seconds on the card
from this group, and then being in with a real shout of taking the title, are now much more alive, but they've got to survive the next phase of play. Still down to 6. Marlborough coming. And that goes out into touch.
On, please.
And they've managed to survive. Last 2 minutes of pure excellence from Stowe.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks, boys. Thanks. Put yours here.
A lot of time in this one to run.
Right now,
and from what you've seen of RGS Newcastle, Steve, what are they like? Marlborough have them next up, of course.
Certainly, yeah. Again, they're doing really well in the tournament. It's interesting with a lot of the teams. Some of the teams have played the group stage in the smaller pitches, so talking to a lot of the schoolmasters, they've picked quite a few forwards, because again the game's got a little bit more direct in those smaller pitches. But what they have got, they've got a couple of speedsters just on the edge, so it's that kind of direct play plus a little bit of speed. Sounds obvious at sevens, but it makes such a difference.
No surprise to hear RGS Newcastle packing some big boys. They produce them up north, don't they?
Absolutely, they come down from the hills.
Phil Brantingham, a name which comes to mind from the past. Marlborough have it. Can they get the offload? There's the support, and there's the score. Marlborough strike back.
Under the post as well, so a significant score there.
And Jamie Cook with a double.
Go on then, if you get another ball then, take the time off.
To level up the match with under 4 minutes to go.
This will make it, if he gets it, it'll make it even. 12 all.
Charlie Brooke with the duty
Stay there, 12.
to make this 12 points each.
Thanks, Phil. Yeah.
And he does so. Brooke on the mark. Marlborough back in it.
3 minutes minutes, guys. Just under 3. Yeah. 12 all, under 3.
And when you go boot to ball in sevens, you've got to have a near 80% chance of retaining it, otherwise you're wasting possession, aren't you? But that was so well executed that they made it work.
Absolutely. I think with a little bit of rain this morning as well, there's still a little bit of grease in the pitches, so I've seen quite a few teams going to boot to ball. We can see it happening here again.
It's Henry Burdett, the man that was in the bin for 2 minutes. He's reclaimed that. And Stowe on the charge again. High tackle on Burdett. What a reintroduction to the match from the number 3 for Stowe.
Stay there, guys. Stay 2.
Chisnell places the fend, goes himself. Chisnell's there. Stowe back in front. Wilf Chisnell taking the responsibility on himself.
2 minutes, guys, just under 2.
Nice to see some good sportsmanship there as well. Where these guys are really competitive, really physical. They see each other in the circuits throughout, so it's nice to see a little bit of friendly banter there as well.
Yeah, that was Wilf Chisnell and Jamie Cook, the 2 influential number 7s. Just saying, well done, mate. I got you that time, but you're playing well yourself.
Can't let it go out.
Actually, correction. Sorry to say the numbers on Stowe's back have fooled us here in the commentary box. It was Will Plessis with that try.
Knock on their goal.
What a try it was. Stowe, though,
okay, there's no advantage coming there, lads.
on the charge.
Forward by gold, scrum, blue. So you've changed it.
90 seconds to play. Stowe are going to throw themselves back into contention here. If they can get this win.
There we are, lads.
And then they will be watching
There, just there.
with bated breath what happens between Marlborough and RGS Newcastle in the next
Okay,
game.
lads, right. Great.
Just one team of 3 goes through from this
Set. Hold.
latter group stage.
Good scrum, boys.
Marlborough with the ball.
Tackle release.
In the hands of Harlan Hines, but he has had a penalty muscled off him. And Stowe on the ball again, just where they need to be. 45 seconds to play. Little chip in behind, nicely done from Haley.
22.
Playing for time on a sevens field, it's not so easy, is it?
Absolutely not. I'd probably have to say they probably would have been better keeping ball in hand there for 45 seconds, just playing out the clock, but sometimes that schoolboy rugby mentality, just to kind of play everything you see, really just takes over those instincts. But we'll see if Marlborough can have one last play here to get back in the game.
They'll need to convert it as well if they want to get the victory. A draw would be ideal for RGS Newcastle. And there we go, Stowe throw themselves a lifeline, beating Marlborough 17 points to 12. And if Marlborough can get the right kind of results against RGS Newcastle, then anyone is in with a shout in this group now. It is going to be finely poised, and RGS Newcastle against Marlborough College is the next match on, and I think that match will be on RE1, so you may have to follow a different stream to ours in order to get it. It'll be on the main pitch, we think, but just keep your eyes across all Rosslyn Park social media to find out exactly where that link is. But what a game that we've seen, Steve.
Yeah, again, really, really physical teams, a physical group actually when you look at RGS Newcastle as well. And you know, Stowe having a really good season, and without their academy boys at this point in time as well, off in England duty, really good to see them still performing even at this level.
Well, we'll just take a short break and we'll be back with the next match on RE2. Vars semi-final up next. Rugby School against Jumeirah English Speaking School for a place in the final. JESS, as they are commonly known, from Dubai. They will get us underway, looking for a final place, playing in the blue and white against the club with the most storied history in the entire game, Rugby School. The birthplace of the game, but Rugby often running early on, and tackled by the sweeper. Rufus Pearce with the break up field. A knock on from Rugby. And JESS won't start with an early try against them. It can be so influential when you make that break from kickoff, Steve, and games can run away with you at this level.
Absolutely, early scores and sometimes kill games off, really. You know, as the defending team, after that, you're chasing the game. You know, you want to get a nice early score in, settle yourselves, get your hands on the ball early, but just a knock on from Rugby School there gives JESS get themselves back on in the game.
JESS don't have that fate, and they'll have the ball. And off and running they go. Rugby having to track back quickly. A lot of space all of a sudden found here on the inside. The pass is forward. It's a good spot from the officials. We saw it because we were in line, and the referee had to play catch up on JESS in order to see that. But
yeah, watching JESS through the groups and yesterday as well, they're definitely here to play. They have that traditional style of rugby where they kind of keep the ball alive, move it edge to edge. So it'll be really interesting to see how they go on against Rugby School here as the competition steps up.
Well, two teams who play in parts of the world where sevens is king. Dubai, of course, the famous Dubai Sevens, over 50 years in existence. So things have been going a little longer at Rugby School. 200 years of the game celebrated this year. Here is Rufus Pearce, and Pearce is cutting through. Back on the inside, it's a lovely slip to Falope. Dara Falope running an excellent trail line off Rufus Pearce's break, and Rugby have the first try.
Lovely offload by Rugby School there, and for anyone watching out there, looking at that kind of skill set, just getting behind the defender is so key. So we see a lot of offloads kind of in the tackle rather than through the tackle, and actually if you can get behind that defender and just get your arms free, it makes such a difference.
Steve, you're here obviously looking for potential 16 to 21 age group?
Yeah, so we track 16 to 20, but obviously we're looking at a kind of 16, 18-year-olds here this week, yeah.
To see how they might play, and I imagine that's more with a 15s mindset, or are you also looking for specific sevens plays?
Yeah, Ireland run a really successful sevens pathway as well, both male and female, so we're obviously in the World Series and doing really well. You know, from an IQ point of view, probably we've got Aaron O'Sullivan in there, Shay Mullins, who obviously would have been English based, Shay at Bristol, and Aaron would have been at Wasps coming through their pathway, so the opportunities are there for us, yeah, but you know, we invest in both pathways, and I think you look at someone like Hugo Keenan, you know, the Ireland fullback there, he would have come through the sevens pathway, and now he's a 15s contract, so you know, as a personal, from an Ireland point of view and a coach point of view, I think sevens is great, just that isolated one-on-one skill, and you know, you can start to see this happening with these individual players now, the guys who really want to, you know, tick players on, you know, challenge their skill set, challenge their one-on-one tackles. I can't really see too many negatives from a sevens game personally, you know.
Yeah, and sevens in Ireland in recent seasons, it has been so exciting seeing them on the World Series and what they've been able to achieve. And if you do think you have any Irish qualifications and ability to play for Ireland, then the website again, Steve, give us that.
www.iqrugby.com, and if you find the registration tab, put your details in there, and we will get in touch.
And we thank you very much for your support today, because sponsoring our stream allows us to bring these pictures to you wherever you're watching on from, and you may be watching from Dubai, and cheering this team on who've had such a good day, and they are looking for a place in the final of the Vars competition.
Leave your foot on the floor beforehand. Crouch! Bind!
So JESS lining up really deep, their back line are attacking, and it's come out from Turner. Back into the centre, and that's Ross Parsons, who's found a nice pass, and the player's kept alive. Battison switching lovely from Nash, who powers into the 22, takes contact, and it takes a lot to bring him down. Rufus Pearce involved. Now they work it back along the line into the hands of Williams Parry. He's hit hard, Williams Parry, and knock on the call. So Rugby with a strong defensive set. Defending in sevens, Steve, how does it differ to 15s?
I think the obvious one is space. It sounds very obvious, but actually, from a 15's point of view, you know, that close to that contact area, you've got a lot of support around you, and actually, you're probably trying to find space and create space. While with sevens, you know, you're trying to fill that space pretty quickly. If you don't get your inside shoulders and your inside edges, we talk about pretty your connections, you know, it makes it pretty difficult.
Turnover ball, JESS flick it up and go for the line and squeeze in at the corner, levelling up the match after ruining Rugby's ball at the scrum.
Just talking about space there, that short side down, that set piece play, real obvious place for those kind of half backs, and anyone's got a bit of pace and some feet about. It was a real easy place to kind of attack, and done really well by JESS.
Jonathan Barnes, I think, was the try scorer there. Number 12 for JESS. A lot of support for Jumeirah English speaking school. Thomas Battison looking to convert here. What a moment it would be if he could get that. He hasn't found that, so 5 points each we stay with a minute to play, and Henry Turner just causing all manner of problems, and that offload is special.
Yeah, doing great to see, you know, that ambition, that skill set at this age. Sometimes, you know, as coaches, we think we can coach that, but sometimes it's a little bit in the player themselves, that little bit of confidence.
High hanging kickoff from JESS, contestable. It's going to land back in blue hands, and here come JESS again. 30 seconds left of the half. Can they add a quick fire double? Thomas Battison takes it on, and then Ross Parsons following up here. Rugby sweeper comes forward to rip the ball, perfectly timed from Rugby school. It may have been Ryan Sweeting who came up quickly. And don't often see it often, ball being so precious as it is, but in a tight game like that, you just want to get to half-time. You can understand why Rugby booed it off.
Yeah, we were talking about defence in that space there. If you look at probably possession stats that we had then, I'd say Rugby probably didn't have a lot of possession. They defended for most of that half, actually, so they probably just want to get off, get some water, some oxygen in their lungs, just regroup and go again. You know, the game is at, you know, a proverbial 0-0. It's 5-all at this point, so it's just reset, go again, get some possession and try and get some points on the board.
Steve, do you have any examples of players that have come through the pathway that might have similar backgrounds perhaps to some of the boys who are playing here who haven't ever had international recognition at a young age? Because sometimes people are a little bit reluctant maybe to put themselves forward and nominate themselves for a pathway program, but tell us about someone who might have had an unlikely background and has got into your program and has gone on to great things.
Yeah, like tournaments, I guess, are great for us because obviously, as I say, we run a registration system, which we've obviously advertised, but likewise, just speaking to coaches and speaking to players here, you know, sometimes just as easy to pick players up. We think to this time last year, we picked up a player, Freddie Reader, at Stonyhurst College. So we knew Freddie was up there. We hadn't seen very much of him. He didn't come through any kind of academy pathway or player pathway. We spotted him, tracked him through the Rosslyn Park Sevens. They got through to day 2, and Freddie ended up playing for Ireland under-18s in the European Sevens last summer and got a silver medal. And we're still tracking Freddie. So Freddie is currently out in Australia. He had a year out after school, and we're hoping to maybe give him an opportunity through a 19s and 20s or a sevens pathway at the minute when he comes back.
for players perhaps a little older, maybe they're 18 or something, still worth getting in touch? It's not over, is it? Even if you're that age?
Absolutely not, no. Yeah, so we obviously, most of our kind of activity is around that 18s group, but as we said at the start, we track players 16 to 20. And look, we only can track you if we know where you are, but because, and if you can register, we'll come and find you. It's not always about you coming to us. And yeah, like everything, if you aren't in it, then you don't know. So.
Steve McGuinness from Irish Rugby's IQ programme, and it's great to discuss these matters with you, Steve. On the pitch, these boys over the next 7 minutes engaged in a tussle for a final at Rosslyn Park. The winner goes through to that. And this has gone all the way. JESS having kicked that over the dead ball line.
Thank you. Option, you got 22 or come back. Come back.
Just inches too long, that one. A little bit less, and it would have been obviously kind of worked out for them. You can see they're going to try and make Rugby play from deep now. But unfortunately, have to come all the way back now for the scrum. Puts Rugby in a really strong attacking position.
Field position, and the pitch looks so much bigger when you tie 3 forwards into a scrum in 7s, and if you can get that clean ball, it's so much more of an attacking advantage than even when we find in 15s.
Absolutely.
There's a hefty blindside as well, should Rugby want to exploit that. Almost the perfect position. Luke Shrevasande. Now the Nathaniel Kayada cutting back, great speed from Formella. Here he is, the big man again. He's got the first try for Rugby, and Dara Falope doesn't get that down.
Wait, just double movement. You stopped and then started again.
Well, the referee's microphone, I'm sure, coming through for you clearly on the stream. Double movement that called it. So JESS survive. Falope has to get back into the defensive line. JESS work it well to the edge here.
Gonna get a second chance here now.
Rugby reset. Pearce, been influential today. There's Sweeting, and there's a change in the guard for Rugby. Kayada bringing a lot of impetus into this second half.
Deliberate knock on. Penalty only. It's all right. You're deliberate.
Pressure mounting for Rugby. Sweeting goes back to this side. Here's Falope. Good slip pass. Gets it on to Smith. And now this is worked along the line again nicely. Pearce cuts back. Looks for the line himself, Rufus Pearce. And Rugby do get the job done. The lead back in their hands. And Rufus Pearce, the game breaker.
Some nice 7s there by Rugby, just going edge to edge. Using the underrated switch on the left-hand side to then move it quickly across to the right. Defence is really not pushing hard enough then. We talked about inside shoulder earlier, so it's really well played by Rugby.
Fellas, thank you, 5. I appreciate that.
Steve, do you have an insight into how much preparation these schools will be doing for 7s? They come out of the 15 season and that's the focus for so long, but how much time do they actually get in terms of weeks, do you think, to prepare for the Rosslyn Park School 7s?
Yeah, from a school's point of view, everything builds up to that kind of mad March we used to talk about. There's that March window kind of from the last weekend of February to this weekend really is 7s. For some of the schools that we talked about, they might maybe get 4 or 5 tournaments in before they reach the Rosslyn Park 7, which is obviously the pinnacle of schoolboy 7s, isn't it? Others, unfortunately, might only have one tournament, so it sometimes just depends on where you are in the country and the weather at times. We've had a lot of games cancelled this year. But yeah, if they've had 3 or 4 tournaments, then they're certainly going to be in good fitness state, but also kind of that skill set and mindset state as well.
And even the weather starting to feel a little bit more like spring out here on RE2. And Rugby on the ball again. Smith Pierce. JESS managed to contain him. Falope revs his engine again.
Tackle and releases on the floor, thank you.
Shrivasande. Sweeting. Spins on the edge nicely, keeps the play alive. Shrivasande. Formella. Real power after contact that Alec Formella brings to this rugby school side. And now there's good numbers here and a gap opening up through the middle for Kayada. Falope supporting, needs support himself. Shrivasandé's there, slips. Rufus Pierce backing things up.
Tackle, roll.
And then they'll bring it to the left, surely here. Nathaniel Kayada, the top marksman for Rugby School, gets another.
Rugby just building that pressure with that possession now. We can just start to see JESS School just slipping off a few tackles. We talked about those attackers getting behind the defenders. Now you can see those strong runners from Rugby School, you know, breaking through and just taking, you know, 3, 4, 5 metres out of those contacts, and it's starting to tell from the JESS players they're getting a little bit fatigued.
1 minute remaining, points added on, 17-5. If JESS are to get back into this, they need to move quickly. This was really patient play. Rugby's patience has marked out their performance in this match. They haven't worried when they've missed an opportunity.
Absolutely. You know, 14 minutes may not seem like a long time, but actually when you're on the pitch, there's more time than you think. And sometimes, yeah, that's that calmness, that patience, stick to your game plan, you know, trust your players around you, makes such a difference.
Jonathan Barnes again for JESS. Ball spilled forward. Parsons looking to force JESS back into this.
No advantage.
20 seconds or so remaining.
Knock on.
Rugby School heading for the final.
Scrum down. Huh? That's it, unless there's a penalty infringement.
So it's all over bar the screaming at this point. Last play of the game. Can Rugby add a few more points, or are their minds on the final already? I think that's our answer. Nathaniel Kayada boots it off. Rugby School through to the final with this victory. 17 points to 5 over Jumeirah English-speaking school. And Steve, such a great display of sevens rugby from Rugby.
Absolutely, we talked about that patience. Really, it's definitely a game of two halves in that one, where, you know, Rugby really struggled possession-wise, and it told in that first half. But just being patient, keeping the ball, working through those phases, and eventually teams do get tired down. When you're kind of coaching sevens and playing sevens, you want the ball. You don't want to be defending for long periods of time, actually. And actually, the more you can have that ball, the easier it is. And that definitely told in the second half. You know, fair play to the JESS guys. They played their hearts out, but by the end of it, a lot of hands on heads, a lot of guys breathing really, really heavy. But they should be really proud of what they did today. You know, it was a really good semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said, Steve. It's so good to see schools from across the globe competing here at the Rosslyn Park School 7. Steve, thank you so much for your time with us, and just remind us one more time, if anyone has got an Irish qualification that they think familiarly they have in their ancestry, in their parentage, then where should they go?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're qualified through either being born in Ireland, your parents have been born, or your grandparents. And if you go to www.iqrugby.com, the registration tab, put in your player details in there. As we said, we'll be able to get in touch with you, or if you have an upcoming event for your age group next year as an under 18, we'll be in touch with you.
If you're listening, look into things and get it done. Get it done now, and just who knows where you can end up. There's so much to explore through pathways like the IQ Rugby programme. And if you're looking to follow action in the final, keep an eye out on Rosslyn Park School 7's social media channels. They'll be promoting the final. It'll be on the main pitch, so it won't be on this live stream. You'll have to join the RE1 live stream to follow Rugby School in that one. Well, if you're tuning in to our pitch here and waiting for our next match on, it's Blundell School against Sherborne School, and it will be on at 4:20. And that is a match to decide who goes through to the final of the bowl competition. Blundell's having won one already, and Sherborne having lost their first game. So Blundell's in the driving seat in this group, but the way these groups of 3 work out, anything can happen depending on this final result. So Blundell School against Sherborne coming up at 4:20.
Good afternoon, this is the announcement of the 420 round of fixtures here on RE. In the bowl semi-final, RGS Newcastle will play Marlborough on RE1. On RE2, Sherborne will play Blundell. And the second girls under 14 semi-final, Padmawa versus Hillhouse on RE3. That's Newcastle Marlborough on 1, Sherborne Blundell on 2 in the bars, and Padmawa versus Hillhouse on 3 in the girls under 14 tournament.
Right, well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a very decisive fixture in the final events of the bowl competition. So it's a second-day competition here at Rosslyn, so of course it means an awful much to Sherborne, who are off and away. Well, what a start this could be for Sherborne, who are desperate, in need of a win. Just about to tell you the results of all of what needs to happen for both sides, as Blundell are keen to get us underway quickly. What a lightning-fast start to this game we have. Already flung wide, and Blundell having a go right from the off. It's the number 14, Rocky Prowse, who could be in at the corner.
It's a great try from Rocky there.
Well, what a perfect start. I've not even had the chance to introduce you to our co-commentator, Ben Cohen, the 15th captain, unfortunately out of the Blundell side at the moment through injury. What a great start.
Yeah, awesome though. Rocky's year 12 who joined in year 11. Actually, no, year 10, sorry, but he's really played well this season, and yeah, as you can see, he's got pace to burn.
Plenty of pace from Rocky Prowse, a great finish, and the extras converted as well.
Yeah, it's Ben Cornford there, head boy, upper six, so yeah, it's a conversion from him.
Well, it was quick from the line out as well, really smart. A great covering tackle as well, because Sherborne were in and away on that far side. So Blundell School in need of a win here to secure them a final against Stowe School, who have already won both their fixtures in these 3-team pools. Blundell will get us underway. A big win for Sherborne here. Could see the tides turn. That's a wonderful nudge through, but there's cover in the backfield for Blundell's, and it's put to the toe of Noah Fenton. And Fenton wraps up his opposite man. Great clear out on that ruck, and goes to the short side and back in. Lovely play. Soft hands from Sherborne. A little show and go. Finally, Bedford is brought down as it's Bedford now in possession, cleaning up the loose ball, and just spilled by Bedford. He's been very impressive so far for Sherborne. And that scrappy phase of play is brought to an end by the referee's whistle. Scrum time for Blundell's. So it's been a good 2 days overall for Blundell School.
Yeah, yeah, we had a pretty difficult group yesterday. We beat Durham and King's Worcester only by 2 points, and then beat Exeter, and then in the final group game, and then Merchiston in the elimination game, which is probably our best game. And then today we put in a pretty difficult group, but came second, so into the bowl and doing pretty well in this.
It's always difficult at Rosslyn Park with the amount of quality teams that come down, and a very exciting tournament to be a part of. Always great that there's silverware on offer for all your hard work.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we thought after we lost our third game we were out, but got the bowl, and that's such a good thing about competition. It's just so many games, so many opportunities, and yeah, looking to see out this one and get through to the final.
Hands in the ruck, so penalty goes Blundell's way. Ben Cornford keen to get us underway quickly. They come down to this near side, but a penalty for not releasing, and immediately Sherborne will get us underway once more. The pace of the game is electrifying in these early stages. 3.5 minutes in. A lovely little show and go. Sherborne could be through the hole here. It's great running. One ball inside. And what a great score for Sherborne.
Yeah, great work there. You could see they got pretty good hands and got the ball to the edge, and then once they're through, there was no stopping it. That was a great try.
A really lovely finish. Great play overall from Sherborne. Lovely direct running. Little show and go. And the mud on the shirt makes these numbers quite hard to identify in this weather, but a lovely pass inside. I believe the Sky scored by Toby Bearmond with the finish, number 9. Great play from Bearmond there. You can all see Kaz McLaughlin. You can see him from space, the towering number 1, and Sherborne go herring along this short side. That's great work from McLaughlin off the kick-off, and he's taking the offload as well. Flings it back in field, just slapped down by a Blundell player there, and that is a yellow card for Finn Cope, and fair enough, he really did just slap that away.
Yeah, no excuses there. Didn't even try to catch it.
Sherborne all the way to this right-hand side they come. Chopped down, but missed tackles, and that's a try. And out of nothing.
Yeah, great finish there.
Sherborne have turned this around in only a few short moments.
Yeah, they really used the numbers there. You can see we went down to 6, and then they just exploited it out wide. Great finish.
Well, it will be Ollie Gorringe to look to add the extras. Just wide, so only 3-point in the advantage, but that was a rapid try there from the penalty.
Yeah, a good try there, but obviously missed 2 conversions, so the boys are still in it here. Only 3-point difference, 1 try, change it.
It's lovely direct running from Harry Bedford, and then Tom Heaver just to cut back on the inside. A great finish from him. Gorringe will get us underway from the kick-off. Claimed well by Blundell's this time. And that famous red and white. Patient play. They look to build from inside their own half. And now Josh Whitney takes it to the line. Chops Whitney but to the hole. He's got McLaughlin herring after him. But Whitney could go all the way here, and he will. What an excellent finish. Well, there was nothing on there for Blundell's, but he's carved that try all himself. A fantastic solo score.
Yeah, it's outstanding from Withy there. I mean, he's only a late addition to the squad. Actually started off the season in the 3s playing rugby, but he's worked his way up, and yeah, he played in the semi-final 2 weeks ago and is now scoring an RE2.
A really beautiful try, and exactly what Blundell's will feel they deserve from their early attacking play. What a finish this is, though. Have another look. Nothing on there, just takes it to the line. Great footwork. Good little fend with the right hand, skims around a few players, and Josh Whitney's left the field after his scoring efforts. I think we'd all need a breather after running the length like that.
Yeah, definitely. Hell of a finish.
Well hooked high, centre field. Difficult ball to take, but well taken by Sherborne, who looked to fling it to the edge early doors to Bedford, who looks to take them on the outside. It's a lovely tackle. Sherborne have done well to keep the ball in play, but not for the second time. And that will call an end for the first half here. As things stand, Blundells will be storming through to their final game of the day, which will be against Stowe, who have been undefeated in their bowl final group. Currently leading by 4. Is this the position that Blundells would want to be in, or is it a little bit too tight for your liking?
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is, obviously, we're in the lead, but yeah, it's a bit tight. Probably we want to be 1 score, 2 scores more ahead, but we're in the lead, only 7 minutes to go, and hopefully we can pull away at the start of the second half, and yeah, hopefully we can get through to that final.
We've talked a lot in the commentary box about what it's like as a player coming down to Rosslyn, a competition as big as this. There's been so much rugby over the last 2 days. How do you think the squad are hanging in together?
Yeah, to be fair, the boys love coming here every year. We've been here for years and years. But every year it's always like that one event in the calendar where you see the date, and that's the one everyone's trying to get picked for. But no, we do pride ourselves on our fitness. Do a lot of fitness work. So hopefully end of this game and then the final against Stowe, if we get through, should be a good test.
Well, we're very close to the final game here in the Vase competition. This, in many ways, is the semi-final game. We've had 3 already in this group. Sherborne, of course, went down 7-27 to Bryanston School, as we saw earlier. How did you find the game against Bryanston?
Yeah, I mean,
Blundell's perspective.
Obviously a big pack, but big team.
Yeah.
But we're probably back ourselves more on our skills and agility. So we knew if we kept hold of the ball and moved them around, that was going to do dividends, and it actually did. They scored first, but we got back into it and ended up winning 24-10.
Contact in the air, so an easy exit for Blundells, who will play quickly from that tap and go penalty. And right away, they've swung it to an edge. And now Blundells will take it to the line. Good pace and good speed. Good direct running to draw in the defenders. That's a lovely offload and a great fend. And Blundells could be away here.
It's a great try.
Fenton could be under the sticks. The perfect start in this second half for Blundells.
It's a great try there. So all of the team, the ability to pass, fizz it across the field and stretch Sherborne, and then once we got them behind, great offloading skills and off to Fenton finish.
Textbook sevens.
Yeah, definitely. Fenton, that's his, don't know how many tries he scored today. He scored 7 yesterday. I think he's up to 5 or 6 today, so yeah, there's another one for him.
Fenton, Blundell's top marksman, scored another. A lovely finish. It was great work to draw in all those defenders. Here's the show and go. Just to send Max Dangerfield the wrong way. And then a lovely finish. Blundell's in the ascendancy. Sherborne in need of a response here. The ball's gone back off the kick-off, but that's a loose pass. Too much for Tom Heaver. Sherborne's second try scorer to contain. Simple stuff is the call from the coaching staff as they go back to the short side, manipulating this defence. A lovely little step. Cope back on after his yellow card. It seemed to fly by, really. Sherborne taking to the line once more.
Oh, great offload off the floor
taking
there.
to the line. Rocky Prowse with the offload. Zeb Windsor with the finish.
Great offload there. You saw the patience, just passing it along, trying to create a hole, and yeah, great patience, great build-up, great try that.
Well, Blundell's may well have taken this game beyond Sherborne. It's been a pretty complete performance, despite that 2-minute spell where they conceded twice.
Yeah, I know. As after that little blip, we've really shown what we can do, and yeah, I think our skills are coming through. And 28.
Well, lovely finish in the end as well. 28-10. Sherborne look to rebuild from inside their own half, quite flat, but they're fizzing it well across the line. Little hitch kick from Bedford. A lovely pass to the outside channels. It's a one-on-one here with Dangerfield and flung back inside. Tackled by Bedford, but only backwards towards the referee. The ball was out though, slipped up by Dangerfield once more. Bedford plays from the base. A lovely ball all the way wide.
Oh, they're on it. Ball
And it
quite
must
to
be
hands.
a 2-on-1 here on the outside channels. Swan has slipped off his man. Still going Swan. And a great pass. Lovely finish.
Great finish there. You saw they had taken it from one side, and then they had all the numbers on the right, and all they had to do was simple hands and a good finish.
Swan's a very aggressive carrier. But a lovely score in the end.
Sherborne coming back into it though. They're not done yet, as you can see. Yeah, great finish.
Lovely little step inside. Past Cope, and then good choice for the offload. Ollie Orange, the try scorer.
Sherborne's still in this though, 3 minutes left. Definitely still in it.
2 scores required for Sherborne to really put a damper on Blundell's day. That's contact in the air again, so another penalty that will go against Sherborne. And another 10 for a bit of backcheck from Swan. That's unfortunate. And another 10 because Swan won't keep it to himself. That's unfortunate there. And good meters made for Blundell from very little effort, which is the most you can ask for in the game of sevens. Fantastic footwork. Lovely ball to the outside. Here's Clarkson. Back across the face they go. Saltmarsh takes it to the line. Whitney. Back to his feet well.
Done well there. Oh, yeah, a bit turnover. Isolated, and Sherborne.
Don't tackle, don't tackle.
Sherborne get over the ball.
Away goes Bedford. He's looked really impressive in this game. Clarkson wraps him up. Now Sherborne keep the ball alive. That's gone backwards. Oh no, forwards calls the referee. Bit of a let off there for Blundell.
Yeah, definitely a bit of love. They're looking.
Last 90 seconds there, boys.
90 seconds to go. Blundell's edging ever closer to this bowl final where they will face Stowe, regardless of results elsewhere. Stowe, of course, have had an extra rest because they've played both their 2 games already. Think that will factor into the final, or do you think Blundell have got enough in the tank?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've had a bit of extra rest, but you know, it's as I say, it's finals rugby. I mean, anything can happen. So hopefully the boys will just go out there and express themselves, and then anything can happen. So looking forward to it.
Well, Blundells are looking ahead to their cup final, which will take place on RE1 on the RFU's live stream. But we've still got a minute to play as Blundells will look to finish with a flurry and carry some momentum into that final game. Back towards the edge go Blundell's. And now they take it to the line with some good pace. Whitney. Clarkson flings it back inside. Could go all the way to the edge here. 2-on-1 on the outside channel, not used. Still retaining possession well though. Great patient play from Blundell. This time they take it to the line. Freed from the breakdown. But that ball has run off the touchline, and Blundells have done enough to make it through to the bowl final. An exciting piece of silverware. How excited for the final are you, Ben?
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, to come here and play, it's 9 games of sevens now, and make it to the final of any silverware competition is pretty special. So yeah, looking forward to it, and can't wait to see what boys can do.
Well, thank you so much for being with us here at the National Rugby Sevens at Rosslyn Park. Ben, it's been great to have you alongside us. Hope you enjoyed being on commentary.
Yeah, I've loved it. Yeah, thank you very much.
And we'll be back at 5:20, of course, for the main event here on RE2, the Girls Under 14 Cup Final. Still awaiting results from the other semi-final. I believe that the King of Wessex Academy have beaten Bryn Calenog Comprehensive School in that game. So Iscol, Giffen, Plasmoir are playing Hill House School to see who can make it through to the final there. We'll be back at 5:20 for that game. It's a little break on stream. Plenty of rugby still at RE1 on the RFU streaming platform. But we'll be back at 5:20 for the Under 14 Girls Final as Blundell School progress through to the final of the bowl competition.
Good afternoon. The next match scheduled for is RE1 RE1 at 4:40 is the final of the Bars tournament. That match is Rugby versus Kings Macclesfield. That's the final of the Bars 4:40, due on pitch RE1.
gain.
Chris, do you want me to just send those to you? Yeah. Oh, yes. Or not? Just on WhatsApp.
Good afternoon. The next game on pitch RE1 will be the Vars final between Rugby and Kings Macclesfield.
Take your bags off, you can leave your bags here. You just go and fill these water bottles up, so you need to go back to the end of this pitch. No, that's it, boys. If you can just do that, that'd be great. Maybe take your phone with you, George. Or if you're not all going that way.
in the venue or whether you're watching at home. Now it is time to hear the surprises for some players that have gone through 10 hard games to earn the right to stand on this step. Before we do, everyone here can just get a huge round of applause for the players who've taken part in the competition, all of the officials who've done a wonderful job as well. It's been an incredible under-18 bars. First of all, we must talk about the runners-up. I've said it once, I'll say it again. 10 games over 2 days. Variable conditions. They've had sun, rain, a bit of snow, but they've pushed throughout. It's not been easy. They've got over the defeats. This one might take a little while to get over. Just give it up for our runners-up. Macclesfield. Once again, for the under-18 Vars finalists, Kings Macclesfield. And now the formal awards and the trophy to the winners. We have to announce the top try scorer in the competition in association with Limitless. Will be presented with a lot of great tries, a lot of tries scored, but the man who scored the most was Rugby's Ryan Sweeting. Simple bars that they will take back to rugby. 10 games, 9 wins, and a draw in there as well. So not quite good, so he's not far off. In the final, this weekend, the teams around the world have traveled to as we celebrate 200 years. This is what we love so much. They're going to be hosting that tournament with a big tournament, with a big target on their back, should I say, because that was a sensational performance, especially in the eyes of the world. And in front of the cameras, on the main showpiece pitch, your under-18s advanced champions, Rugby School.
Sun is dropping low. Be aware of that. Come on and make them fucking impact, yeah? Don't make them regret picking you.
Stay with me.
Well, here we finally are then, as we're just preparing the officials getting mic'd up alongside us here in the Next Gen tent. A long day of rugby for these under-14 women's side has accumulated in this. It is the under-15 cup final between Hillhouse, under-14, sorry, cup final between Hillhouse School Girls and the King of Wessex Academy. A really tough route to the final for both these sides. King's Wessex Academy saw off the very impressive Bryn Calenog Comprehensive School that we've seen on the live stream so far today, as well as the Jameria English Speaking School, who have looked very impressive. And here they are as well in the final, the side tipped by my colleague Shagzebo to be one of the best under-14s girls side there are. They have lost the toss, so Hillhouse School will kick off. Alongside me is Angus Savage for this final game.
Yeah, very excited to be alongside you, Wilf. This under-14 girls tournament has been an absolute revelation in its first year here. Some of the rugby has been absolutely quality. I've just been talking to Sean Thompson from Seaford College in great detail about the sheer joy of one of their tries earlier today, and that's really what this under-14 girls competition has all been about. It's just been the sheer pleasure of getting out there on the field, and this final really the culmination of it.
Well, it's Lucy Taylor who have got King of Wessex right underway. That ball's gone backwards, so they'll continue to play on here. Swung inside by number 20, Lona Crimstone. Williams flung back inside. This King of Wessex side so good at recycling possession, but now they take it to the line. Good running from Verity Clark, but that offload just doesn't go to hand. So they'll start again with a scrum, this time to Hill House School for their first attacking set of the game. The King of Wessex Academy have looked very impressive throughout this tournament, and they perhaps come into this final as favourites.
Yeah, they've been brilliant. We've been lucky enough to see them a few times and just torn the place up, but I can't keep coming back to just the sheer ambition of and kind of joy that some of these girls have been playing with. It's been such a revelation to see, and look at this in the late evening sun. It doesn't get better than that, does it?
A beautiful run from Hill House off the base of the set piece to upturn the apple cart, really. Jess Eggett goes soaring away to score. Or a knock on right at the last. That's so unlucky for Jess Eggett, who cut a wonderful line off the set piece. But that is a classic at Rosslyn Park, one of those. They happen every tournament.
Oh, it's just so unfortunate for Eggett. She did all the hard work. It was beautiful bit of rugby to put herself in that position, and I think what we're seeing there is just the culmination, really, of a very, very long day of play, and that concentration just slipping. That's what happens when tiredness sets in.
Have had a longer day than most. They were in an extended pool group where they had two very talented Welsh sides, as well as Ivybridge Community College, who always bring a very strong side, and the Hayes School. Hill House topped that group undefeated on 12 points, which was very impressive, just above Iscol, Giffen, Glantaff. So they've had an awful lot of rugby to play. The King of Wessex Academy topped a group with Iscol, Giffen, Gur, and Bowhunt School Wokingham, who we've seen on the stream, looking very impressive. That clearance kick was just knocked on by Hill House in collection. So perhaps the King of Wessex Academy will go searing down this near side before the offload was spilled, but a foot in touch first. An effective exit in many ways, following that kick lacking perhaps the distance they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's often said don't kick too much in sevens, but sometimes you got to. But when you do kick, you hope it goes a little further. But a chance here to just put a strong defensive set in. Conversely, a great attacking platform here.
Here's another great opportunity from Hill House. All feel they should already have one try. It's in the hands of Olivia Joseph Quarter. Lateral running, but a good fend, and a lovely offload. But just spilled there backwards was that pass. Great covering tackle, but away come Kings of Wessex, all the way into the wider channels through Sparting, and now passed on to Clark. Clark taking them on the outside. Still Clark does well to stay in field. But the linesman's flag is up.
So that was knocked on before he went to touch.
Well, so quickly Kings of Wessex turned the ball over from their good defensive play, and then they're halfway up the field. A great run.
Yeah, she was a bit unlucky there. Just a hand on the shoulder almost just tipped her a little bit off balance and allowed the cover to come in. Otherwise, she might well have been away there. I like this on the back of the shirts, though. Believe and succeed. A great little motto there.
Exactly what the Kings of Wessex have been doing all day.
Set. You stay here.
But it's a Hill House scrum, and it comes out Hill House's way, and once again they take it to the line off the set piece. It's the almost try score to Jess Eggett. Lovely ball wide. And they might take them on the outside here. Hill House through Isabel Davies. Davies could be away here, and Davies will not be caught by the on-rushing Verity Clark. A lovely finish, and Hill House have taken the lead in this cup final.
It's a lovely score, that, from Hill House. They've deserved that, probably. They had that huge break early on that just didn't quite go to plan for them. Now another big break down that right-hand side. They finish it off this time. It's a glorious bit of rugby. Look at this. Ball from left to right. Simple hands, and then look at the gas here just to get on the outside and back yourself. There was barely even an overlap there. Absolutely fantastic.
And we know that Verity Clark is no slouch, so great pace from Isabel Davies. Hillhouse will get us back underway. Megan Usher with the kick-off. Deep into the Kings of Wessex half, but they're round the first defender excellently well. What great physicality that is from Roberts.
No, I can't play on there. Can't play on there. Head.
Well, Roberts went in there. It was a tough tackling from Hillhouse after Roberts broke the first line. That was a great run, but it's not ended the way she may have wanted it to.
No, certainly not, but hopefully she'll be all right. Looks like a bit of a sore one, but fingers crossed, an abundance of precaution. Tell me then, Wilf, you've been on this pitch, watching on all day. You've had all sorts of weather, but you've had all sorts of rugby as well. This under-14 girls competition, it's its inaugural year. What have you made of it?
Well, I think it's fantastic. So they talked about earlier in the week, we focused a lot obviously yesterday on the under-16 tournament. And that under-16 tournament only existed because they brought down the under-15 tournament into under-14s. And it massively increases the amount of involvement that you have across the age groups. So between 18, 16 and 14s, you have every rugby playing age group involved. And that's the best thing about Rosslyn Park, is the amount of people that take part in it. And when we were chatting yesterday on the stream to some girls from Cardiff High School who were just talking about how great it is. This was like their first year of rugby. But then when I was chatting to the St David's College head coach, the school from North Wales, they were saying, well, these girls started in year 7 and they've been playing for 3 years, and now this is it. This is their like first big tournament where, you know, they're here to play. And it's the same with Hillhouse. This is the first time they've been down to Rosslyn Park, chatting to
It's been a real theme on the touchlines, actually. Exactly what you're touching on there is, looks as though we're almost ready to get back playing. That whether you're a team that's got lots of experience or this is your first time picking up a rugby ball, and some of these under-14 girls teams, this is literally the first time they picked up a rugby ball. It doesn't matter. It's all about getting out there on the field. And that's been the real standout for me, is that it is just about get out there, get playing. And here we're seeing the culmination of it with two fantastic teams.
A great pickup from Izzy Wood, who was under loads of pressure at the back of that scrum. Now away comes Clark once more, still going Clark through 2 tackles. One ball just too many there, but it's always gone backwards. So recovered well by Kings of Wessex as they look to go to the edge. That's a lovely ball out wide once more to Wood. Wood taking them on at the edge. Lovely turn to get the offload in. They go back down the short side. Ball inside once again. Lovely offload through the contact. Taylor dragged down once more. Tough tackling. Megan Usher. But now there's a bit of space on wide, is there? Back against the grain. Lovely movement. And a great pass out wide, but Golding just couldn't hold it for Kings of Wessex.
I'll tell you what, Verity Clark is some player. She's going to be one to keep an eye on in the future through these next few years at Rosslyn Park Sevens. Her footwork is outstanding. We've already seen her pace, but actually just her ability to see where the space is standing out as well for an under-14.
Well, it's gone back to Wood now, who once again spins and takes the tacklers down.
High tackle.
Back with Wood. Good drive and a great offload by Wood. Could be a try here. There will be. Evie Williams, in the end, goes in unopposed. Great work by Izzy Wood. So good at keeping the ball alive.
Izzy Wood, take a bow. That is some piece of skill to pull out in a high-pressure final at the end of a long, long, long day of rugby. An offload through the tackle, subtle hands, and off we go for the try. Was it Evie Williams that finished it off? Simpler run-in she'll never have, all because of the work of her teammate. Absolutely brilliant.
A great finish as we have a look again at the hard work of the substitute Izzy Wood, who's on for Ella Roberts. Looked around the corner, there to support once more. Such a hard-working player, and then drew in the 2 defenders, flicked it through the tackle.
That's absolutely brilliant rugby all round. Getting 2 involvements in any phase of play immediately puts the defence under pressure. Whether you're playing 7s, 15s, 10s, whatever, if you can get 2 touches on the ball in a phase, you're going to cause real problems. That's exactly what she's done there. But not only has she got that hard-working effort to her game, she's also then got the subtlety and the skill to be able to get that offload away. That's absolutely brilliant from Izzy Wood.
Well, a tiresome half of rugby for both sides. Such a high amount of running on feet so late in the day. They've both got a lot to offer in these final 7 minutes.
They certainly do. It's a big time, by the way. My first stint on the mic actually today, which is unusual. I've been patrolling the pitches all around. It's been incredible. Been over at Asda. I've been over at the Merton pitches. It's just seeing how much rugby's being played, how many people are just out there having fun. It's absolutely brilliant.
Of course, the under-14 boys competition has also begun and will be continuing tomorrow. That's tomorrow morning's action as well.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of that here on Pitch RE2 on the live stream. And I'll tell you what, I've seen some of that under-14 boys competition already today, and it is looking absolutely fierce. There are some very, very good teams there.
Unfortunate off the kick-off, just a slight knock-on by Hill House, so scrum down for Kings of Wessex. The perfect start for them in this second half.
Ladies, we need to come a little bit quicker to the scrums, okay? Crouch!
Lucy Taylor to feed right at the beginning of this second half.
Last thing you want to hear, isn't it, at the end of a long day of sevens, the referee trying to give you the hurry up to get to the scrum.
Good feed though by Taylor. Once again, it's Clark just knocked on, unfortunately, there. So away come Hill House on the counter. Great physicality by Megan Asher, who's still going. Still going is Asher looking after the ball. Could be a maul. Maul is called. So Kings of Wessex will look to spoil it. And Hill House aren't really sure what to do, but the ball has come their way in the end. Olivia Joseph Corser gets the ball away to Izzy Davis once again. Izzy Davis, the speedster, could go all on her own. What a wonderful finish this will be. Woods herring after her, but no. Despite that wonderful effort from Izzy Wood, that's a fantastic finish from Isabel Davies. That's 2 wonderful tries scored, but this second one, there seemed to be no space at all for her to creep down the touchline.
Isabel Davies, what pace. Absolutely electric. She just flew down the right-hand touchline. That's a score she is going to remember for a very, very long time. And I tell you what, if that earns her side the victory, that is a try that is more than worthy of winning any final. Absolutely fantastic from Isabel Davies.
Great effort at the conversion from Megan Asher, but just wide.
Just look at this. She rounds even her own teammate. She's going that fast. Just around the outside. Talk about backing yourself. And no one, absolutely no one, can lay a finger on her. And there she's gone, and guess who it is that makes the effort to chase her back? Izzy Wood, fair play. She stood out all day, but Isabel Davies, one to remember.
Little tactical hand on the shoulder from her teammate as well, in the little NFL blocking role. But nothing that's too much for the referee, as Verity Clark will sweep it up for Kings of Wessex, takes it to line with great pace. Lovely ball from Taylor. Unfortunately just spilled in the wide channels. What a big moment that could have been. They'll still have more opportunities in this second half, but Hill House have gotten away with one there.
They have. It's right in the balance, this one, isn't it? You just feel one ball that sticks or one ball that bounces free the other way. Anything can happen.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Yeah, so purple, you're
Well,
early, back 10.
early shove from Kings of Wessex, so rare you see a foul like that given at this level, but away goes Isabel Davies once more. Why wouldn't you just put the ball in her hand and watch her run? She's on the outside of Wood. Oh, huge contact by Verity Clark, but it's been called as high. Well, that was a bit of anything you can do. Letting her know that she's there. Huge contact once again, this side by Leah Unwin. Knocked on. So away come Kings of Wessex for this knock-on advantage. Lovely turn inside by Taylor.
That's perfect.
An excellent turnover. What an intervention that was by Annie Green.
That's good. Okay, right.
And another steal.
There's just a bit of tiredness creeping in. Players are finding it hard to stay in support when someone makes a break. Got to keep working hard to stay up in support.
And Molly Pinchin looks from space on the outside. A huge tackle by her. opposite player is there. Golding, back to the far side they go. Looking to inject a bit of pace into the line is Megan Usher once more. Izzy Wood is all over Matilda Lee.
Yeah, so tackle, you had to release her.
But no release from Wood.
10.
That's a ferocious period of the game, isn't it?
It really is. You can see the tiredness is setting in. That it's almost breaking apart, and it's almost individual by individual at this stage.
Well, Usher's gone to the boot, but Clark is back there to clear up. Kings of Wessex, and now they look to play from their own backfield, but Hillhouse are herring after them, but they've still got numbers in the wide channel. But it's been turned over by Green. Away goes Green. Green scores for Hillhouse. There was just a bit of a mix-up on this near side between the two Kings of Wessex players. And it was stripped by Green, and a lovely score.
Oh, an opportunistic moment from Green. An opportunism that might well just have sealed that title. What have we got? 90-odd seconds left on the clock. 10 points to go, and Green, well, has she done it for her side?
No good from the conversion. A great effort, though. But yeah, just like a little bit of mixed up in this wide channel between Golding and support runner.
1 minute.
It's just a clean rip.
1 minute.
Green, just alert and available with the opportunity there, just rips it clean and charges down the right-hand side. Crucial moment.
A great score that Annie Green is very happy with. And Kings of Wessex, who have been the high flyers all day, trail by 2 scores. They'll need to go the length here. That's a lovely weighted kick. And there's the third bounce. Clark still after it. Finally picked up by Hillhouse. The ball is free for Clark to gather. Wood in the wide channel. Great offload. And Kings of Wessex go hunting for the corner. It's a huge tackle by Annie Green.
Leave it, Blue, no!
Penalty.
She can't say the ref didn't warn her there, can she?
Smart work from Green to slow down the ball. And Wessex waste no time getting underway with it. Here's Neem Sparting, but unfortunately knocked on. So away come Hillhouse once more. Great KBA to keep the ball alive. Lateral running now from Hillhouse, but here is Isabel Davies. The crowd just lifts a little bit in volume every time she gets the ball. Still going are Hillhouse, driving forwards.
That went forwards.
And this could be the moment, could be all over. It is. And Hillhouse have come through their very difficult group of an extra team. They've come through a very difficult semi-final against the very capable Iskil Giffen Plasmoir. And they've won the Under-14s Cup final. And as the fact of the matter floods through the side as the players sprint onto the pitch, they're full of jubilation. It's a massive win for Hillhouse, 15-5 over the Kings of Wessex Academy.
I don't think they quite realised it had happened. Sudden moment of realisation across their faces. We've won, we've won. Yes, you have, ladies. You've won the first ever Rosslyn Park National School Sevens Under-14 Cup. That is going to be a moment that goes down in history. They are forever going to have that title.
And they absolutely deserved it. It was a real champion's performance in this final, specifically against a very talented Kings of Wessex Academy side.
Oh, it was fantastic. Clinical performance. You know, that rip from Green to seal the victory, but also those 2 stunning tries from Isabel Davis. You know, pace counts for an awful lot in sevens, and Davis had bags of it. Made all the difference. Shout out to Kings of Wessex. You know, they started really nicely, played some really good rugby, and actually had some really standout players on the field as well, didn't they? But this girl, Isabel Davis, was pretty much a law unto herself, wasn't she?
Just unstoppable in those wide channels. Whenever you're a little bit too narrow, Izzy Davis will punish you. This was an excellent Kings of Wessex try. This is exactly what they were about as a side, really Great offload play, great support play, powerful running, a great score.
Yeah, that was lovely rugby. I mean, that was, in terms of a pure rugby try, that was the pick of the bunch. But in terms of what makes the difference in sevens, it was all about this, wasn't it? Isabel Davis just with gas to burn.
These fine margins, how close is Izzy Wood to disrupting this placement?
Yeah, I mean, just almost a soft shoulder might have just nudged her foot into the touchline, but such are the fine margins at this level of tournament rugby. But do you know what? Big hats off to Hill House, because, as you mentioned, going through that group that had the extra team in it, you know, some really difficult knockout games. They've had to do this the hard way. They've had to work really, really hard all day to get here. But look at that. All worth it, isn't it? All worth it.
The first ever Rosslyn Park under-14 Women's Cup champions are Hill House School. Well-deserved winners in a thrilling final. Well, that is the final game that we have for you on RE2. Just for today, however, we return early in the morning tomorrow, 10 o'clock, for plenty of action from the Under-14 Men's Cup, which will be the mirrored iteration to the wonderful tournament we've had running all day.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day tomorrow. Really looking forward to it. A huge thank you to IQ Rugby for their support for today's coverage. It's made it possible. Which has been absolutely fantastic. Great to have some of their experts come and give us their voice, especially Kevin Maggs, you know, former Ireland international, an absolute legend of the game, made an absolute difference to us. And you know, if you're Irish qualified, or you've got, you know, you think you might be, then get in touch with IQ Rugby. They're very easy to find. You just Google them. It's simple as that. And a thank you as well, actually, to Limitless, who you can see on the wall behind us. They've been absolutely fantastic partners throughout the week, keeping us warm. It's been very nice to have their warm kit, hasn't it, Wilf? And big thank you to Chris Roberts as well for coming along and doing a little stint and commentary. The man behind the Limitless drive at the moment.
Thanks. Thank you. Hang on.
Well, we will leave you with the scenes of Hill House, their photos, and them lifting the cup itself. Thank you very much for joining us for our coverage of the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens here on RE2. From Next Gen 15, we'll be back tomorrow morning for plenty more rugby for the rest of the week.
Introducing Next Gen 15, the new home of school rugby.
Well, where does this come from?
Covering everything the school game has to offer in both the north and southern hemispheres.
One, two, skip a few and with the wheels.
Highlighting tomorrow's stars, Next Gen 15 will be bringing you live games and regular updates of all the news and in-depth views on the global game.
What's a kick? Where did he come from and how did that happen?
All your school rugby, all in one place. This is Next Gen 15.